officials. And joining us now with more on the joint operation with the U.S. and Israel is Ambassador Yoram Ettinger, an expert on U.S.-Israel relations. Ambassador, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
So President Trump saying that this operation will continue until all objectives are met. What can you tell us? What is your assessment of this operation so far, especially in terms of the coordination that we're seeing between Israel and the United States?
Well, the coordination is unprecedented, and contrary to many commentators, this coordination is not aimed primarily to help Israel. The American interest is to leverage the Israeli capabilities, primarily intelligence capabilities, which have laid the foundation for the whole offensive against Iran, and then also the Air Force capabilities. U.S. Air Force is by far the largest in the world, but the Israeli Air Force is by far the most experienced due to obvious challenges which are not faced by the United States. And when it comes to surgical Air Force operations, there's no match to Israel's capabilities. In addition, the Israeli Special Forces operating in the region for surgical attacks also is a major role model as far as counter-terrorism and special operations within the U.S. Armed Forces and around the world. The bottom line is that the U.S. has launched an offensive against its own enemies, against an enemy, the Ayatollah regime, which aims to undermine the U.S. strategic posture, not only in the Persian Gulf and Middle East and Africa, not only in South and Central America, where the Ayatollah regime has been entrenched since 1980, but on U.S. soil. Anyone who reads threat assessments by the FBI, by the Homeland Security Department in the US, by the Director of National Intelligence, would find out very quickly that that threat assessment underscores the Iranian-controlled Islamic terrorist network of sleeper cells in cooperation with China and Russia. And Israel obviously is the natural partner for the U.S. in its own battle against a mutual enemy to the U.S. and to Israel. And the current Israeli campaign against Hezbollah is a campaign against the chief partner of the Ayatollah regime in a series of anti-American operations, including on U.S. soil, but going back as far as 1982, when the Ayatollah regime and Hezbollah were involved in the car bombs which wrecked the Marines headquarters in Beirut and the U.S. Embassy, causing the murder of over 270 Americans. And then 1998, again, Hezbollah and the Ayatollah regime involved in two more car bombs, one U.S. Embassy in Tanzania, the other one U.S. Embassy in Kenya, which caused the murder of few scores of people. And therefore, we're not talking about an operation on behalf of Israel. We're talking about an operation which is mandated by U.S. Homeland Security, U.S. national security, a threat posed by the chief anti-American epicenter of terrorism, drug trafficking, civil wars, and proliferation of advanced military systems throughout the entire globe.
You raised some very important points there. Of course, the Islamic regime in Iran and, of course, its terror proxies, Hezbollah, responsible for countless deaths around the world, not just Israelis, and, of course, Americans as well. And, you know, I do want to ask you, because as you said, this is a war not on behalf of Israel, but in coordination, sort of sharing same goals here. But is there a concern, as we saw back in June, you know, back in the 12-day war in June, Israel was ready to continue fighting against Iran, was continue to basically planes were on the way to target more regime targets. The United States, President Trump stopped Israel from continuing. Is there a concern here in Israel that same scenario might play out this time around, or that the United States might preemptively cut this war short before achieving sort of regime change, which is the stated goal in the end?
Well, there's always such a concern, and as you said, it was very, very apparent back in June of 2025. But to the credit of President Trump, he has proven himself willing to assess and reassess his position. His intrinsic position has been transactional. He has viewed the world through the lenses of a businessman making deals, ignoring in many respects the fact that for the Ayatollah regime, for Hamas, for Hezbollah, with all due respect to money talks, ideology talks much, much more significant, and it transcends by far any monetary element. The president acted in June against his own initial state of mind, against his best friends among the isolationists, among very, very substantial contributors to his campaign, to Republican campaign. And currently, in my mind, he continues the assessment, but stepping forward towards the reality of the Middle East. And therefore, for the first time, he has enunciated the goal of regime change. In the case of the president, he's impacted, as I mentioned, by friends who are isolationists, but at the same time, he listens to the U.S. military, especially U.S. Central Command in charge of the Middle East and the Persian Gulf. And what he hears from General Cooper, the commander of Central Command, is more or less copy-paste of what he hears from the Prime Minister of Israel, due to the very, very close cooperation between CENTCOM on the one hand and the IDF on the other hand. And then, obviously, there is a concern by the president to maintaining and bolstering the U.S. posture of deterrence. He is concerned also, and that's natural, about his legacy. Allowing the Ayatollah regime to remain in power in Iran could not only blemish his long-term legacy, but also cut dramatically, erode dramatically the U.S. posture of deterrence. And I believe that at the end of the day, the president has reached the conclusion that, as problematic as may be the undertaking of regime change, but refraining from regime change would pave the road to the first ever apocalyptic nuclear power. Neither Russia nor China or North Korea or Pakistan are apocalyptic. The Ayatollah regime, once it gains control over nuclear capability, is going to become the first ever apocalyptic regime, afflicting humanity with catastrophic cost. And anyone who is legitimately concerned about the cost and the implications of regime change should be aware that any worst case scenario of regime change is dwarfed by the catastrophic cost of an apocalyptic nuclear regime in Tehran.
Speaking of the regime in Tehran, we're also seeing them targeting American bases in all of the essentially Gulf countries. We're seeing attacks on Kuwait, on Qatar, on the United Arab Emirates, on Saudi Arabia, and of course even British air bases in Cyprus in Europe, which I think is a first. What can you tell us about this and about the involvement of these Arab countries in this operation?
Well, I think that this is another element of many elements pointing at the detachment of the so-called elite media in the US, in Western Europe, and in Israel from Middle East reality. We heard a few weeks ago about supposedly, ostensibly, rejection of any American military offensive against Iran by Saudi Arabia and the Emirates and Bahrain and Egypt and Jordan. And that elite media continuously ignores the difference between the walk and the talk in the Middle East. But worse than that, they ignore the reality. The Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia cannot afford to ignore the essence of the Ayatollah regime, which mandates the regime to topple every single Sunni regime, which they refer to as an apostate regime. They cannot ignore the fact that Iran is a competitor with Saudi Arabia over control of Mecca and Medina, the two leading sites for Islam. And certainly Saudi Arabia and the Emirates and Bahrain cannot ignore the fact that Iran is targeting their own oil and natural gas resources. And certainly neither Jordan nor Egypt nor Morocco can ignore the systematic subversive terroristic attempts by the Ayatollah regime and its proxies trying to topple every single pro-American Arab regime. And it seems to me that the current bombing of those countries, the current joining by those countries of the offensive against Iran is a wake-up call for the Western elite media. It's time to stop sacrificing the non-convenient, frustrating Middle East reality on the altar of very convenient but very self-destructive alternate reality.
Absolutely. Ambassador Yoram Ettinger, thank you so much for joining us today and for offering your unique insights. And moving on, Iranians are celebrating worldwide. Hundreds, and in some cities, thousands of Iranians living in the United States and across Europe have taken to the streets celebrating the death of Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, following the U.S.-Israeli strikes on the regime. In New York's Times Square, Iranian-American demonstrators waved pre-revolution lion and sun flags, as well as American and Israeli flags chanting "Khamenei is gone," an alternative for Iran, King Reza Pahlavi, a reference to exiled opposition figure Reza Pahlavi. Similar scenes played out in London, where regime opponents protested outside the Iranian embassy, in Berlin, where exiles gathered at the Brandenburg Gate, and in Paris, where thousands marched in what many called an historic moment for Iran's opposition. Celebrations were also reported in Rome, Athens, Lisbon, and Brussels, with many calling openly for regime change in Tehran and thanking the United States and Israel for the strikes. and at a time when Israel is facing such profound security challenges, and we see the celebrations and support worldwide. The Jewish National Fund USA has also mobilized its nationwide strategic ecosystem of infrastructure to support communities in Israel from the Negev to the Galilee. Joining us now is Russell F. Robinson, CEO of the Jewish National Fund USA. Russell, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me on.
So what are you seeing on the ground right now? How are American Jews stepping up to help?
So this is just 3 days into this emergency, and it was over Shabbat. But I can tell you that we have already mobilized thousands of our leaders across the United States, from young to old, who have already started making phone calls, sending out information. We're having Zoom information systems and sessions, and already are having hundreds of people coming on and asking what can they do. We happen to have an American high school that is in Israel right now. So we have some teenagers that are in Israel. We have two groups of people who've come on JNF trips, a volunteer trip, a brotherhood trip. They're there. We're monitoring all of that. But at the same time, our staff is as well throughout Israel is monitoring in the north and south. Already we have supplied from Mitzpeh Ramon emergency vehicle. We're already working with the people in the northern part of Israel for what they need. And in the Arava, we're already getting the request. But one of the exciting and proud parts of the Jewish National Fund USA is that we say we were there yesterday and we are there today. So when this happened, we already started setting up our situation room, and we're acting and moving forward.
And so as this moment continues to unfold, as you said, only 3 days in, what are you seeing that Israel needs most from the American Jewish community, especially in the weeks and the months ahead, depending on how long, of course, this operation will last?
Well, we're seeing the terrible incursions of missiles that have hit there, and we're going to have to take that assessment. I know that Beersheba just in the past hour was hit, and it's something very close to us. We opened up last time that Beersheba was hit. We opened up our high school in our Beersheba campus and had over 12,000 people processed through. So we're prepared to be there, number one. And so a lot of it is going to be assessment following. PTSD, all of the issues that we have faced because of October 7th till today are very, very, very real. And Jewish National Fund USA has been part of building resilience centers in the north and in the south of Israel and being there for the people. So we're going to be standing up, being prepared. We're going to be prepared to sending our people to Israel. We sent over 8,000 people on volunteer trips. And as soon as it's available, we're going to be starting to send our people. They want to be there. Medical supplies, helping them with all of their needs that they have. And I will tell you, one of the effective ways that we're trying to show is that we have to show Israel that we're standing with them, every single day, more than just financially, that we're really acting and doing something. And Jewish National Fund on April the 24th has a Shabbat for Israel. We did it last year. Thousands of homes invited people to come into their homes. April the 24th. Come online, sign up, have people over to your house for Shabbat for Israel, and tell the real story about the people of Israel.
Absolutely. It's incredible. And especially as you mentioned, and I think we talked about this in our broadcast yesterday, is that Israel seems to be one of the only countries in the world where people want to fly in during wartime. And it's incredible that JNF USA is also on the ground and ready and waiting to bring its volunteers into Israel in the midst of a war. So I do want to ask, is it a challenge to respond to this, to such rapid changes on the ground in Israel? I know you did this after October 7th. What can you tell us about that and how you're responding now?
So, Lidar, it is so unbelievable. I say this every single day. The only limitations we had of people coming to Israel was flights. We didn't have an issue of people. We had an issue of planes and seats on the plane. because we were, taking 250 people in one time, and then the next time we only could take 50 or 75, only because of planes, seats on the plane. So we have to logistically make sure we work with our affiliates. We have an ecosystem that we work with. We don't try to recreate the wheel. So we work with our ecosystem. We work with people who work with farms and work with helping people and the farmers. We're helping to rebuild people's homes. When we want to go down to Beersheba, it may be just serving and having parties for people to give them the respite that they need. It may be going down to the Arava and helping them with all the work, or going up in the northern part of Israel. And I can tell you story after story of parks that we were just recreating and building from the ground up with our volunteers, who I assure you have never built a park at home, but they came all the way to Israel at their cost, at their time, leaving their families, 8,000 of them. And that is really the secret sauce of the Jewish National Fund, is our people in Israel, our people here.
Absolutely. And I do want to hear actually some of these stories. What can you tell us? Maybe give us a story, share with our viewers a little bit about sort of the support, any, specific story that really touched you in terms of the help that you've given to communities in Israel, because you've been doing incredible work from the north to the south.
So I'll tell you, I'll try to give two quick stories. One, I could deal them all over, but I can tell you in the north, we had a group in Kiryat Shimona. The people of Kiryat Shimona were just coming back home, and they were building a park and cleaning out people's homes. I want you to imagine, these are people who flew all the way to Israel to come to people's homes, put new sheets on their beds, to wash their walls. They left for 17, 18 months with 24 hours notice, and they were cleaning it up. And they were working in a park, and this two gentlemen came driving up in their car, pulled out of their car, asked, who is this? Who is this? And then started crying and talking about their children coming back home, and to know that somebody from America is coming to build a park here in Kiryat Shimona. They couldn't believe it. And then we just opened a soft opening of our Galilee Culinary Institute literally 2 weeks ago. It's not going to be officially opening for a couple months, but we invited all the people in the north to come to this not 5-star facility, Lidar. It's an 8-star facility in the middle of Kibbutz Gonen, right by Kiryat Shimona, a culinary institute. Now, what is the difference of a culinary institute? It gave pride and belief that, by the way, the north is reimagining and coming back. And when the people walked in and the mayors all walked in, and they're walking into a facility and they're crying, not because of just coming together, but that they know that we are standing with them like we did yesterday, today, and that we built such a facility for tomorrow. They believe in tomorrow because we believe in tomorrow with them.
Incredible work that your organization is doing. Russell Robinson, thank you so much for joining us today.
Idar, thank you. And again, remind everybody, April 24th, Shabbat for Israel. Come on, jnf.org, sign up. All around the world, we've got from Australia to England, everywhere coming on. Let's get tens of thousands of people, invite people over, and tell the real story of the land and people of Israel.
Absolutely. April 24th, to all of our viewers, April 24th. Remember that date. Russell, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
And speaking of people wanting to come to Israel, El Al rescue flights, stranded travelers heading to land crossings with Egypt and Jordan at this hour. El Al says it is preparing rescue flights to bring home Israelis stranded overseas due to Operation Roaring Lion. The airline announced that flights will begin once Ben Gurion Airport reopens and subject to approvals from state and security authorities. El Al says it is prioritizing passengers whose flights were canceled, and that rescue flights for El Al and Sandor customers will operate at no additional cost. Tickets will only be offered to the general public after all affected passengers have been accommodated. Initial rescue routes are being prepared from key destinations in the United States, including New York, Miami, and Los Angeles, as well as from the Far East, including Bangkok and Phuket. European cities on the list include Larnaca, Athens, Rome, Paris, London, and several others. El Al says it is also examining the possibility of operating flights from nearby European destinations to Taba in Egypt or Aqaba in Jordan, pending security approvals. Let's take a quick listen from a tourist from Romania. All right, well, we don't seem to have that soundbite with us, and so I do want to invite our next guest. We have ILTV's Steve Leibovitz joining us. Well, I'm being told we also don't have Steve Leibovitz. Do we have Kalev Ben David? Is he on the line?
On the line, if you can hear me.
Yes, Kalev, we hear you. So how we hear you, absolutely. So day 3 of this war, what is the situation? What is the mood in Jerusalem, in Israel today?
Well, look, first of all, specifically the mood in Jerusalem may be a little tenser than it's been the first couple of days of the war, because we had these 2 such serious incidents yesterday. One, of course, was the attack on Beit Shemesh, which is outside Jerusalem, but it's not that far outside Jerusalem. And of course, that had devastating consequences, 9 people killed. And then last night, we had an attack that was actually within the municipal boundaries of Jerusalem. It fell on a road leading to a neighborhood here, actually an ultra-Orthodox neighborhood. Fortunately, it was not in a populated area, but there was some drivers who were going by, and one man suffered some injuries. So that was the first direct hit in the city of Jerusalem. Now, Jerusalem is not usually, for example, in the last war, the 12-day war last June, Jerusalem was not a direct target of attacks. There were all kinds of reasons. A third of the city is Palestinian. You have the most concentrated in terms of the distribution of population as the Tel Aviv area. And of course, Iran wants to cause maximum civilian casualties, less likely if they do that in the Jerusalem area. There's always the danger of missile fragments because falling on Jerusalem, because a lot of the interceptions are above Jerusalem. But that strike and people need to stay in their shelters. I want to actually go back to your earlier question to Mayan about home front command, because there now has been an additional home front instruction given out this afternoon. It concerns the Jewish holiday of Purim. Later today, this early evening, is when Jews normally gather in synagogues for the reading of the scroll of Esther to welcome the Purim holiday. Homefront Command is now advising anybody to hold any kind of mass gathering, including going to synagogues, crowded synagogues, for the reading of the scroll of Esther. And it's actually advising, if possible, that people do it, for example, remotely on Zoom. Purim is not a holiday where it's forbidden to use electronic devices the way some Jewish holidays are. So it's really advising that. Keep in mind that attack in Beit Shemesh yesterday, there were people killed in a shelter that was hit directly by that ballistic missile, but there were also casualties in a synagogue that was built above the shelter, and apparently there was a crowd in that synagogue and right outside its doors, and there were several casualties from that. So Homefront Command saying, please, if you can, observe the Purim holiday from your home or inside a shelter, not just from a synagogue, not from a synagogue.
Absolutely. That is something that we seem to have sort of forgotten here in Israel. Today is Purim. It was actually supposed to be a very happy, fun holiday. Kids were supposed to dress up in schools. And of course, all of that has been canceled due to the war. Children instead stuck in bomb shelters. But schools across the country have said that the Purim celebrations are not canceled. They are postponed until a further date where they're able to hold such gatherings. And Kalev, you know, you talked about the Homefront Command guidelines and this tragic incident in Bet Shemesh, where really we saw people who were in the bomb shelter. They ran to shelter, but still there was simply a direct missile hit on the shelter, and unfortunately we saw several casualties there. But we also, as you mentioned, saw people who did not take shelter, and that's why it is so important, so crucial to adhere to the home front command guidelines. Kalev, what more can you tell us?
Yeah, I just want to stress about that. Look, Israel's air defense systems are performing magnificently. But by the way, reports now for the first time, we're seeing the Iron Beam laser defense system being used in northern Israel against missile attacks from Hezbollah. But they're not hermetic. It's not 100%. It's as security experts say, it's like trying to hit a bullet with another bullet in midair. Some can get through, so they have to do. I want to, go back to some of the reports dealing with the fact that Iran is striking at other, so that Air Force base in the British military base, in Cyprus that you mentioned earlier, which is very significant. It's the first attack by Iran against a European nation. Cyprus is a European nation, and that attack has had a serious impact because you remember that the United Kingdom initially had refused to give the United States permission to use its military bases in the UK and elsewhere in order to as bases to launch attacks against Iran or as refueling bases for U.S. aircraft. After that attack yesterday and continued today on that UK base in Cyprus, and an Iranian drone did hit that British base in Cyprus, the UK has now reversed course. Prime Minister Keir Starmer has made a public announcement that the UK its bases are now open for use by the US for its attack on Iran. So Iran's goal probably was to sort of raise the stakes, pressure Trump, showing we can strike anywhere, even Europe, even in the Gulf. And ironically, it's had the opposite effect of maybe what they intended. And we see, for example, now the UK being more willing to help out, even indirectly, with the war effort against Iran.
I think we can say that the European response, their initial attempt at appeasement, you can call it, against the Iranian regime, did not spare them from Iranian strikes. And so now we are seeing that reverse. And Kalev, before we continue, I want to invite also ILTV's editor-in-chief, Steve Leibovitz, who's joining us from Jerusalem. Steve, I'd like to hear your thoughts as well about this latest development. As Kalev said, a major development for the first time, I think, ever, Iran targeting Europe.
Well, not all of Europe, and they targeted a specific air base that belongs to Britain in Cyprus. I don't think necessarily that operationally, in terms of attacks inside Iran, it's going to make that much of a difference. Where it will make a difference in particular is with air defenses. I believe that all of those allied nations will do their best to get involved in helping the war effort in that they will be protecting the assets of the U.S. and of Western allies wherever they be. So the region is involved. It's what they call a regional war. Iran's been promising it, and now they are trying to deliver.
Absolutely. And Kalev, I do want to hear your thoughts as well in terms of, or maybe you can, talk to us a little bit about what's happening with Saudi Arabia specifically, because we've heard a lot of conflicting reports saying that since the Iranian regime targeted Saudi Arabia, and the Saudis are now saying that they will join in, and there's sort of conflicting reports around that. What can you tell us?
Well, we can say just now, coming out now, just in the past couple of hours, the Iranians have attacked the major oil refinery within Saudi Arabia, potentially causing serious damage. By the way, another announcement, yes, we're seeing, I think that is footage of it, a major attack there on the oil refinery. Saudi Arabia has said now, we don't know to what extent, but that it's going to aid in the war effort. A big reversal of its position. And the Saudi Arabia reportedly was urging President Trump not to initiate this attack. By the way, talk about an amazing turnaround. The government of Qatar has just announced that it is cutting off relations with Iran, and Qatar, of all the Arab states, the closest ties with Iran, of course, showing much criticism from here in Israel, and seeing it also enabling sort of an economic pipeline into Iran to evade U.S. and international sanctions. But that did not spare Qatar from Iranian attacks. And by the way, focused on U.S. bases in those countries, just like that was that military base Steve mentioned in Cyprus. But Iran has broadened its attacks now, both on oil and gas refineries, and they did target a major gas refinery in Qatar. But they've also hit civilian targets. They've hit hotels in Dubai. That's on purpose. They're aiming at hotels in Dubai because Dubai does not have oil and gas.
They're lashing out in every which direction. Yeah, lashing out in every which direction.
Right.
And we only have a few moments left.
Yeah. Countries, right.
Well,
I'm just saying they're hoping those countries will put pressure on President Trump to halt the war, but in fact, it's probably going to have the opposite.
Having the opposite effect. Steve, we have just a few minutes to the end of broadcast, and I want to also get back to Mayan Hoffman, who's standing by. Steve, I just want to hear your quick thoughts, on day 3 of this war. How would you characterize it? Is it a success so far? I mean, what are your thoughts on this?
Militarily, it's a tremendous success. The airspace has been opened up. The U.S. and Israel are striking freely at targets deep inside Iran, basically control of the skies. That's the war. Iran is flailing. They are firing in all directions. They're trying to ignite the region in some way. They're trying to, I would say, survive. And the tactic that they're using to try to survive is by making the war so widespread and so awful that the world will pressure the United States to stop. And maybe it's also directed internally to U.S. public opinion, because while the war is very popular in Israel, and it's very popular among Iranians that live abroad, it's very unpopular right now among the Democrats and among a lot of Republicans and much of the American public. So I think Trump has all of that in mind as he moves forward.
Absolutely. And I think both you and Kalev made excellent points that Iran really is lashing out at every direction. And as Kalev said, it is in an attempt to put pressure on the United States, but it seems that it's having the opposite effect. Kalev Ben David and Steve Leibovitz, thank you so much for joining us at this hour.
Pleasure.
And before we go, I do want to get back to our correspondent right now out in between Jerusalem, Tel Aviv, back and forth, Mayan Hoffman. I can see that you are on a very busy road over there, so be safe. What can you tell us, in this last hour? What are we seeing in terms of missile strikes, in terms of sirens? What's the latest?
So it's actually been relatively quiet over the past hour or so, especially since we last spoke. In the center of the country, especially Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, we have not had to run to take shelter. But I think as we saw last night, we got that many hours quiet in central Israel, not in the country, but in central Israel, that there were quite a number of rockets this morning. So we can only surmise that we might get a small reprieve right now, running into shelters again. But especially, we just heard a statement by the defense ministry. So Israel is going to be stepping up attacks. New weapons are coming, and so we're going to be doing more in Iran. You can imagine there will be reverberations.
Absolutely. And of course, as we know, Homefront Command guidelines. And, you know, I mentioned this a little bit earlier. Today is actually Purim. It's supposed to be a happy holiday. Children are supposed to be dressing up. There's supposed to be parties. What is happening? I mean, that's been delayed, postponed, canceled. What can you tell us on that end?
As I was walking around Habiba, some of the streets of Islam, putting on costumes and wanting to have a little bit of Purim spirit. But of course, due to Homefront Command guidelines, there are not gatherings are not allowed. People won't be coming together in the kind of parties that are normally seen in the country, the big Purim parades the next day and all of that. Those are all canceled for now. Shushan Purim, Jerusalem Purim is supposed to take place Tuesday night to Wednesday. All events have effectively been canceled. But I can tell you, as a mother of children, the schools are asking the kids dress up, come on to the school, you know, show us your costume, and try to bring a little bit of happiness to the children. Purim is such a fun holiday, but as we know, we've spoken about it in our program. Great Purim takes place in Persia. Persia is the 18th one, and this is a chance for us to have a victory in Persia and Iran. Hopefully next year on Purim we'll be celebrating in a bus day.
Yeah. All right, Maayan Hoffman, thank you so much for the update and stay safe. And before we go, you can also get Israel updates on our WhatsApp channel, and we'll be here every hour on the hour with the live updates straight out of Israel. I'm Lidar Lazi. Thank you so much for watching. Welcome to the second episode of One on One, a special series brought to you by ILTV in partnership with Israel Bonds. I'm Lidar Lazi. In each episode, we sit down with fascinating personalities from around the world for an intimate conversation about their lives, passions, and connection to Israel. Whether you're tuning in from across the globe or right here at home, our goal is to inspire, inform, and bring you close to the people making an impact. Today's guest is someone whose work has captured the hearts of millions. Nathaniel Buzolic, also known as Nate Buzz, is an accomplished actor best known for his roles in hit series like The Vampire Diaries, The Originals, and Pretty Little Liars. But beyond his acting career, Nate is a passionate advocate for Israel, a committed voice against anti-Semitism, and an outspoken supporter of Jewish heritage and history. His journey has taken him from Hollywood sets to the streets of Jerusalem, and today we'll explore the experiences that have shaped both the artist and the activist. Nate, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me.
So your career began on the big screen, on the small screen, far away from the streets of Jerusalem. But what was that moment or experience for you that first sparked your sort of deep connection to Israel?
Yeah, it's actually quite a complicated journey that ultimately led me to where I am today and the position that I've chosen to stand in. If we backtrack, my mum was born in Egypt in a refugee camp. She's a first-generation Australian, and I grew up in a very low social, economic sort of community in Sydney, Australia. And the predominant ethnicity that was surrounding me when I was growing up was actually Arab. So I grew up in a very, very, prominent Muslim Arab area in Sydney, Australia. My next door neighbours were Lebanese and Palestinian, and on the other side, Syrian, and there was a lot of Iraqis. So my exposure to the Middle East actually started from a very, very young age. I remember when I was a child, I'd jump the fence and I would celebrate Ramadan with my neighbours. It was a common thing, and everyone was speaking Arabic. And then at 27, at the beginning of my Hollywood career, I was fortunate enough to get a really amazing role on a TV series called The Vampire Diaries, which you talked about. I hit sort of a low point in my life, I guess, to a degree, and what it means to sort of pursue your dream and what that means in terms of a satisfaction to the soul. I was asking a lot of questions, and series of events led me to becoming a Christian. So that was in 2012. By 2016, series of events, I ended up in Iraq. I was volunteering with a non-profit bringing emergency aid to people fleeing ISIS. And I saw firsthand the atrocities and violence of what radical Islam is capable of doing. At that time, it was the Yazidi community that was deeply affected, and very similar things to what we saw on October 7th. And I hit a point in my life in 2016 where I was kind of done with the world. And I remember calling out to Hashem, to God, and saying, take my life. I don't think I want it anymore. I was working on a TV show. I was in Iraq. I was hearing horrific stories about what radical Islam has done to many people, whether they were kidnapped, taken into Mosul, watched their family members be executed in front of them, women being raped or kidnapped. And I mean, we even saw recently there was a young Yazidi girl that was rescued from Gaza who was originally from Iraq. And that's actually a cousin of one of the young Yazidi boys that I met in Iraq back in 2016. And all I remember in that moment of time where I was crying out to God saying, this world is corrupt, it's ugly, I feel no purpose to what I'm doing. I said, take my life. I remember hearing a voice that was as clear as day, but it was speaking to the depths of my heart, and it simply said, if you're that willing to give up your life, give it to me, what's the difference? And so in Iraq, on a dusty field, I felt as if God was speaking to me and challenging me on the direction of my life. At that point in my Christian journey, I'd never really read the Bible. It's bits and pieces. As most Christians, they go to church, they hear what the pastor says. And I went back to the US after that moment of time, and I read the entire Torah, the Tanakh, and the New Testament in 28 days.
Wow.
And after I'd finished reading it, one word stood out that I couldn't get out of my head. I would think about it all the time. I would ponder the reality of what this word means and represents in the kingdom of God. And the word was Israel. After reading the entire Bible in such a short amount of time, I realized that God has this deep, covenantal, unbreakable bond, not only to a people, but also to a land. And shortly after that, one day I was in church and I heard the very same voice that spoke to me in Iraq and said, go to Israel. So that was in 2017. I was obviously very obedient to, that calling, and I came, and the original goal was to understand the Jewishness of Jesus. But when I got here, I was faced with the discrepancy between everything I'd learned from my Arab friends and Muslim community that I grew up with about Israel and the Jewish people, never having much engagement with Jews as a teenager and in my early years as an adult, to what was unfolding on the ground. And there was just a difference between what they were saying and what was really going on. And I guess that's kind of where the journey started, to try and understand what is Israel, who are these collection of people who are uniquely different to every other people group in the world, which is obviously the Jewish identity. And that's where the sort of journey started back in 2017.
So it's an incredible journey, incredible story to hear the start of the journey. And since then, of course, your journey's continued here. And I do want to ask, since that initial moment where you sort of heard or came to Israel, what is it about Israel, its people, its culture, its history, that sort of really resonates with you on a personal level?
Many things. I mean, look, what I've witnessed over the past 22 months is a true testament to the spirit of the Jewish identity. I often speak around the world to different Jewish communities in light of October 7th. And, one thing I often say at the beginning of many of my talks, when I'm addressing, whether it's a synagogue or a large Jewish audience or a Jewish organization, is the Jewish people, by and large, are a people who have been hated by all, but loved by one. And they've been hated by nations, empires, kingdoms, dictators. And the one that loves them is the divine, Hashem. And you can see it, even in the darkness. And, for the Christians who are watching this, I think we're actually living in, profoundly powerful and biblical times that if you understood the Word of God and you understood the text, you would know exactly what's unfolding before our eyes, where many are, I would say, spiritually blind. And sometimes it's hard to make sense of anti-Semitism that we're seeing around the world, and it's illogical because it's a spiritual battle, not a physical battle that we've been witnessing. And that's why I think many of us are in shock at what we're seeing unfold around the world, from the response of governments, the response of non-profits, the response of certain groups who you would think have nothing in common with radical Islam, but all of a sudden they're building these strange alliances.
Israel Bonds is the most direct and impactful way to invest in Israel's future. So if you want to invest in what matters most to you, you can invest in Israel with Israel Bonds. Scan the QR code to invest now. You've been one of the most outspoken, I would say, advocates of the Jewish people of Israel, especially since October 7th. Now, you could have chosen to stay quiet, especially doing the work that you do in your industry in Hollywood, but you've chosen to speak out on behalf of the Jewish people, on behalf of the state of Israel. Why?
Yeah, I mean, I follow the Messiah. I follow Yeshua, and I'm the kind of person that I'm not a 50-50 person. I'm all in on anything I commit myself to in life. And the one lesson that I think I take from what Yeshua taught his disciples 2,000 years ago, when he was trying to unpack the kingdom of heaven and unpack who he was, what he was trying to achieve, but more than that, to try and give them the correct understanding of how we operate in a fallen world. He says this to his disciples: there's no greater form of love than one laying down his life for a friend. Now, ultimately, Yeshua does that in a way where he's laying down his life so that we can be reconciled with a perfect God in our imperfection of our sin. But for me to model that, it means that I sometimes have to lay down my life in order to show what love really looks like. Now, a lot of people have taken very, very strong stands over the past 22 months, particularly for the pro-Palestinian side. The Tucker Carlsons, the Candace Owens, the Dan Bilzerians of this world, who have massive influence, but yet we can look at them and we can ask the question, it's benefiting their personal cause to stand the way that they have. Even Piers Morgan, to a degree, it's like a paycheck for them. And it's picking the bigger side because the bigger side's going to have a much more favourable return on investment. Now, any person who stands with Israel in 2025, you're going to be hated, you're going to be persecuted, and it's going to come at a cost. And for me, it's a way that I can show the Jewish people a love that they haven't experienced from many people. If I'm willing to lay down my life in the sense of losing my career, losing my future work opportunities, risking, parts of my life, even in my comfort, I've experienced a lot of hatred for what I say, what I'm willing to say, and how strong I'm willing to stand on the fact that I'm a Zionist. And I'm not ashamed of that. And I think all Christians should be Zionists at heart, because it's impossible to read through the entire Bible and not see that God's intention is a people and a land, and he doesn't finish until he's got the job done. And there's something that God is doing with his people. 1948 for me is a biblical marker where God was making declarations to the nations that his covenant to Abraham still stands. And for us as Christians, we need to actually look at that, celebrate that, and also know that if God's promise is that the Jewish people will return to the land, just as he said in Isaiah 11, and that they've returned, then whatever is fighting against that is not only anti-God, it's anti-Christ. It's anti-Messiah. It's anti-promises of what Hashem has said to a people for thousands of years. And that's why, as simply put, you look at the framework and the ideologies of the pro-Palestinian movement. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. We want all of it. In fact, just moments before I got here, I was doing an interview with Ohad Ben Ami, who was in Gaza for 491 days. And I was able to sit down and have a very, very long conversation with him about his experiences, which were just truly, truly unbelievable. But you realize that this is a battle where they want to take everything. And one thing that he realized while he was in Gaza is they're not interested in coexistence. They're not interested in peace. They want all of it, and that's the only way it's going to go. And so that becomes a biblical battle. And I think for Christians watching, there's no middle seat. There's no option to be like, I just want to love both sides and I just want to love all people. And I have a heart for Palestinians, but I also frame my compassion and care for Palestinians under the understanding that their aggression causes their suffering. And the moment they stop their aggression and their violence, their suffering will also end. You know, some people in Gaza are also hostages. They're hostages to Hamas. But until we can acknowledge that and accept that, then, you know, I think Christians have to really make a strong choice.
It is truly an existential battle, I think, that Israel is fighting today and that it's been fighting for decades. And, you know, you talked a little bit about the cost of standing up for Israel. And so I do want to ask you what sort of personal price you've paid for taking a stand, standing and speaking out on behalf of the state of Israel.
Yeah, I mean, there's like a very superficial loss, which is like, you know, I probably imagine my Hollywood career is pretty much done and dusted. You know, I'm just so vocal about this. I haven't kind of taken a sort of backseat, and I would imagine any producer who's reviewing my audition tape, whose ultimate goal is to have a successful show so they can make money. They're not going to put me in a TV show or a series or a movie that could jeopardize the success of a film because I could get boycotted, people could be opposed to my message, they'll call me, you know, a genocide supporter or any false, you know, accusation that they tend to make about how I feel about this current conflict. So I realize that's done. So, you know, the 20 years of my life building a career goes like this. You know, there's a personal cost. I get a lot of death threats, obviously. Many death threats. Some of them have been very serious and I've had to take real precautions. You know, there's been situations, I mean, I was even with Noah Aragami.
Yeah.
And, you know, we got into arguments with people on the street in Vancouver. And people would actually argue with her about the state of Gaza, having never been there, and face to face with, you know, a hostage who had been in Gaza and experienced that firsthand, and people still wanted to argue. And there were moments where people wanted to, like, be physical, you know. So there's situations like that. But all that aside, like, I take you back to what I started with in Iraq. When I said to Hashem, it's yours, it wasn't poetic. It wasn't, okay, well, it's yours for a period of time. I really meant what I said to him. I made that promise. And, you know, I put this up on my social media the other day. You know, I'm here until every single hostage comes home. And, you know, I guess this is just the personality that God shaped me with. And I feel like sometimes in life you choose a purpose, and sometimes in life a purpose is chosen for you, and you get to decide if you're going to walk down that road.
Were you surprised by sort of this hate, this backlash?
Not at all.
Did any of it surprise you?
No, because I understand the Bible. I understand it very well. I think that's the thing that's given me the most clarity. Whether you're a Jew or you're a Christian, when you read God's word, it presents and sets patterns that help us understand everything that's before our eyes. The first murder in the Torah, in the book of Bereshit, Cain kills his brother Abel out of jealousy. And it's always an interesting thing because, you know, how does that play into what we're looking at in our world today? Well, the world has become deeply jealous and envious of the idea that God chose a people. You know, just as God chose Abel, God also chose Abraham, and through Abraham, Isaac, and Yaakov, he created this nation, and they're his chosen people. And God himself says, my covenant with Israel will not be broken. As long as the sun rises and the sun sets and the ordinance of nature continue to operate as they have, my covenant to Israel is not broken. Now, as a Christian or as a Jew reading that, you go, okay, he's made a direct promise. And the other thing that God talks about, in fact, one of the prophets, which is a prophet called Zechariah, in Zechariah 12, God is speaking, and as he enters into this speech, he actually outlines his credentials. He says, I'm the creator of the universe. I'm the one who put breath into man, and I'm about to tell you something, so listen. And he says, a day is coming where Jerusalem will become like this heavy stone for the nations that they can't move, and they don't know what to do with it. And when you and I sit here today, we know that Jerusalem is ultimately the centerpiece of this entire story. Whose capital is it? Who does it belong to? Who is the rightful owner of it, and who should have sovereignty over it? That's what the fight about. Even October 7th, when Hamas invaded Israel, their ultimate goal was the Alaska flood. So it all goes back to this place. But God goes on to say that every single nation will rise up against Jerusalem and Judah. Now, the identity of Judah has become what we would define as the Jewish identity today, right? The tribe that God has regathered and put back into the land, just as he promised in Isaiah, and just as he said in Amos chapter number 9 at the very back end, when God's making a declaration, he says, I'm going to rebuild David's sukkah. But he also says this, which is so beautiful and profound. He says, once I've put them back in the land, never again will I pluck them out. And it's a declaration of Adonai. So for those who read the Bible, you're like, okay, here are the promises I understand. Covenantal relationship with the Jewish people, which is unconditional, because when Abraham was making this covenantal relationship with God, Abraham was asleep. He says they're going to be returned a second time in the land. When they're returned in the land, they're never going to be plucked out again. And then he hears in Zechariah that every nation's going to rise up against Judah and Jerusalem. Now, let's say you and I lived 250 years ago, and we're reading this text, and you and I are contemplating what that means and what that represents. First of all, there's no Israel. So we're like, how's that going to happen? And then the next question I guess you and I would ask, so let's say if God recreates and rebirths Israel into this modern state that we have today, how is every single nation going to oppose? How is every single nation going to stand against them? Like, yes, maybe Lebanon, maybe Egypt, maybe Syria, but every nation? Couldn't be. But what we've witnessed over the last 22 months, the deception, the lies, and the manipulation of the pro-Palestinian movement to convince the world to oppose the Jew, to vilify Israel, it's starting to look like the roadmap. And it's scary, right? It's a scary thing. Like, is this what leads the world to hate the Jew? Their presence back in the land and their right to defend themselves against radical, violent Islamists who only want to conquer all things. And we're looking at it, and it's a scary thought. Now, the next question you might ask me is, well, are you not scared then? Is this not the moment of time where you think, well, if this is it, I better step back and clear the way? Who wins? Who ultimately gets the final say? And this is where we go back to the Torah. We go back to the Tanakh. And I would make the argument in the book of Job. It's a wisdom book. It's one of the only books that they say was written by Moses. And we hear this unconventional story about a righteous man suffering. And the question is, why does Job suffer? Doesn't make sense. He didn't do anything wrong. And his friends come and they give him all this advice. Well, you must have sinned. You must have done this. Maybe you don't realize and you've done, and it's your fault. And everyone's trying to blame Job. And at the end of the story, God shows up. And we have these powerful chapters where then finally God speaks. And the amazing thing is God's the last one to speak, and God never answers the question why Job suffered. But what we actually learn is that through Job's suffering, we get to know the sovereignty, the power, the majesty of who God is. And so for me as a Christian, for me as a believer in the God of Israel, I look at it like this. Ultimately, you and I are about to witness the showdown between humanity and Hashem. And I know Hashem is going to win. So I'm going to stand with him, even though it looks like this is going to be a big loss, because I know he gets the final say, and I know that he's going to make every single wrong right, and he's going to bring justice to those who deserve justice. He's going to vindicate those who have been falsely accused, and he's going to bring wrath on those who did wickedness in this world.
It's a very powerful message. And, you know, when you care so deeply about someone or something, you don't just support it, you invest everything in it as you're doing. And so I want to just end with one final question and ask, if you could inspire others to invest their money, their time, their voice in Israel and its people and its future, what would you tell them? And what's the one thing that you hope will stay with them long after this conversation?
It's incredible what one person can do with the right attitude. I have one job. It's not for me. It's not for Israel. It's not even for the Jewish identity. It's to glorify the God of Israel. And, it's one of those situations where I want to be a voice in the wilderness. It's not, I don't want any glory for this. And often it's almost uncomfortable how many people come to me in Israel and thank me. And often I try and say, hey, don't thank me, thank Hashem. Because without him, I couldn't do it. But I think for those who want to do something, first of all, know it's going to cost you. And that's the price of love. But love only becomes powerful when you're willing to lose. That's where love has power. If I'm just here to gain, there's no power in that. But when you're actually willing to lose and elevate the name above all names, for me, it's Yeshua. He will guide you, he will lead you, and he will take you to places and do things in your life where you could only describe it as a miracle. Let me give you one example, and this is how we'll finish. I told you I came to Israel in 2017 for the first time. And when I came, I was on a mission, discover the Jewishness of Jesus, and answer the call that was given to me back in Iraq. Now, I always think it's interesting because Abraham also originally comes from Iraq in his story, and he's on a journey to come to the Promised Land. So in some sort of roundabout way, I've kind of gone on some sort of, Abrahamic journey, starting in Iraq, being called to build a relationship with a voice and a God who I didn't really fully understand. And so when I got here for the first time, I knew that there was a purpose to what I was doing, but I didn't understand what it was. And the very first photo that I posted from Israel is still on my Instagram today. You can scroll all the way back. You can find it. It's on the 8th of May, 2017. And I was at Caesarea Maritime. It's a picture of me facing a sunset. And I put up on a caption that I knew I was here for a purpose. I was giving thanks and glory to God. And I put in a hashtag, Holy Land Purpose Tour. Now, why is that important? And why is the date important? You may or may not be aware that in 2024, I was given a huge honor and privilege to light the torch on Independence Day. How do you describe it in Israel? What's the correct? Hamesuah, right? So I got given this honor to be a torchbearer on one of the most powerful days as a nation. And I'm the first non-Israeli, non-Jewish person to do it in history. So you've had some Israelis and you've had some Jews, but you've never had a non-Israeli, non-Jewish person do it before. So it was a historical moment that they would allow me to do that. But more than that, for me, it was personally a powerful moment because I was given an honor to be part of a nation that I've fallen in love with. Now, that was in 2024. If you do the math, back to 2017, it's 7 years. Impressive. On the cab ride home, I was thinking about that. Wow, it's been 7 years since I first came into Israel, not knowing a single Jew, not understanding a single thing about the Jewish people, and not knowing anything about this land or how everything has unfolded over the last 77 years. And over 7 years, God taught me and poured into me, and I had many, many amazing people that have come along that journey. Israelis, Jews, just incredible, incredible people, friends that I consider family. And I'm on the cab ride home and I think about that first photo I took. So I went back into my phone and I scrolled and I looked at the date and it was the 8th of May, 2017. And I looked at the day that I lit the torch and it was the 8th of May, 2024. 7 years to the day. Coincidence? Sure. But to me, God was telling me something. He was saying, you may not understand what I'm doing, how I'm doing it, but I'm going to show you something in your own life that if you trust me, I'm going to take you to a place that you didn't even think was possible. And so I trust God so much now. And for me, it's like, what can I do to glorify his name more if he could do all this with me over a period of time where I didn't fully understand what he's doing, how much more could I do in a period of time where I'm like, I trust you, Hashem. And I think the most important thing now for me is to elevate the voices of the voiceless, which are the hostages. This is where we should be right now. Anyone watching this, the first prayer of every single day and the last prayer of every single day should have the names of the hostages who still remain in Gaza, because they are the first victims from October 7th, and they're the first victims to be forgotten about by mainstream media, by NGOs, by the Red Cross, sometimes even by this government. So we need to bring them back into the conversation, and we need to make sure that every single one of them comes home. And that's where my heart is. I said to myself, when the last one comes home, take a break.
Thank you so much for sharing your journey with us and being here today.
Thanks for having me.
And in a world that can sometimes feel like a sea of voices, Nate's voice is so important, and his advocacy for the state of Israel and the Jewish people makes a real difference. So thank you, Nate, for speaking up, for standing up for what matters, and thank you for reminding us that when we stand up for what matters, we can inspire others to do the same. So you've heard what it means to speak out for Israel. Now let's talk about what it means to invest in it. Our sponsor, Israel Bonds, the Development Corporation for Israel, has raised over $55 billion for the Jewish state since 1951. At the heart of that impact are individuals like our next guest. Josh Rubens is a member of the Israel Bonds National Board of Directors, and he's here to share how investing in Israel isn't just a financial choice, it's a personal one. Josh, welcome.
Thank you, Ladar. It's a pleasure to be here.
So Josh, what first got you involved with Israel Bonds? Was there a moment when it really sort of clicked for you, when you realized this was something you wanted to be a part of?
In 2011, I had moved to Miami. I was a young lawyer, and I was looking to get involved with a pro-Israel organization. And I happened to meet a couple other individuals that were working with Israel Bonds staff to relaunch the Young Professionals Division in Miami. And there was 4 of us, along with a staff member, that kicked off the division. And since 2011, I've been closely involved with Bonds, and it's been an amazing ride. So for about 15 years, I've held leadership positions throughout the organization, and in January 2023, I joined the organization's board of directors. And it's been a pleasure and a privilege to really be involved closely with Israel Bonds for the last 15 years. It's very meaningful, and I know that my time and effort as a volunteer has hopefully made a meaningful impact for the organization.
Now, a lot of people think of investing as something sort of strictly financial, but with Israel Bonds, there's clearly something more behind it. You know, how do you see it as a reflection of your values?
Being involved with the state of Israel to help Israel achieve its goals and its mission has been very, very rewarding. And knowing that I'm contributing to help Israel reach the many Jews in the diaspora here in the United States and abroad, it's a worthwhile cause, and it's very fulfilling to know that these efforts have helped create the success that Israel Bonds has been able to achieve over the last 75 years.
And for someone who cares about Israel but hasn't thought about investing this way, what would you say to them?
I would say that becoming a stakeholder through Israel Bonds is very, very meaningful. And it's meaningful because not only can you purchase a bond and have a financial interest, but you can show your support in your community. You can get involved in Israel Bonds events. Israel Bonds has many different divisions for lay leaders to get involved, and I'm a product of that. I've been involved, as I said, since 2011, and been involved in many volunteer capacities, from the Young Professionals Division to the Legal Division to the Campaign Advisory Council. And so Israel Bonds not only lets you participate as a stakeholder, as someone who holds direct securities in the state of Israel, but also offers a lot of volunteer opportunities to get involved.
Thank you, Josh. What a powerful reminder that support for Israel doesn't stop at words. Whether you're raising your voice or putting your dollars to work, there are many ways to show up for what matters.
Thanks for having me, Ladar.
This has been One on One. I'm Ladar Gravelazi. Thanks for watching, and see you next time.
Israel's only English news channel, bringing you the headlines that matter every hour, straight from the center of where it's all unfolding.
It's kosher, it's Glot. You're listening to Glot. It's all Glot.
Welcome to another episode of Glots, brought to you by Fleishix Magazine and Kosher.com. We're actually so excited to be back. We took a little bit of a break because we filmed 1 or 2 episodes like side by side. So we were able to take a little bit of a break from filming these episodes, but it's really fun to be back.
I'm happy to be back.
Yeah.
Yes, it's so exciting. I love it.
Yeah.
I really
it's
do enjoy
fun
it.
to
Meeting
chat
interesting
food.
people,
Yeah.
chatting food, chatting other
100%.
stuff. And it's just good to be back.
Yeah, and our guest today was awesome. We had Melinda Strauss on the podcast. She's the author of the new book, Eat Jewish. And we spoke about the cookbook process, recipe testing, also quote unquote stealing recipes. It was a really dynamic and interesting conversation. So we're really excited for you guys to take a listen. Oh, and what are we working on?
Oh,
Should we
okay.
chat?
Yes,
like
sure.
catch up just a bit
Yes.
on
Okay.
our end of so the episode is amazing. It's really fun. You could skip ahead if you want to just get into our conversation with Melinda. In the meantime, we are
you don't have to skip ahead.
finishing.
You can hang out with us.
We are finishing the Rosh Hashanah issue, which I cannot believe. It's always very jarring to think about how fast Rosh Hashanah will be here. We're always like a step ahead because we're working in advance, because we're almost printing Rosh Hashanah in the beginning of August. So that's been fun, but it is an amazing issue. Shlomi could attest to it.
It's a solid issue. It's really beautiful, really special. And it's a new year, new things coming. And
What was the most exciting part? Now I'm going to interview you. What was the most exciting part of the Rosh Hashanah issue for you?
I happen to really like that challah.
Yes, the blow-up challah.
There was a really good apple cake of some sorts.
Yes.
In the skillet, I think it was.
We did like a cookie skillet with apples instead of chocolate chips. Very delicious. And there's 1 or 2 extra steps that really make the recipe unique, which is what we do at Fleishix. And then we also did like apple fritter cake. So it's a apple cake that's inspired by the apple fritter. An apple fritter is like a fried donut that has apples. So we took that flavor profile and the texture of an apple cider donut and just mixed it all together into an apple bundt cake. It's beautiful. That's amazing. So many exciting things. And then in our side of the world, we haven't really been traveling this month. We didn't really go anywhere.
We traveled before the summer
We
a little
went
bit.
to the Catskills like everybody else.
We've been doing Shabbos in the country.
Yeah.
And yeah, we've just been busy
We
with...
got our Fialkov's pizza.
Yeah. We've actually been comparing the Fialkov pizza upstate and different
Yeah,
stores.
the one upstate does taste the most.
The OG.
The
It
OG,
is
but
the OG.
They're all good, but that one does taste the OG. And across the street from Fialkov's Pizza Monticello is a really good bakery that makes really good chocolate danishes and babkas. So if you're in the area, you should check it out. It's good. What else? Any other good eats?
Any other good eats in the country? There's a bunch of stuff opening and
Or
closing.
just in general
There's more
that you've
pizza
enjoyed this
stores.
month?
There's more restaurants. You know, Bison Bourbon, Bourbon has been very
It's
popular.
fascinating to see the growth in upstate.
But what
Because
is interesting
we've
is
been
that
going for 20 years now.
yeah.
And it's really transformed.
So the fast food, there's a lot of stuff out
Yeah.
there. When it comes to like the fine dining, that's what's I'm not gonna say lacking, but it's
Who
not the
wants
same
fine
as in the
dining
city.
in the country?
Well, there is. That's what I was about to say.
I
The
feel like-
Bison Bourbon and Bison Bourbon, they've done that on the water.
Okay.
And apparently, like that's the place to
Gourmet
go.
Glot is now. They took over Kaimicha Lanes, which I can't believe happened. Kaimicha
Yeah.
Lanes is
It's a
closed.
beautiful store. I did a whole tour of the Gourmet Glot.
So it's
and-
amazing. But to me, it's like, who wants a steakhouse in the country? You're supposed to go to the country to just like swim And I don't know, the ice cream truck, like,
But there are
those
people
days
that are
gone?
there.
Those days are gone.
100%. But you have people that are there, like they go for a week, so they want to go out when they're there.
It's
for a
true.
week.
You're there for a
Or
week.
you
You
have
want to go out.
like people living in Brooklyn who really go up to the country for the summer. So the woman typically, and I'm not saying everyone, but there are women with their kids, and the husbands come for the weekend. When they come, they want to go out once a week and go on a date. So they'll go to a nicer restaurant, not just like.
But
a
I think
pizza
during the
or
week
a burger place.
also, they have, people are going, people are ordering. So it's a very interesting shift. But I wonder if it puts pressure on people. Like, you go upstate, you spend so much money,
yeah.
and now you also have to order things from restaurants to like.
Well, you don't have to do anything, but I'm sure there are.
It's
some
very
people that
hard when
feel the
you're in a
pressure.
group setting
Yes.
and people are doing something. You
Yeah.
also want to do it, I remember I had a friend, like back in the day, everybody used to go to Middletown.
Yes.
It was just a thing, like on Sunday to do something. People went to Middletown, and her family never went. And
She felt like she was missing out.
she felt like Middletown. What's in Middletown?
That's
and one
funny.
time when she was older, she went to Middletown.
She's like, what the heck is there?
she was so confused
That's
about.
funny.
You think so. There is just that mentality of people are doing stuff. You want to go do it. Also, that's what I wrote about in the summer issue. It was one of the most controversial things I've ever said on Instagram. Is that people like really did not like it and also sort of told me I'm being a hypocrite, is when I said that you don't have to travel far to go on vacation. And I think that in the summer months specifically, and then you have winter break, people go to these very exotic locations. They'll go to Italy, Rome, Israel, wherever, the islands. And I've been there and I've done it all. So that's why people are like, well, you've done it, so it's very easy for you to say it. I really feel that because I've done it,
Yeah.
I really feel that because I've done it, I'm more of an authority to say, guys, like, I've done it. I've done the trip to Rome. I've done the trip to Paris. I've done the trip to Israel. I'm not going to go list everything else I've done.
Okay.
But I can say with confidence that I've gotten the same feeling that you get on vacation doing very simple, not always simple, but local things, I don't think you have to spend. And sometimes I'm really passionate about this. Sometimes you could spend $5,000-$10,000 to take your quote unquote dream vacation and your flight is
Doesn't live up
delayed
to
and
the
then the
hype.
hotel, something goes wrong and you're so tired and you're so busy and like sometimes taking.
No, there's definitely something to what you're saying. I mean, America in general, there are so many places to go see. You can take flights all over the country, but even just local. New York, we think of New York as New York City and okay, maybe and Muncie, a bit of Jersey, a bit of, Long Island. But New York is the state. You go a few hours up, like when we drove up to Montreal.
Literally.
You're driving for hours and there are so many hikes and
And
nature
millions
and-
of people come in
Yeah.
to visit New York. How many of the people listening live in the tri-state area and probably never really spent a whole day in Central Park and went to a
Saying
museum?
even here centrally.
Literally, I went once. This is an example, and I don't believe that it all has to be simple. But people think, okay, I'm gonna go splurge in 10 years. I'm gonna go do something insane. Do smaller things more often. You're just gonna end up having that feeling of vacation. So a really luxury thing I did was I went to the Ritz-Carlton, remember, in the city.
Yes.
That was a beautiful location, by the way, if anyone's looking to do something like that. It was well worth it because the views in the hotel, I didn't have to leave the hotel to feel like I was literally seeing 360-degree views of the whole New York. It was about a 5 to 10 minute walk to Union Square Market. So I was able to go to the market, which is open Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I came back, I was like floating on air. Stayed at the Ritz. I got to see the whole city. I got to go to the market, walk around. There's nothing like it. I don't know. Like for me, that was, you have Marriott Bonvoy points, just go and splurge, enjoy.
Yep.
But even something simple. So I'm busy going on vacation. do I even work?
She works extremely hard.
I went when we went to upstate, and I have this like minhag where we go upstate, and then on Friday for 2-3 hours I go somewhere. And Shlomi's very kind, and he watches the kids. He
So
takes them
kind.
swimming.
I watch my kids.
And I go and enjoy. So I drove out we're in Monticello, so that's our little town. I drove out to Ellenville, okay? The drive was so relaxing. And I basically went to this bookstore that also has a coffee shop. I got myself a little mint tea. I was sipping the mint tea, people watching. The street in Ellenville is very historic. I took a little walk, went to a thrift shop. I didn't buy anything. And I came back home. And I listened to Yishai Rebo on the way, and I was thinking about Eretz Yisrael. It was a really wonderful and it was just such a nice 3-hour excursion that cost me the price of a mint tea. Literally. Anyway, so I wrote all about this in
It's so
Fleishix.
funny.
And we gave tons of ideas and resources because there are so many things that you could do to find yourself. Look, even if you don't want to go to a hotel, remember what we did? It was your birthday.
Went to the city.
Yeah.
Stayed there for the night.
What website did we use? What was it called? It's in the magazine. Dayuse.com. No, we didn't stay for the night.
Oh, we didn't stay for the night, right?
We went for the day because we couldn't stay for the night.
Yes.
So,
yes.
because we had a little baby at home and we didn't want to. So we went for the day. It was so nice. We went to dayuse.com and we literally just booked a hotel for the day, chilled, walked around the city. We ordered food into the hotel. It was so much fun. It was like, we played hooky as adults.
Yes, it was very cute.
Guys, the possibilities are endless. And I really urge everyone to take advantage of whatever moments you have to just enjoy, even if it's pockets of your day that you could take and feel like you did a mini vacation. I think, I'm going to talk about this for hours. I think that a few smaller many things like this over a period of a year equals to a more relaxed person than doing these grand things once every 3 years. Is that a hot take?
Yeah, that's a hot take. I happen to agree with you. I see it. You wrote about it in the
July issue of Fleishix. Yeah, this is it. The summer issue. There's a big article and it has all the resources. I like in the magazine, I think the article will probably make its way on kosher.com,
yes,
by the way.
It will.
But I like to, we're all about the ungoogleable content. So that makes its way in the magazine.
Great. Enjoy the episode.
Yes.
And we'll see you next time.
Okay.
This episode is brought to you by Tuscanini's new fine Italian chocolates. These are their truffles.
It's always so much fun to see what Tuscanini is bringing to the kosher market. These are really cool and delicious.
Okay, so here's the difference. These are parv and these are milchik. Sorry,
Brown.
my bad. No, they're both milchik.
Oh.
These are plain. I got confused. There's a third one that's parv.
Okay.
These are.
Oh, they do make a parv one.
Yes, and the funny thing is, you try them. We'll have to show them another time, and people don't know that they're parv. They taste milchik.
Really?
They're really, really good.
Okay, so we have to try that.
But you have the milk truffle chocolates, and then you have the hazelnuts.
Oh, I like that they're named after different Italian towns. Venice, Milano.
Oh, I didn't even notice that. That's so cute.
It's very cute. It's very on brand.
Yes, very on brand.
Which one is your
Solid
preferred
product. I like the
flavor?
hazelnuts.
And what's the blue one?
The plain milk truffle.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, really good stuff. I don't want to say I go through bags of these, but once I take one, I usually end up having a bunch, and it's like a pile of wrappers. Yeah,
It's that good.
it's that good. This episode is brought to you by MealMart's Amazing Meals. So
Summer of travel has come.
people are traveling, and even
Put these on the
beyond
bottom
the summer.
of your suitcase, no matter where you go. You never know when you'll need it. Pass me. Let me
So
check
take
it
a look.
out.
This is a roasted chicken with carrot hummus, potato kugel, and farfel.
Yum.
Heat and serve. So you've got this to go. It's packaged. It's ready. People that are traveling in places where you can't get kosher food, or you don't want to just rely on, cans of tuna or local produce. This is a great option. Heat and serve. You're ready to go. Microwave oven or boiling water or on a hot plate. They've got instructions on how to do it. And
this meal has 19 grams of protein and 5 grams of fiber.
oh, you have the
The chicken
chow mein. You know what? We're actually gonna have to get.
It's like a full meal. That's
We're
so
gonna come back with a
nutritious.
bunch of others. These are both chicken meals. They have meat meals. They have some other stuff.
Very cool.
Either way, it's a great
Okay, we have to.
option
You know
for
what
when
we
you're
have to do
traveling.
though? Besides for when we're traveling, we should do like a real tasting it.
We should maybe.
Yeah,
That is a good idea. We
it's
definitely
gonna
should.
be fun.
So check out the MealMart Amazing Meals.
We are live.
We're
at
live right
the-
now.
Yeah.
We are live right now.
Listen,
yes.
you got to always get the content.
Oh yeah, heck
That
yeah.
is the most important thing.
Should I just leave it right here?
Sure,
Take
it
care
could
of
just be like your necklace. This is your accessory.
It is.
By the way,
Which is
that would be
wonderful.
cute. Like a charm.
I want to put it on like on a bag
Because it's very jewelry-esque.
It
Your
totally
The
is.
cover of your new book, Eat Jewish.
It is, and even like the little challah.
Totally, I love it.
Who came up with the
designed
blue
it?
and gold?
They actually, it was all. There's a designer who literally designs book covers for a living, and they hired someone to do it.
Wow.
I was so nervous, especially because it's not like your typical picture of
100%.
food and this and that. We
And
had
you
a-
have this design at the opener of every chapter.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, it's a really nice,
I feel
beautiful
like blue and
Italian.
gold just feels very like
Jewish.
Jerusalem chic.
Yeah.
Is that
Yeah.
the word?
Oh, yeah, Jerusalem chic.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
It's like a tablecloth vibe, also. Like,
Oh yes,
you know,
like
so.
the Shabbos table
Yeah.
type of look. It's very, very cool. So we are
Alright,
here with Melinda Strauss, who is so many things, but we're here to talk about her new book, Eat Jewish, but also talk about Melinda in general. It's so nice to have you here. We've known each other for.
I was gonna say, how long do we know Melinda?
I was gonna say a decade.
Probably around
Over
like
a decade.
14 years. I started my blog 15 years ago, almost 15 years
Wow.
ago. So, and we met pretty much towards the beginning through Twitter.
Twitter, yes. It wasn't Instagram.
No.
It wasn't email or anything. It was Twitter.
It was Twitter.
You want to know why? I reached out to you guys because you had Teavon.
Yes, that was our
and
first
you
magazine.
had done either it was something with liver or something that I would like either with, I would think it was liver, not tongue. And I was like
Okay.
so excited about it that I reached out to you guys and I was like, I want to do something with this magazine because I love that kind of food. I love,
So at the time, your blog was about Jewish food.
I mean, back then, I don't really know what it was
Then it was
about.
called.
Was it?
It was before. By the way, people don't remember Kitchen Tested.
Yeah, kitchen tested,
Uh-huh.
kitchen-tested.com because
Right.
kitchen tested wasn't available.
Right.
And it was just food.
It was
there
just food.
no-
It wasn't, but there was a lot of Jewish elements. I guess it's the things you're cooking.
Yeah, it's what I am.
More
right?
so, I think you were like quite adventurous. You always dabbled in
Yes.
the offal and something interesting.
yes.
Where does that come from? Like your love of food and also your sort of developed palate that you're willing to try a lot of things that most people won't.
Oh, my I would say my parents, but really my dad.
Okay,
my
your
mom
dad
is
is-
more like she doesn't like to try a lot of new things, where my dad will try anything. And
Okay.
my grandmother, actually, my Savta, which she's actually in the book. I'll show you guys a beautiful picture of it. I'm so distracted by Shlomi.
Oh.
I'm undiagnosed ADHD.
We started.
Thank you.
Oh, that's funny. You started with the content.
Yes,
He
okay.
started with the content, and I don't even know that you're just back from Israel,
it.
by the way, because
Oh,
I
yeah.
have not been on Instagram, so I don't know what is going on in this world.
Well, let's
Well,
pretend
so-
there's no jet lag. It's like,
yeah,
so
let's welcome-
We'll get back to Israel. Let's
Yeah,
go back
let's
to
get
the
back to
offal
Israel.
and our background.
Savta. It's a
Savta.
Adina who I used to sit in the
Is
kitchen.
that your father's mother?
My father's mother. She's
So your
actually
father
born.
is like a huge foodie.
Huge foodie, yeah.
So-
So my Savta, who was actually born in Israel, she was born in I guess British Mandate Palestine in 1924. But she's always been very into food. And it goes back even further. Like her mother had, I wouldn't call it an Airbnb, but in California, they had a place where people could go and stay there when they were coming to visit, soldiers and things like that. So she used to make their Ima's cookies are actually in the book. That was one of her recipes.
Okay.
So she has just always been into food and tongue. Like that's such a young memory for me, is the tongue boiling in the pot. And then we would peel it and do all that kind of stuff. So
Yes,
it's always
we
been
have
there.
Yeah.
that tongue in our magazine.
Oh, yes, we do.
Pesach
We did it
last year.
It was last year or 2 years ago.
Not
it
this
wasn't
past year,
this
last
past
year,
Pesach,
Pesach.
2 years ago.
Yes.
And we made an awesome reel. And there's nothing more cool and interesting and like exciting
really is
as
interesting.
peeling the
Yes,
tongue.
the
It is
peel.
no, it's satisfying.
It is. It's so satisfying. And it just like it peels right off. So it's those
Such a
young
good
memories. My
feeling.
grandmother used to make homemade ice
I
cream.
think tongue is also one of the things that show like someone's tolerance and like how much of a foodie they are,
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
because you got to get over that like.
But if you
Where it
once
comes
once
from.
The
you
actual, and it looks like a tongue. It never loses that
Yes,
look.
yes.
I think like the best way to introduce it to someone is not to tell them it's tongue.
I don't like
Right,
to lie
once
to
it's
people.
cooked.
I just don't like. I get so. I feel bad. Like if I were to
Right.
not tell someone it's tongue or sweetbreads or anything like that,
Mm-hmm.
and then they eat it, and it doesn't feel right. They're gonna like it. I know
Okay.
they will.
Well,
because
the way
it's
we
delicious.
cook it and slice it, it has the shape of the. I mean, you can tell it's tongue.
Oh yeah.
But a lot of chefs now are cooking it in like these slabs and like almost like a steak.
Oh yes, we did that like a tongue steak that you sear, so it's soft and buttery, but the outside has a nice crust.
You wouldn't know.
So you wouldn't trick someone.
I can't.
I had somebody who thought it was really funny that they had a friend who was very pretentious about wine.
Oh boy.
So they poured out the expensive wine and put cheap wine in.
Okay, that's
And
hilarious.
served it at the table and was like, "What do you think about this wine?" And like, you wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. Also, I would.
Maybe with the wine, that's just fun. It's
funny.
like a close friend.
It has to be somebody who could take the joke.
Correct. Oh yeah, that is true too. But to lie about a certain type of food, if they
Right.
have like a mental thing with it or whatever, I would just feel bad.
Yeah.
I want them to try it because they want to try it. Like that's the fun part. Everybody asks me like, what are recipes you want people to make in the book? I mean, everything. But I really want people to try the tongue.
Yeah,
That's, like,
no,
my
they really
favorite.
should. I agree.
Yeah.
Get Melinda's book and try the
I
tongue.
want to see how many people actually do try it.
So your Savta was from Israel. How did your family make their way? You grew up in Seattle.
Yeah.
So how did they make their way from Israel to Seattle? And Seattle's not...
Your father was born in Israel?
No, so my grandmother was born in Israel, but they actually
Okay.
moved when she was very young to California.
Okay.
But my that other side of the family,
LA or...
actually I don't know where.
Okay,
in
so somewhere on the
California.
West Coast.
Yeah, because my mom's actually from the Valley, so everybody's kind of from everywhere. My other grandmother on the other side, born in the Bronx. So
Got it.
every one of my grandparents was actually born in the United States, except for my Savta, who moved very young. So
Okay.
even then, like she, yes, she was, I mean, whatever you can call it, Israeli or Judean, but she was very young when they moved, maybe I think 4 years old. And they moved because of like the Arab riots and things that were going on there. But then the other side of the family, they moved from Russia to Seattle.
Okay. Oh.
He transported 2 young girls. They asked him if he would take them because it wasn't safe for them to go on their own. So they went to Seattle, and then my I guess he's great grandfather, right? That makes sense. I'm always so bad about that. He started like selling old tomatoes to Italians.
Okay.
That's what he
Old
would
tomatoes.
do. That's how it started. That's how he was able to build his business because they always throw
What
them
do you mean
out.
by old tomatoes?
Like the tomatoes that are about to go bad, that are perfect for tomato
sauce
sauce
and
for a
stuff.
Sunday sauce. He used to sell those to the Italians.
I love that niche business concept.
Yeah, and there's food again, by the way. It's like
I
everywhere.
found like something that I always admire about you, looking at your time from starting your blog Kitchen Tested to today, is you really have that skill of going through what's like sort of responding to the technology and the time that we're going through. So you started with a blog, but you didn't sit with your blog.
Right.
You then started an Instagram page, and you got into TikTok at this like prime time and with the right content. And then now you're making a book. So where do you get that sort of instinct from? Is that from your grandfather who sold the tomatoes?
It's a good question because it's totally a natural thing. None of it's on purpose.
You're not
None
you're
of
not
it.
sitting and strategizing.
Zero.
No,
There
we've had
is zero
discussions over the
strategy.
years
Oh,
about
really?
this. Like when
Yeah.
I remember, like the TikTok was the big one.
Yeah, the no
And-
strategy behind it.
yeah.
My daughter wanted to be on it. Like everything has a story, right?
Got
So
it.
my daughter wanted to be on TikTok and she was very young. I figured, and it was like the beginning of COVID. So if she's going to be on it, I should be on it to see what's going on there. Be a responsible mom, even though she shouldn't have been on TikTok. That was irresponsible of me. But I figure if she's going to be on it, I'll be on it too.
That was your introduction to TikTok?
Yeah.
Wow.
So we made like a cute video of us dancing, and I was like, oh, what am I going to do here? And then, everything was just, there was so much like politically everything going on. And I was like, you know what? Nobody follows me on TikTok. I could say whatever I want. A lot of those videos have been deleted. I'm sure
Oh,
people
really?
still have them, but I would just say whatever I wanted. And I started
it.
building a little community. And I would mention like, okay, I'm going to be offline for Sabbath because I knew people didn't know much about it. And they were like, what's that? Or I would mention something kosher in my video. It wasn't on purpose. And they'd ask, what is kosher?
So you've got this following that wasn't necessarily Jewish or religious.
Not at all.
And then naturally it led into, and is TikTok how you got your book deal?
I would say so. I think
Yeah.
a big part of it is just, and Shlomi, I think you'll understand this, especially because we've talked a lot about the kind of food I made in
Yeah.
my blog. I never had direction. There was never, like, I just love making food and I love being adventurous and trying new things. One of the interesting things with my blog is not videos, back then there were no videos, but the viral food that I made was always the most simple food that I made. And,
Interesting.
Really?
and I always loved the
I remember you
crazy
used to make
stuff.
like the Parshas Noach. You would make
the rainbow cake,
stuff.
yeah.
The rainbow hamantashen was a big one.
And those went viral too. Those are very
Okay,
complicated.
so
let's
what's
be
your
real.
2 most viral recipes?
Tina cookies, I think, was a
That's
big one.
for sure, and those are in the book. And
Okay.
then the rainbow hamantashen, which are also in the book.
Okay,
but it
that's so
started
cool.
with a rainbow layer cake. My friend sent me from Martha Stewart a rainbow layer cake, and shout out to Gina, hey, and she was like, you should try it. So I made it parv because hers was dairy, and people were losing their minds. It was like a whole, not only because it was a rainbow cake, but also it was a parv rainbow cake, which wasn't online. So people just started sharing it
So
around.
people are
everywhere.
into the rainbow stuff.
They love the rainbow stuff, and it was just so fun. And
It's
yeah,
so fun.
it's
You know what they
full
were
of crap.
saying? They were saying there's going to be some kashrus issues with the
With the new stuff?
because
Getting rid of
they're
the
banning
dyes?
some of the dyes. So to replace it, they're going to use its extract from bugs.
That is a big issue. But
So
then
it's
just
going to be a
use-
kashrus issue.
But there are some natural dyes.
Definitely. But I'm
For
saying
sure.
like to save money, the companies are likely going to go with the cheapest stuff. I don't know. So it's going to be interesting to see where that goes.
Yeah, but then what's going to happen is that the kosher companies will find their niche and they'll start making, the kosher version
Yeah,
of
but
it.
we're gonna have to go back and like revisit all those companies that are using them. And
Right. Are Twizzlers going to become Trafe?
Oh, I'm going to
Do they have food coloring?
Ooh.
Oh, I mean,
Not a
that
big
red
Twizzler
doesn't look-
fan. I'm a red
Okay.
vine girl, so
Okay, so
I'm
you'll
okay,
be
with
okay.
that. Yeah.
Okay.
But that redness does not look too real.
It's
People,
gross.
by the way, I don't know if people realize how much food coloring is like in how many different products it is.
Yeah, it's so
It's in
random.
everything.
Like we noticed it was in like strawberry yogurt.
Okay, isn't it
Wait,
horrible?
but it was in the pouch.
But
Why
I
is it
feel
in the
like-
pouch? The kids can't even see it.
And it's a U.S. thing, by the way, because outside of the U.S., the same foods won't have that stuff
Yeah.
in it, which drives me crazy. A lot of it's financial. We don't have to get into all the conspiracies, although I have them all. I love a good conspiracy, but there's just so much stuff, extra stuff in our food that
Unnecessary.
doesn't need to be there.
Yeah.
The same cereal outside of the U.S. will have so many less ingredients. Sometimes it doesn't taste as good, but you know, there's got to be
No,
some
but
kind
as far
of
as the
sacrifice.
coloring, it just looks different. The taste isn't
Yeah.
very different.
Correct. There's so much. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's fun. Like I acknowledge it in the book, even with the Rainbow Hamantashen, because it's definitely I'd say least healthy recipe in the entire book. It's full of the most poison.
Right.
Really, you know,
What's
there's
that,
like
the coloring or more?
the food coloring. There's rich whip. Like it's
It has everything. Listen,
Yeah.
if you're gonna do it once in a while, none of these things are too terrible.
yeah.
I
But it
think
is fun
that's
to
how it is
see.
with everything.
For sure, but it is fun to see that in the kosher market we've also evolved and changed. There is a lot
Yeah.
of natural dyes, a lot of products not using food coloring, using
Have we
real
found-
sugars, real
Yeah.
Have we found
substances.
anything that's a replacement for rich whip that is just as delicious
It
and
depe-
full of
I-
less garbage?
I've been playing around with,
Coconut.
for certain things, the coconut cream.
So it's okay.
It depends for what.
Right.
It
it's
depends
not-
for what.
It's not the same.
I used it in a carrot muffin, and it gave that like really beautiful texture.
Coconut cream.
Just the cream and the top of the cream.
Oh, smart.
So it's like really rich. I found that works, but not for everything.
Yeah,
You
it's
can't.
so good. It's one of
It's
those
also-
things that like you feel a
Yeah,
little
you
bad
can't-
about.
What else could you whip up like that?
I know.
That is a challenge. That is definitely a challenge. I'm
Well,
sure.
we could put it out there. Is there a company that wants to take on the challenge?
I would
We'll
love to
support.
see that.
We'll support.
I'll share it. I'll
Yeah,
put it
that's
on my
what I'm saying.
recipes. Let's do it.
100%.
Yeah, we'll go for some
100%.
sponsorships.
There's no natural whips right now that mimic.
Nope.
riches whip.
Not that
I mean,
that
what is
like
riches whip?
accomplishes.
It's
Not what
sugar
accomplishes.
and
It has
chemicals.
hydrogenated stuff.
A lot of delicious chemicals,
Yeah.
but it's good.
Yeah, so I actually got your book. When did I get your book? Like 2 weeks ago, because I was reviewing it. It's going to end up being in our Rosh Hashanah issue, by the way, not in the August issue.
I'm so excited.
We're working on so many different issues at once.
Yeah.
You know, our 75th issue is coming up.
And I have every
Crazy.
single one of them. Thank
Does
you.
that blow?
That's
it's
at
like
least 75.
75.
So are you
And
doing
I'm
anything
like-
big? Which one is your 75th?
it's the sukkahs.
Oh, that's going to be
So
so
I'm
exciting.
having like writer's block for it because
We
I'm
were
very
discussing
like it's such a big occasion
Mhm.
and like I feel the need to meet it and then I'm like, will I? So it's very intimidating. I'm intimidating myself.
What
The
can we do
answer is
special for the
yes.
75th?
No matter what you do, you will
Yeah.
reach it because it's your shifra. But
Yeah, thank you.
that's so, oh my God, it's so exciting.
It's very exciting. So your cookbook review is going to be in the 74th issue.
Amazing.
What's your favorite recipe in the book? Do you have a favorite?
I do.
Yeah?
I'm allowed to pick favorites, right? And it's okay.
Favorites, let's go.
It's
yeah.
funny. I just recently said I can never pick a favorite eye patch, but I could pick a favorite recipe in the book. For me, it's
Favorite
the
eye patch?
I like eye patches that you wear
Oh,
on your
okay,
eyes. You know,
okay.
Shlomi, I know you love your eye patches. Self-care is very important to you, and cheesecake. The oxtail soup.
Oxtail soup.
Ooh,
Yeah.
that sounds yummy.
Really?
It is. To me, it's first of all, it's
When
one of
do
my
you make that?
softas all year long. Like to
Okay.
me, I will serve it instead of chicken soup on Friday night.
It sounds like your family's version.
Is it
of
just a
chicken.
soup or is it more to it? Is it like you're eating it? Is it
Oh,
one
it's a
pot
stew.
dinner?
Oh, it's like a stew, I would say.
Stew.
Like it's thicker. It's not as thick as like, cholent, but it's still a soup.
You're eating that as a dinner or is that just like a
I know.
appetizer?
So I don't ever eat soup for dinner. I'm never like satisfied with just soup. I know some people are, but it's never.
No, it's very in now, like these one pot dinners
Yeah.
and ramen and all these soups that have so much going on. And you're saying,
You could make this a one meal. It has barley in it. It has so many different types of vegetables. It has meat. You could leave out the oxtail if you can't get it because oxtail can be hard to find sometimes.
It's not
and
so easy to find.
very expensive sometimes. Although Coalsave always has in their freezer section. So
Oh,
they're my
really?
go-to. They're like, yeah, they've been amazing with my book.
But I think you could sub. You could do like a few marrow bones and beef cheek.
Correct. So
You
you could
could
definitely
probably-
you could even do
Is
like a
it
regular
the-
stew meat.
Okay.
does beef tail have oxtail have a unique flavor? Or is it like the collagen?
It's a mix. It does have, I think it has a richness that
Yeah.
not all meat has.
To me, the way I would describe it is like, imagine beef cheek lives around like a marrow bone. Yeah,
Well
that's
done.
what avocado
So
feels
true.
like to me.
So good.
Yeah.
And we grew up on it. My
So
Savta always
the meat is actually very tender and soft.
It's amazing.
very
Yeah,
tender.
yeah.
If you don't cook it long enough.
Yeah.
I've had it, by the way. I've just like not
I
really.
once did it in Cholent. It was really good.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do it every week. It was like a $700 Cholent.
When I was first doing my cholent recipe in the book, because I do have a cholent in
Okay.
there, it was so expensive to make. I actually had Naomi Nachman was helping me test it. She tested it like a dozen times for me.
Really?
It was such an
What
expensive
was the most
recipe.
expensive recipe? Was it the Cholent?
It could have been the cholent because there was just so much meat and the marrow and all these different things going in, and we're like, this is not what cholent's supposed to be.
Right.
It's not meant to be an expensive stew. So we really rework things to make it
Interesting.
more
So what's the
affordable.
meat in your book that you recommend?
You know, so to me, I'll get a stew meat. I
You're
love to
okay
put
stew
things
meat.
like beef cheek in.
Got it.
I wouldn't put that in a book though, because I feel like, yes, you're going to make your own choices when you're making a recipe, but I really was mindful of the kinds of foods that are easy for people to get, and not just in the US, but around the world. So when we
So
were
how long
testing
did it take
recipes
you
too,
to plan the book? The book is probably like different stages.
Sure.
You get the book deal.
Yeah.
You get the publisher. That's very exciting. You want to tell us about it?
Yeah, that actually was because of TikTok.
Okay.
Because I was saying before, like I had no direction really with my blog. I just love sharing food, and
You're driven by passion.
yeah. And so
Okay.
for people, it'd be like, all my friends were coming out with books, and it was like, should I put out a book? But what would it be about?
Mm-hmm.
It had no direction at all. I kept thinking about it.
No, but your TikTok really was all about being Jewish.
So when I started with my TikTok, and I would share recipes, and every single Friday, what I make for Shabbos video that I've been doing every single week, even all weeks when I don't cook, I still make the video and talk about why I'm not cooking food. So it's every single week. And I would start sharing some recipes for fun. And every single week I would share that Nora would only eat broccoli, because when she was younger, that's all she would eat. And I roasted broccoli, and people were like, you can roast broccoli? Like everybody's steaming it or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, that's how I always make it. So people started naming it Nora's broccoli.
Oh, wow.
Like the people named
By
it.
roasting broccoli, you mean sheet pan in the oven, simple.
Olive oil.
I have to say, this is
spices.
the most fascinating thing that I've also noticed. Like, when you're very into food, you forget that most people aren't, and most people aren't as obsessed and as passionate as you are. So something as quote unquote simple as roasting broccoli is revolutionary.
Yeah.
You don't realize, because like we're
That's a
so
very good
obsessed and we
point.
have 700 cookbooks and we're watching food shows and we're like a little too into it.
Yeah.
So I wonder if it's like how like scientists feel about like how we don't understand what an atom is, or like
That's
I don't
Roasted
know,
broccoli.
or like teachers or like rabbeim who are trying to inspire you and they're like, you don't get it.
Are you roasting
But
frozen
yes.
broccoli or fresh broccoli?
so I do fresh. You can do. I've done it with frozen. It works too. I happen
we
to
do
be-
frozen. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, but
It's
it
a
does
different
work. with-
texture.
Yeah, and you know what? I would say if you're doing frozen, go higher on your temperature, like go 400, right? But I eat fresh broccoli, so that's. Go talk to your rabbi if you have questions.
No, we're not even talking
Yeah,
about that.
yeah.
I'm just wondering. I'm actually
Yes.
curious.
Yeah,
You're
fresh.
roasting fresh broccoli without steaming it first.
Yeah.
So that is a valid
Yeah,
question.
it's just
That's a
olive
fair
oil,
question.
onion soup mix. That's my favorite. I use the one from
Yum.
Israel, but like I even have in
You
my
make
book.
your own.
I do. So
Yes,
I have
I read the book.
one of the. Well, I'm happy to hear that.
Yes,
Thanks, Shifra. I
yes.
think one of the important things was if there are spices you can't get around the world, I'm going to give you even za'atar. Is my recipe as
You
good
made a
as the
blend.
stuff? I did make a blend,
That's so cool.
and it's really delicious.
I see you really thought about the cook when you made your book. You really put yourself in the shoes of the reader.
And that's because of TikTok.
That's really great.
Because you
You gained that.
yeah,
knowledge.
because I
Yeah, so
hear
we're going
from
back
them.
to the
it always
broccoli.
goes back to that.
I
Right?
think that's what makes a really good book. So
I hope so. It's
I think
so
so.
scary.
One second. So we were talking about the broccoli,
Yes.
and that's how you got to the name.
Right.
Okay,
So what
okay.
happens is I make a video and I'm like, always, what do? You manifest things, you throw them into the world, and you never know what's going to happen. And like every morning I even manifest. I say out loud the things that I want. And so I made a video. And I'll make Nora's broccoli recipe as a video as many times as I want. People are always new who are seeing it. And I said in the video, wouldn't it be amazing? One day I'll have a cookbook and this recipe will be in it. And somebody reached out and they were like, hey, I have a friend who's an agent. Can I introduce you guys?
Oh, you said that on TikTok.
Yeah, in a video. Why not, right? What's the worst that could happen? It gets ignored, move on, we keep going. So this woman's like, I have a friend who's an agent. Can I connect you guys? I did a little research, made sure she was, real. She was. And she introduced me to her friend, Joe, who's an amazing agent. And we had a meeting together and I was like, done. Let's do it.
awesome. That's amazing.
It's very easy. Like I'm also not the kind of person that like when I find something and I'm happy, I don't need to shop around. I tried on 3 wedding dresses and one of those was the one I chose. Like I just don't need, when you find what's right, I don't need to double check that it was right. Like I just knew with Joe that he was amazing. And he like was so easy to work, and we're still working together. He's so easy to work with, and really like guided me on how to write a proposal, which, you know, a lot of my friends, when they're working with Art Scroll or working with them like Feldheim, they don't always write a proposal. They're just kind of getting the deals, which is beautiful. What a gift. This was not like that. So I wrote a proposal, and I really was back and forth.
For those that don't know, a proposal is like a third of a cookbook.
Yeah, it was like 30
You basically have
pages
to outline what the cookbook is, and then the agent sends it out to different publishing houses.
Correct.
And the publishing houses review it, and then
they say yes or no, and a lot say no, and that's okay.
You have to be able to take rejection.
You do. A lot.
How do you deal with that? How do you deal with that?
My belief is if they say no, then they just weren't the right one, and the right one will happen. And boy, did the right one happen! Like, and then, you know, it's one of those things you look back on and you go, "Wow, thank God those other ones said no, because it brought me here." Oh boy, like it was really such a gift that it all brought me to Cordo. They're an amazing publishing house. They're also international, which I really like, especially as someone who wants to make sure that my book is international in Israel and places like that. And
this is a book that could do so well internationally.
Correct.
And you have these big markets with Jewish cooks, and even people who love to cook and want to learn more.
I love that this is just so different.
I pulled out my
not that it's better or worse. I just love that you have a different publisher. You went a different path. And thankfully, it sounds like it worked out well.
Yeah, you know, it's funny because people ask me why didn't I just go with one of the Jewish publishers, and I won't say anything negative because my friends who work with them love working with them. So for me, it was just
it's not negative.
I really wanted myself in the book. That was important to me. I couldn't care less or worse or anything about who people choose if they're not in the book, because they're happy with their books. But I did really want myself in the book, either on the cover, on the back, things like that. That was important to me.
Okay.
And like my family's in the book. So those were things that
I
even
loved
like
it. I loved seeing the family pictures.
You're gonna laugh at this one. I really wanted bacon in the book, kosher bacon, and I knew that with the Jewish books, I would have to call it something different. So I was like, you know what? That's just like one of the reasons I want, because they have to
what
call
did you call it?
It's kosher
Beef
bacon.
Kosher
no,
bacon.
I could just call it bacon. I call it kosher bacon because I want to make sure people are really clear. Because there's a lot of education that comes with the book as well. But I didn't want to call it beef fry. I don't think that in those books you could even call it beef bacon. I think it has to be called beef fry. I don't know if that's changed recently.
Interesting.
But those are like just little things that made me want to see if I could get a publishing deal with secular.
Did you send the book to your family to review? Did they have a lot of, because you're very close to them and they have a lot of influence in your life. Did they also influence the book process?
My sisters.
Yeah.
Very much so.
How many sisters do you have?
I have two sisters and I have a younger brother as well. One of my sisters is actually an editor. That's what she does. Yeah, she's a writer and an editor. She's amazing. Hello, Jessica. And you'll actually meet them. They're going to come in for the book party. So
nice.
That'll be really fun. So I talked to them like a million different ways, but Jessica was incredibly helpful with editing. Still miss some mistakes. So when you guys find them, have fun. We'll fix them eventually. You know, I don't even know if you saw any of the mistakes, but there's always a few.
You have to ask Elisheva.
She is amazing.
She is like, boom, mistake.
Oh
I noticed it. Yeah.
It was a random person. Actually, I didn't even see it until someone who was looking at the book, who was just reviewing it, was like, I don't know if you saw that. I'm like, don't tell me. Don't tell me.
Do you want to hear our biggest mistake? I always share it. It's really funny. So it was huge across 2 pages.
Yep.
It said brisket, but it said brisket.
Yep.
And I can't even tell you how many people read it and saw it. But because it's so big, there's something that happens in your mind when you see a word and you process it. You're not really reading the word. It's a very interesting thing about reading.
I'll show you guys after the word. You're gonna laugh so hard.
Okay, I'm excited.
There's only one mistake we found so far.
I'm sorry.
No, it's actually funny. It is really funny.
And I think there's always that one
publications.
There's always that one mistake.
Elisheva, she finds them. In like the weekly publications and like the tabloids and
As
stuff.
people in publishing, sometimes you don't revel in it, but it makes you feel like, okay, we're not the only ones that made a mistake.
Correct.
Because so much work goes into, that's the interesting thing the difference between, let's say, a professionally published recipe, a recipe that's worthy of a book or a magazine. Yeah. It's so different than just a recipe someone's going to share on their Instagram.
Oh yeah, my blog recipes, even now when I still write, like if I'm writing one just for Instagram, I'll still write it the old way because I'm lazy. But like when you're writing them, the amount of editing, I will say if anybody is considering writing a book, the amount of editing, worst part of the whole process. Everything else, even the other parts that were hard, nothing comes close to editing the book.
Yeah, there's editing, but even also recipe testing, like you were mentioning the cholent, you can spend probably a week, 2 weeks worth,
On a challenge.
just on one challenge.
Yeah, it's
And
a lot.
again and
between, but
again
you're
and
redoing
again.
it.
Correct.
Yes.
And that's the difference between, and that's why it really bothers me. And I don't think it comes from a place of trying to, steal, quote unquote, but it really bothers me that people will share recipes from a book.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's stealing.
It's a really difficult thing, by the way, because so people have even said they've asked their rabbis and their rabbis are like, it's okay. I'm like, the ones you're asking, they don't understand what a cookbook is.
Yeah.
Like if they're saying it's okay, then they're saying it's okay to steal. It's a very,
Literally.
and then what happens is,
I mean,
you fight it because you want, like, you go into these, I remember like these Facebook groups when I used to use Facebook
Mm-hmm.
more, that were just sharing everything. And I have a lot of my friends have cookbooks and they would get so
It's so upsetting.
angry and offended, and they would mention something and people would be like, well, you put it out there and we're just sharing it. So it's almost like it's a terrible thing to say, but it almost feels like you have to let go a little bit, because
do.
it's going to get WhatsApp groups share everything.
Yes,
and
they
the
really
only
do.
thing you can hope for, because it's out of your control, is that people will fall in love with the recipe and they'll want to buy your book.
Yes.
So the worst thing that happens though,
Yeah.
should I be more controversial? It's not controversial, but the worst thing that happens is when people, it's one level to share it
Yeah.
and then give credit to where you got
which
it
book
from.
it's from,
okay?
whose it is, yes.
Another thing is to rewrite it or just take screenshots of like the ingredient list and the thing and then send it. So at minimum, you're going to send the recipe. Okay, Melinda's getting credit, or Fleischick's magazine is getting credit, or whoever it is getting credit. So the people who are reading it, you're getting some marketing value, right? You're getting something. To just share it but I don't think there's an understanding as to what it means, because
let's actually back up a little bit.
Yes.
Let's get more into that understanding. So you just explained the concept and the proposal. What's the next step? I know the photo shoot is going to come in. I would love to talk
That's
about
like,
that.
right, way
But
after.
I'm sure that, so give us like some more
Okay, you're
insight
saying
on
the
it.
proposal,
you get the proposal, now you're planning the book.
Yeah, so you're saying after you get your publisher.
Yeah,
You finally get
got
the
the
yes.
publisher. You sort of have a plan now because you wrote the proposal.
Yeah,
that
but things
guides your book.
change, right?
Things
Because
change?
you're going to get publishers who say, "Hey, we want to shift things around." I actually had one that wanted that, and I said no because I knew what I wanted. I didn't have a name for the book yet. I didn't have any of that, but I knew what I wanted the book to be about. The name is tough, by the way. Sometimes it doesn't come till the end, and then even then, that can still get changed.
What did they want you to change?
So my publisher now didn't want that,
No,
but it was
the initial one. I'm so
I'm trying to
curious.
remember. It was, I think they wanted it more like Bubby's food.
Got
and
it.
I'm like, my soft is important, but she is not the only thing that's like.
Got
this
it.
book is about Jewish food and Jewish food
Oh,
from
so
my
you actually had
past.
like a whole back and forth just on the name of it.
Yeah, or not even just the name. No, I'm saying like somebody else, a different publisher who wanted me to make it more about my Bubby or my Safta, like, because they don't, they know Bubby, not Safta. But I didn't want it to be just her recipes. I really wanted it to be a lot of different recipes that I grew up on,
Yeah.
Middle Eastern, Turkish, like not just her recipes. So that was a no, and that's okay, obviously. Once you have your publisher, then you're just, having a 500,000 meetings on. I'm trying to remember what was next, but really it was just starting to write up,
Schedule,
making a
timing.
list, right? Making a list of all the recipes, figuring out how many were going in the book, and then testing. And with testing, that was kind of on me. They gave me deadlines. They left me a lot of freedom. They were there this whole time. It's been like, do your thing. I actually hired someone to help with recipe testing to organize it all. I put out like a Google sheet for people to sign up. I had hundreds and hundreds of people testing the recipes. So I had everybody testing them
Oh, wow.
around the
That's
world.
such fun.
I had somebody who made my bread in Denver because of the elevation is different.
Oh, that's awesome.
So they're like, hey, can I try it different ways and see it? I'm like, do what you got to do.
And these people are volunteers.
Yes.
Okay, so the recipe testers are volunteers.
1 second.
They're all
besides-
in the book, every single one of them.
That is
And
amazing.
these volunteers, they didn't have to be kosher or
No.
Jewish.
Correct. But a lot
It's
of them are
anyone.
not Jewish.
That's
A lot of them were
fascinating.
I actually changed a lot of things in my book because of my testers. Some things like they had suggestions that I added. Like my Safta has this amazing cucumber salad. It's so delicious. We added jalapeno. It's such a little change.
Got it.
But it was
Did
one
you
of the
write
testers.
optional or you put it in?
I put it in because honestly, I think it makes a huge difference.
Okay.
Listen, you make your choices for yourself. You don't like helping and leave it out.
Right.
Right. The only place that I really say that is I have a few recipes with raisins.
Okay.
I'm like, leave out the raisins. It'll still be delicious. We know how some people, Danielle Renoff, feel about raisins.
Literally, we have a raisin challah in the Rosh Hashanah issue. So I wanted to make it like exciting because people get turned off by raisins, but we
Yep.
did something magical. We plumped it up. It's amazing.
Oh, yeah.
It's so good. So I called it glow up challah.
Cute.
Yeah.
This is the one coming out?
It's in Rosh Hashanah.
Oh, I'm so excited.
Yeah, so because I needed to make the raisin sound exciting. Elisheva was cracking
Oh,
up.
I ate the challah. It was good.
It was very good.
I love raisins. I'll
Yeah.
eat them plain. I like them warm in anything. I love raisins. But I'm said you can
Okay, so raisins are optional. in the
Raisins
book.
optional. There's not a lot of other places where I say that. There are a few places where I'll say like, hey, add this or that. Or there's these Turkish barekas that I grew up on, and it's a very simple recipe, and it's potato and it's Parmesan. And someone said,
Yum.
you should add caramelized onions, and I was
Okay.
like, never. My community would kill me. But add caramelized onions if you want. Add an extra type of cheese if you want. Have fun with your food. That's the whole point.
Right.
But this is this is your base. Add what you want to it.
That's why I find this so interesting, because we are a little bit in our box, especially us living here in 5 towns or New York or the
Yeah.
greater New York area. The ingredients we buy are very similar.
Yeah.
I mean, you just mentioned that the bread in Colorado, like rising, would be different. Like,
Yeah.
every place has
It's the
different
elevation.
challenges. It's a great idea. It's a lot
And
of fun. having
remember, I'm an out-of-towner for life. It's up in here. I'm from
Okay, got
Seattle.
it. So you relate.
And it's really such a good reminder that all the ingredients you put in your book, not everybody's gonna be able to get them. And it's okay. Like people just can't make every recipe, but I wanted things to be accessible. Or even, this was a great example, is brisket.
Okay.
Here we have first cut and second cut. Everywhere else in the world, they don't call it that. If I put second cut brisket in my book, people be like, what is that? And that was one of the things that I even learned from recipe testing.
Interesting. So what do they get? It's just a whole brisket?
Fatty brisket. So actually Adina Sussman in her one of her books, I looked at it because I was like, she's in Israel, right? So I was like, what does she call it? Fatty brisket. And if you say that outside of America, they'll know what it is.
Okay, so outside of America, second cut brisket is fatty brisket.
Fatty brisket, which makes perfect sense,
Yeah,
right?
But they won't know if you say second cut.
They're like,
what are
people
you
going,
saying?
what is that?
Second cut is a Jewish
Interesting.
butcher's term.
I mean, we at this point know what happens, right? There are so many names that you're like, what is that? They're all made up. We have our own names for things. London broil is a perfect example of that. And we just make them up. So one of the things I really want to make sure in the book is that whatever terms I'm using are universal, which was also helpful having a publisher with their office in the UK. And they were able to look at certain things and be like, what is that? When we were editing, that was a big challenge for
Like
me.
what?
And she kept saying, I can't even, there was one recipe, I wish I could remember which one. I think I'm too traumatized still from having to explain it. But it was my grandmother's, it was it's one of the cookies. I can't even remember which one. Because there's like different directions on how you roll it this way, you roll it that way. The Mandelbrot. Because you roll them and they're very unique the way she did it.
Yeah.
And you don't roll them into like a circle. They're like a half circle situation. And we were back and forth for a while and just how to describe
Interesting.
it.
It is. It's like this funny shape,
Yeah.
right?
And
What
in my
is the
head, it
shape
made
called?
sense.
It's
It's
interesting.
a moon.
Yeah. I have to even see how I
But
wrote it.
the moon at what
What's the
time
shape?
of the cycle?
Ooh, not a full moon. That's
So
hilarious.
that's how detailed you have to get. Okay, so you're recipe testing, and then you're doing the photo shoot.
Then comes the photo
So
shoot.
how long from A to Z?
About 2 years, a little bit
Wow.
more than that.
So,
and I
beautiful.
announced my book the second it was announced, like in the publisher's market.
Do you have people who follow you who are like, "Where's the book, Melinda?"
Well, they all knew. So
Okay.
they're so funny because there are people who are like waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting.
Have you started pre-sales yet?
Pre-sales are very much going. They've been going for a while.
You should put a link.
Oh, heck yeah.
Yeah.
For sure. And pre-sales, that's another thing to talk about is the importance of pre-sales.
Okay, why?
Because
we wrote about it. Did I add it in the magazine? Yeah, because we did that story of making the book.
Yeah.
It's a very interesting point. Go
it's
ahead.
a really, it's something that people don't realize. I didn't know until my friends had books, how powerful it is not to wait until the day it comes out, but to pre-sale or pre-buy the book. Because on day one, all of those are day one sales. So thousands and hopefully thousands of copies day one.
So what
New
is
York
that
Times
effect?
bestseller?
There you go.
I'd love, it's tough. I don't want to speak ill of any of the bestseller lists, but I'd love to be on all of them.
Well, I don't know if the New York Times is listening, so you can go ahead.
Yeah, listen, all it takes is a little AI Google search.
By the way, that's true. That's true. We love the New York Times. Thank you for, in the future, putting Melinda on your list.
Well, we could say thank you and not also love the New York Times. Well, it's
Yeah.
okay. But there's so many different lists. There's really a lot of different ones, and they all have different factors. It's actually interesting. The New York Times has the least amount of information on how people get on the list.
It's very suspicious. I heard a story because Claudia Oshry's book was on the list, but they put like a funny mark on it that tells you that there's a suspicion, because basically sometimes what people do to get on the list is that they buy a lot of the copies.
Okay.
So they'll like buy 10,000 copies and then maybe sell it on their own or just hoard it to get on the list because they want the
You're giving me some ideas here. I can't buy
people do it.
10,000 copies
So
of my
the New
book,
York
but-
Times, if they're suspicious of it, they'll put like a little signal to be like whatever. So she did not do that. She's so authentic, but they did that to her.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
And with them, like there are
I
some.
guess they couldn't deny that it was a bestseller.
Yeah.
I don't know why they did that to her.
That is,
Yeah.
sorry, Claudia, that happened to you.
Yeah.
We love you, Claudia. That is crazy.
Yeah.
Right. And so some of the other lists will tell you it's 5,000 copies sold, or it's different things like that where you know that's how you'll get on. But with the New York Times, there's who knows?
Who knows?
It'd be very interesting to see as
The
a firm
truth,
Jew, you know, if
It is. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah.
If you could even get on the list. But more so, I guess the most important list is to be number one in Jewish cookbooks on Amazon for weeks.
I would love to
So
see
that would be amazing.
Manifesting all of
Yes.
that. And it's also an interesting thing with how many times have we said interesting on that? We should come back and like have a shot every time.
We
A little
need
water.
AI to help us with more words. Wait, you know what was the coolest part of the book was that Schneier Menacher, our photographer, the photographer who shoots every issue of Fleishix, and he's incredible,
He's amazing.
shot your book.
Yeah.
His energy is awesome.
He is so calm
Amazing.
and sees everything. And then I also had a food stylist.
Yes.
So, you know what? I was about to say interesting. You know, it's fascinating. It's when you're doing a book like this, you can hire no one or you can hire a million different people. Everybody costs a lot
Do you get
of
a
money.
budget?
So there was a budget, thank God. And then there's also what else I want to spend. So
Right.
I would have loved to have a food stylist and a prop stylist.
Okay.
Because I am no prop stylist and I had to be, and it was very challenging. And it's where like I had images for what I wanted for the book. I think everything came out how it was supposed to, but I had certain things in mind, but a lot of it was prop related. But you're paying these people, right? So it's coming down to, did I want someone to make sure every single little bit of the food looked perfect, or that the plate looked perfect?
Right.
And I chose, and she's still like, Rebecca she's amazing.
Yeah, because sometimes the photographer and the food stylist can
They
really
see it.
give input
They do,
into the
yeah,
prop.
Yeah, it's just it's nice to have somebody
It's
else
a little
there.
bit of an extra. It's true. It's always nice to have extra hands and an extra eye.
Yeah.
But I agree with your decision.
Yeah, that's why
If you
whenever
need it.
somebody does it on their own, like Vera, who does her own
Yes.
styling, is amazing for doing that.
Props.
Yeah. I got some from you guys. Thank you very much.
That's what I was getting to.
I
Oh,
did
that's
have
funny.
a lot. I've been,
You know what? And
collecting
then
over
we
the
got
years.
some from you.
Yeah.
Because Schneier brought back,
The
you didn't know,
backdrops.
we got some really cool backdrops.
Yes.
And actually we put the zucchini cake in in the magazines in the next issue we always do a book review
Yeah.
and we do a recipe along with it. So we did the zucchini and we used that background on something else in the magazine.
Oh, that's awesome.
It's interesting though. I actually wrote this in the book review. I said it was interesting to see, because we have a very specific photography style and you went with a different style.
Yeah.
And it's fascinating to see one photographer and the different results. And I loved it. And what I really love just speaking to you and from reading your book is a clear sense of identity, of who you are as a person. I think that comes across in general, which is probably why you have the following you have, because you're authentically driven. And so you really get that voice in the book.
I'm really happy to hear
Yeah,
that.
it really
Thank
comes
you.
across. I pulled out my phone because I wanted to read the first paragraph. Yeah, so the book review is going to be in the Rosh Hashanah issue in the end. It's coming out. So I wrote, if Joe and Nathan helped define Jewish cooking for a previous generation, Melinda Strauss brings it into. I'm trying to pretend I don't need reading glasses. I was like, I'm going to be cool. But I can't see.
We're so old. It's okay. We're not really old. We're like, we're
no,
old.
it's just genetic. We need reading glasses early in my family. If Joe and Nathan helped define Jewish cooking for a previous generation, Melinda Strauss brings it into 2025 with warmth, heart, and a deep sense of identity. Eat Jewish is a celebration of tradition and family filled with recipes that are both deeply rooted and accessible. This is the kind of book that feels personal but speaks to a wide audience. That's our
so
introduction.
nice.
Yeah.
I think it really exemplifies the book.
Thank you.
So where could people get the book?
Show us the book.
Okay, let's look at the book. Gorgeous. So you can get the book on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, Target. I have a link in my bio and it has a ton of different places because there's some like smaller bookstores. We really want it to be everywhere. We're working on getting into a lot of Jewish bookstores. I really hope we can get into some bookstores in Israel as well. So it's not like everybody has to order on Amazon. It'll also be available in the UK and it's going to be available in Canada. They've I actually forgot the name of the Waterstone. Is Waterstone Canada or I cannot remember. Sorry, Waterstone. But Waterstone is going to be another one. So there's a lot of different bookstores that are going to carry it. And then I also want it in a lot of indie bookstores.
Love it.
I love the idea of having it indie because then people can go and buy it from their smaller bookstores as well and not just get it on the big bookstores. Like Amazon's amazing and it's really important for the sales and for the lists and all of that. But at the end of the day, I also want bookstores to be able to be celebrated. And I'd love to go and
Are you
sign
going on a
copies for that.
bookstore?
Yes. I don't know what that looks like yet. It'll be something. We're starting off with a party that you guys are throwing me. I have, you know.
Well, actually, for everyone listening, you should keep your
Ears open.
email boxes
Yes.
open
Yes.
because tickets will be
It's actually a
available soon.
continuation of the podcast. It's the
Yeah.
FleshShakesKosher.com party.
Yeah, it's going to be really
Yeah.
cool.
And you guys
So,
throw the best parties.
Thank you.
I go to all of them, as many as I can go
As
to.
many
Let's
as
be
you could
real.
go.
When you don't have to drive too far. This episode is brought to you by Tuscanini's new flowers. Shif, you want to tell us about flowers? Because this is going to be your...
Yeah, so the type of flour that you use is very impactful on the end result of a recipe. Everybody who's listening probably knows like the high gluten flours are perfect for challah. There's the special challah flour. Bread flour, for example, is better for bread. So this flour, all-purpose flour, soft wheat type 00, is a version of the 00 pasta that's perfect for making homemade pasta
00 flour.
and 00 flour, because I'm like, pasta, that's on my mind. So it's really exciting to see this array of flours from
Coming from-
Tuscanini. This was unexpected. I
Yep.
didn't expect flowers.
So this is the all-purpose flour. You have
Okay.
the white spelt flour. And there's a third one, which we didn't get yet, is the high gluten.
Okay, so that's
And-
what I was going to say. If you notice here, it's the medium gluten.
Yes.
That's good for like softer doughs and like pasta. And then the high gluten is much better for breads.
Yep, and this is a white spelt flour. Whatever it is, if it's Tuscanini, it's coming from Italy, it's high-end, good quality product.
I also love the bags.
The bag is really,
The design
really nice.
is so nice.
Okay, I'm looking forward to actually trying something with this
Yeah.
flour. Grab One Hydrate, a new sports drink, blue raspberry and fruit punch. And these are under the OU as well as Rav Mordechai Unger. So you got a Hamish Ashkafa as
So
well.
it's like a Gatorade update.
Correct.
I like the Bike for Chai on top too.
Bike
What
for
is
Chai,
it?
official hydration sponsor of Bike for Chai.
Very cool.
So pick up a bottle in your local supermarket.
Perfect for the August season, I guess, right?
Or for any time. I mean, fasting or
That's
just
true.
exercising. Get your extra light.
Extra light, electrolytes.
Electrolyte. I knew I was saying something wrong there. Yeah. So grab one, hydrate, check them out. Okay, this episode is brought to you by Tuscanini's dark chocolate line. Shifra, have you seen these? Take a look. So I tasted the cocoa
where
nibs.
did we were just in the bungalow colony for Shabbos.
And I brought this
And
one.
we brought this. And oh yeah, Shlomi was like the hero of the table because he brought this to the Shabbos table and everyone was eating it. And we
thought
had
it was gonna be
family
for the
giving it to their
adults.
kid. Yeah. So nobody could believe that it was pareve. It has a very rich, almost buttery-like finish on your palate. So it's really good.
So everyone, the one she's talking about is the cocoa nibs. Everyone loved that, but they have the dark chocolate. They have
Almonds. That sounds
almond,
really good.
And then what's this one?
This is chocolate noir, dark and
Oh,
smooth.
well, how many percent? Doesn't say. This one is 76%.
Oh, so this is probably 54.
Okay, there you go. Either ways, they have 4 different types. Really high quality chocolate, pareve, but really buttery and rich.
Let's just get the aroma. Well, let's do the rich.
Go for the rich.
That's what
We're
I
gonna try
wanna-
it. I'll try it here on camera. I really enjoyed the cocoa nibs one. It's like ground up cocoa nibs.
Smells really, really good.
Smell-
so
oh, yes, it
rich and chocolatey. I mean, what's there to say?
Definitely rich. Whoa, like
Well, this is the 72%.
76.
76. Oh, wow.
Very high. It's not so sweet, although it's not bitter.
It's bittersweet.
bittersweet.
76% is bittersweet. Yeah. This one is probably semi-sweet. You want to try it? Since you're comparing, I think you would probably prefer this one. The 76 would be amazing for people who like dark chocolate and also are looking to have less sugar. Yeah, this is definitely
You smell
more.
the difference?
Yeah, you could smell. There's a complete different
Oh,
difference
yes,
in aroma
and texture.
By the way, this is fun. You know what you should do? Shabbos night, Friday night for the meal. Bring out all the Tuscanini chocolates, and everyone does a taste test, and you figure out what is your chocolate personality.
Okay.
That would be a fun segment. What is your chocolate personality with Tuscanini? Are you a 76er or are you someone who wants something a little sweeter?
Okay, my God, that's my style.
Yeah,
That
I
tastes
figured.
perfect.
Okay,
That's
interesting.
really, really good.
Yeah, but no, don't you
That's
think
a
it's
fun
fun?
idea. Yes, I like that.
Yeah, it's fun because you get to know like what kind of chocolate you like better. I think the dark would also be really good, like melted into a brownie recipe, because you get like the rich chocolate flavor.
It's kosher, it's Glot. You're listening to Glot. Glot. It's all Glot.
if you have a hard time just saying the word no, for a lot of people that's like, kryptonite, although I love that you were able to say that, I might have you say something like, that just doesn't align for me.
Ooh, that doesn't align for me.
Yeah.
That feels so good.
Like,
Rather
who's
than
gonna
saying
who's
no.
gonna argue with that?
Right. So that's the other problem. When you say no, sometimes people will argue back. I have this in dating also.
For that situation, someone could say, this doesn't feel like a relationship where I would be willing to put in the work.
Okay, but let me just for a moment. Ow! But yes. But ow.
It's true. But the other person is not going to argue with that. Nobody wants a partner
who's not willing to put in the work.
Right.
Welcome to the Jewish Matchmaker podcast on ILTV. I'm Eliza Ben Shalom, your host, and today I'm very excited to welcome our communication expert, Ilana Israel. She is going to speak all about the fears that ruin your relationship. By the end of this episode, you will be able to identify which fear is creating the disconnect in your relationship or that potential relationship that you really hope to have. Thank you, Ilana, for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me. So fun.
Yeah, a lot of fun. And there's a lot to get through because I think a lot of people are in a place of disconnect, not just in their personal relationships, but whether it's work relationships or other things. There's so many places that people are not, we're not syncing up, right? Our computers can sync, our phones can sync, everything can sync, AI syncs, but we are not linking up, syncing up, and getting this communication right. So first of all, what is the problem that we're having?
The problem that we're having is that we are expecting our relationship with other people to be healthier than our relationship with ourselves.
Ooh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. You have to pause. It's like mic drop. Our relationship with ourselves is not as healthy as it needs to be. So fix the relationship with me before I try to deal with what's going on with you.
So this is how I like to put it. Don't expect your relationship with others to be healthier than your relationship with yourself. Your relationship with yourself is what creates the healthy relationship that you are looking for or that you're hoping to attain. So while we all want to learn how to communicate, and I'm here to teach you how to do that, it starts with the way that you talk to yourself. It starts with your relationship with yourself. It starts with, that's why we're talking about fears today. Fears low-key run our life. All of us, me, you, everybody.
What kind of fears? Because I talk about this a lot. There's a book that I read called Feel the Fear and Do It Anyway by Susan Jeffers. And I read it and I was reading it to help one of my clients. And I was like, I don't really have this problem. Like, I don't have fears, right? That's how I went into this book. I come out of this book and I was like, oh, I think I do have some fears. Like it doesn't, and I'm a very self-aware person, but it doesn't just necessarily bubble up like, oh, this is a fear going on and that's what's holding you back. And the way that you're speaking, that's coming up because of whatever this fear is. Can we get into specifics? Like what are examples of fears that are potentially holding people back?
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Okay. So first of all, the fear of conflict. So fear of conflict brings up all kinds of behaviors that create a wall between you and other people. So people pleasing is probably the biggest one when it comes to
yeah. Guilty. Okay.
Yeah. So people pleasing, I'm so sorry to tell you, is really just lying, right? People pleasing is dishonesty. People pleasing is like, I'm going to allow you to think that I'm okay with this, but actually I'm not. And so now I've created a wall. You don't actually know who I am within this circumstance, within this situation. You actually don't know what's going on for me, which means you can't possibly connect with me. And I am so worried about making sure that there's no conflict between us, that there's no way that I can connect with you.
Because I have created this distance between us.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because I've put...
And people-pleasing comes off as such a, like, I want to do the greatest good, but when you phrase it like you're lying to them and you're lying to yourself, that hits a little bit. It's
the greatest good is truth. That's the greatest good. If you've ever been in a relationship, which everyone who's listening has, you want to know what's actually going on with the person that you're in a relationship with. And so often when I'm working with people, I feel sad because they're not allowing their partner or the people in their life to love them for who they are. So this is why your relationship with you has to come first. Because if I don't think...
Love me for who I am.
Yeah, if I don't love me for who I am, I'm definitely not letting you see who I am.
Okay, so let's use me as a prime example. Can I be like a sample client 100%. For you? We'll do like live coaching here.
Let's do it.
So as a people, like I'm in recovery from people pleasing.
I hear that all the time.
My whole life, I'm in recovery from people pleasing. Being Israeli, moving to Israel, and being around Israelis is actually really helpful for me because I think people pleasing is not I don't even think there's a translation for that. I'm joking. I don't know what the translation would be, but like it's not a thing. It's culturally not a thing here.
Yeah.
So how does somebody whose default, because even if I've worked on this and I can sometimes overcome this, but it's still my default. Like that's going to be my mode of like trying to just keep the peace between us. I want shalom. I want things to be good. How do I overcome that and not just like, do I just remind myself, Aliza, truth, the greatest good is truth. And I'm like, no, but that doesn't feel good, right? I'm having this inner dialogue. How would you work with me through this?
Okay, so you said that your goal is like peace, shalom, right? So you have to identify like what does shalom actually mean to you? For a people pleaser, it might mean like nobody's bad. But is that actually peace? Like, are you feeling peaceful inside? Because
no.
If I'm afraid of conflict with you, then that means I'm choosing conflict with me. So it's really just a definition of what is shalom, what is peace, right? Does peace mean that nobody around me is fighting, which usually comes from childhood, but that's a whole different podcast.
That's like outer peace as opposed to inner peace.
Exactly. And have you ever met somebody who like really has deep inner peace? You know that whatever they're saying to you is truth, and so you trust them.
Also true. Also true. And when they speak, you listen because you know everything they're going to say. It's worth listening to. It's not nonsense. You don't have to interpret it. There's no psychological what are they thinking and what's behind the meaning of what they said. They really just say what they mean and mean what they say.
Yeah, it's like Brene Brown says, clear is kind.
Right.
Clear is kind. So people pleasing is actually, I need you to not be mad at me so that I can feel calm. That's what people pleasing actually is. So I'm going to act in whatever way I think will keep you from being mad at me so that I can be calm. But then there's let's say you excel at that. Like, great, you did that.
Yep.
There's a layer underneath that isn't calm because you weren't true to yourself. Mm-hmm. So misalignment is what causes like the disturbance within you. And if you're disturbed, you're showing up to a relationship disturbed, even if you have a smile on your face, right?
So that's the inner conflict piece, which is really deep-rooted. Okay, so great. Let's say I own up to this. Hi, I'm Aliza. I'm a people pleaser. I'm a recovering people pleaser.
Aliza.
I'm a recovering people pleaser. Please help me to gracefully navigate through this in any of my relationships. Is there a tool? Is there something that I can use that will help me to go from being in this place of not like having conflict with me as opposed to having conflict out there?
Yeah. So the first thing that I do with anybody who wants to make a change is we have to talk about whether you're making a decision or not. Are you making a decision inside of you that you are going to make this change? You don't have to know the path yet, but are you making a decision? Or is it like, I'd really like it if I wasn't so people-pleasy. Like there's a difference between that thing that we say over here and like, I'm going to do this.
Like the floaty, one day, I hope, I wish.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm willing to do whatever it takes for me to be more aligned and more authentic with myself. So the first thing you have to do is ask yourself, like, am I ready to make that decision? And there will be work to do, but am I ready? Am I going to do that?
I'm going to do the work.
Okay.
But I'm not just going to say I'm going to do the work. I'm going to do the work, and I'm going to follow up on it over the course of 6 months to a year and repeat doing the work, whatever the work is that you give me. And I'm going to take notes.
You're an amazing client already.
I'm like, I got this. I know you have to center your life around those things that you want to accomplish, and you have to decide every year, what is it that you want to accomplish? How do you want to move through whatever this is? Mm-hmm. And you really can only take on so many things. For me, I'm going to focus on a year of sleep/rest because I don't get enough of that. Yes, I am Hi, I'm Aliza. I'm an undersleeper.
Hi, Aliza.
Way too few hours, and really engage in my life like totally with what I do in work and at home as well. And I'm a recovering people pleaser. And I think that those two things, I think if I worked on them this year, then moving forward, I think the rest of my life would actually be, now that I think about it, I think it would be spectacular.
It would be huge, right? You'd be rested and honest all the time.
And I'd be not deeply thinking something else or feeling misalignment, because I actually, like, I'm a soulmate seeker. So when there is misalignment, I see it, I feel it, I know it. It's like it lives within me, which is sometimes when I see, I'll just explain it in a relationship sense. I once saw a couple and I looked at them, they were married, and I was like, this doesn't make any sense. And I said to my husband, I don't understand. Like, how are they in a relationship? Like, they don't belong together. And he's like, well, they're married. So, like, that's what it is. And I was like, I know, but it doesn't make any sense. And 6 months later, I heard that they got divorced, and it also didn't make sense to them. So, like, when there is this something that doesn't make sense or doesn't sit right or doesn't land right, I do feel it. And so
it's your sixth sense.
Yeah. So fixing this.
Yeah. So then you must be also very sensitive to when there's misalignment within you.
Yeah.
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 So, and probably you've already worked on this, like you've probably already made progress. So anytime that we have a communication dynamic that is out of whack, like people pleasing, we have to hit it from both ends. We have to hit it from the deeper end and from like the skills communication end.
Okay.
So the deeper end would be you answering the following question. If you were to not people please, so you can think of an example in your head, let's say, it can be big, it can be small, it doesn't matter what. If you were to say exactly how you feel, like, no, I actually don't want to do that. No, I actually don't like that. No, please don't, whatever it is, what are you afraid might happen?
It's such a good question. When I was in college, I knew this was a problem way back. So we used to have phones that were on the wall. On my phone, on the wall, next to it was a Post-it note with the word no, N-O, just written really big. So I'd pick up the phone. Hi, can you join this community? Blah, blah, blah. Would you like to be a part of this? And I would just look at it and I would read it and I would go, no. Right? And then I would have all these things come up. Oh my gosh,
yes.
they're like, no. And I was like, I just said no. No, I didn't think about it, actually. I literally read it because I couldn't say it from a place of meaning, and it was that hard for me, and I had definitely overcommitted, and I started practicing saying no. And what am I afraid of? I'm afraid of missing out. I'm afraid of moving too slow. I am afraid of not accomplishing or doing whatever I want in whatever that area is. And so, like, I want to say yes to things as opposed to saying no. So I just say yes to opportunities where it's like, am I doing that for you or am I doing that for me? Am I doing that because I think it's the smart thing or the right thing or because I feel that it's the right thing? Like, sometimes I'll do things because my brain thinks that it's a smart thing, but my gut says that's not going to do anything for you. And even if my brain thinks it's really smart, and it is a smart idea, if my gut's not in alignment, it's not good for me. And I have started to practice that. Like, how do you feel about this? In addition to thinking and knowing it's a good thing, does it feel like the right thing for you? I ask this to my singles all the time. I'm like, this is a good person. This is a right person for now, but are they a right person for you?
Right.
Right, and then we dig in.
There's Mr. Right, and then there's Mr. Right for you.
Right.
There's also Mr. Right now, but we try not to be with those.
No, but I talk about being honest and being authentic and saying Mr. Right Now also exists, or Mrs. Right Now. You need a Miss Right Now because sometimes you're going through something.
You're going to practice your communication with them.
You can, and if you're honest with yourself and honest with them, then you can be in a place that's okay. Listen, I'm not looking for anything serious. Yeah. This is where I'm at today. Just don't pretend. And I teach this. I literally teach it.
I think dating is, and I'm going to come back to what you were saying, but I think dating is one of the most effective playgrounds for honesty. I don't mean like dating like you're with somebody for 3 years. I mean like dating, right? You're in the dating apps, people are setting you up, whatever it is, because very often, as I'm sure your clients know, they have to shut it down in some way. And there's a huge difference within you of when you ghost somebody versus when you say, I'm so sorry, I just don't feel like X, Y, and Z is compatible for us. I wish you the best of luck. I'm going to move on. This is where we part ways.
Right.
And people are petrified to do that. So I wanted to go back to what you were saying. When you're looking at that Post-it and you say no, and the very next thing you said was, and all this stuff comes up inside of me.
Yeah.
That is the worst it's going to get.
Okay.
That's it.
So that's good news. So
it's excellent news.
Right, it comes up in that moment. And it's true because whatever it was came up in that moment. I said no. And then I really kept to the no. And then it passed.
Yep.
And then, of course, by the way, it happened again and the phone rang again. Hello, da-da-da, can you please help? Can you join this committee? No. No? Oh. And then again, by the way, that feeling, it kept coming up. It still didn't go away.
Yeah. It doesn't always go away, but it should lessen over time because like the shock value isn't there as much. But like I do something called a fear tree where like we take like one of your fears, like one of the ones that you said is, I fear of missing out. Okay. If you missed out, then what might happen?
Right.
Right. And you'd answer that. And if that happened, then what might happen? And we take the fears all the way down. And most of the time, the core fear is some flavor of, I would be really emotionally uncomfortable. That's it.
And then we have to live with the fact, I would be really emotionally uncomfortable is the bottom line. Okay, that's the issue.
But if you're people pleasing, you're already emotionally uncomfortable.
It's no worse than what you're already in.
Right.
Okay.
You're already experiencing the hard thing, but now you're doing it from misalignment. Right. So it's one of those like, those choose your hard memes, right? Like it's hard to be married, hard to be divorced, hard to be, whatever. It's hard to be honest and it's hard to be dishonest. Which of those two gets you closer to the woman that you want to be? Choose your discomfort. So that's hitting it from the deep end. Then there's hitting it from like the communication, more of a day-to-day skills end, which I would say to you like, okay, Lisa, if you have a hard time saying no, let's start with some of the things that are less emotionally charged for you. You probably have big things that you're like, I could never say no to that. And then you have other things that you're like, oh, that would make me uncomfortable, but okay, fine, I'll try. Like lowest hanging fruit, right? Let's pick at those and let's start practicing. Let's start practicing you saying no there. And then as a communications coach, I help you with the verbiage. And then you say no, and then you just get really present with your body, okay? Because your emotions are never going to hurt you, but your resistance to your emotions will. So you want to stay with your emotions.
By the way, I love all of your language. I'm going to play this episode on repeat and write down all of your phrases.
It's great in a podcast, but this is who I am 24/7. So the people in my life are like,
I don't want to live. Let's be honest. I don't want to live with you, but I want to be your friend.
people in my life are like, okay, thanks. I'm like, who do you want to be? They're like, I just want to watch TV. I don't know. But what was I saying?
So you were talking about going deep into the
yes. Okay. So you're feeling it, right? So it comes up and you're like, okay, so my emotions aren't going to hurt me. What am I feeling right now? I'm feeling fear that someone might not like me. I'm feeling sadness. Maybe I'm feeling a little bit of regret. I'm feeling anxious. These are things that I'm feeling. Where are they in my body? Because your feelings are in your body. Thoughts in the head, feelings in the body. Where am I in my, for me personally, I feel everything in my stomach. Other people feel it in other places. I feel everything in my stomach.
Yeah, I usually feel it.
That's where most of your hormones are. That makes sense. But some people, they're like, oh, I feel it here, I feel it here, I feel it here. There's no wrong answer. But you really tune in. And when you are on purpose giving attention to the thing that you're running from, it now has no power.
Because you're paying attention.
You're
watching
You've exposed it.
And you're exposing it, but you're also exposing yourself in saying, I'm going to face this instead of like turn away and pretend like it doesn't exist.
And now you see why you need a decision first. You have to make a decision to do it because it's hard, right? But then you sit there and you're like, okay, I just said no. Maybe that person's mad at me. Maybe I won't get that opportunity. I'm feeling anxious. I'm feeling like, okay, this is what I'm feeling. It's in my stomach. Okay, it's all over, and you sit with it. And then if you sit with it for 90 seconds, it will lessen.
90 seconds.
90 seconds. It will lessen.
So just breathe for 90 seconds.
Yes, don't forget to breathe.
Chill, focus.
And give it attention. I always talk about I call it the toddler brain. So I know you've had many toddlers. I've had one. And it's like when your toddler is like on your pant leg and they're like, mom, 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 mom. And you're like, I can't, I'm cooking. Mom, mom, I can't, I'm doing the, don't you see I'm on the phone? Mom, mom. And then finally you're like, what? And they're like, can I have a yogurt? And you're like, yeah. And you give them the yogurt and they walk away. Right? Take a minute.
Give it attention so it can then walk away.
Yes, exactly. Like the more that you resist and try and evade your emotions, AKA the toddler, the louder that thing gets.
Wow.
And so we just turn to it and we say, okay, feelings, I'm here. What would you like me to know? That's another great trick is after you're feeling it, you say, okay, I'm feeling a lot of sadness. After saying that no, what does my sadness want me to know? And that's also a really great tool. So this is called processing emotions, what we're talking about right now.
Yep.
And when you become someone who is willing to process your emotions on your own, that means that you will be willing to hold space for a partner's emotions as well. If you can't do it for you, you will never be able to do it for somebody else.
Okay, I'm like life lesson. I think I need a whole worksheet. Do you have a worksheet on this?
I have many worksheets.
You have many worksheets on this. Let's take a minute and properly introduce you and talk about who you are and the work that you do, because this stuff is deep and powerful. You're Alana Israel. You moved to Israel, made Aliyah. You are living here with your son and working as a communication expert. Dig a little bit into it. Tell us who you help and how you help them and what your specialties
So I was a
are.
therapist for a really long time in America. I eventually switched over to being a coach for many reasons that I won't bore you with here, but I decided I wanted to do coaching versus therapy, and I've always had a knack for communication.
Usually direct.
A little
to the
bit.
heart of
People
it.
have used that word. I am direct, but I've always had the ability to see the fear in someone or in myself and be able to give it words and then help that person give it the words to be able to then give to someone else. So when I was 9 years old, I used to mediate between my father and my little brother, who just could not, for the life of them, communicate. And it had nothing to do with my father being an immigrant. They just couldn't.
Okay.
And my father would call me in. He'd be like, Ilana,
Help us out here, please. Give us the words.
I can't. Like, I just don't know what he's trying to say. You know, they were just so different. And I would sit there and I would hear one and I would change the words so that he could hear it.
So
and then vice versa.
You're a translator. You literally take the words, you translate it into
in
language.
the same language.
In the same language, but
different languages. Yeah, exactly. So so it's natural for me. And then I had some relationships along the way where I realized my communication dynamics weren't so great. I was giving the silent treatment. I was doing all of these things that went back to my childhood because that's what always happens. And I did some really, really, really hard work to overcome it. So I take my natural ability with communication coupled with like the hard that I have been through, and I put that together. And I also have an ability to take abstract concepts and turn it into like step-by-step processes.
And your language is phenomenal. The way that you phrase things and explain things. When you say it, I hear it, I'm like, yes, I understand it. And it comes, obviously you're a communication expert, but it comes across direct, it comes across clearly, it comes across almost like step by step. You can do these 1, 2, 3 things, and this will help you to move through it. So let's give me my step-by-step homework. Because
for your people pleasing?
Yeah, for my people, because I'm going to
go to your anonymous meetings. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, so step 1 is to identify the fear. In other words, what will happen if you stop people pleasing? You might have to think of some specific, okay, what might happen, right? Then you take that fear and you do a fear tree. So, well, if that happens, then what might happen? Well, if that came true, then what might happen? Until you get to the core fear. Honestly, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter your fear, my fear, other people's fear. Like, it's all going to do the same to us. But the more awareness and understanding we have of ourselves, the more compassion we can have for ourselves.
So this is more about my
important.
process for me. Like, under it all, we're really getting to a very, I'll call it similar place that we all deal with. Okay.
Okay. Then you want to choose an area in your life that you are willing to start being a little bit more honest. Okay. And you're going to start practicing. And you're going to take the verbiage that I would give you and you're going to start using it. So, for example, if you have a hard time just saying the word no, for a lot of people that's like, kryptonite, although I love that you were able to say that, I might have you say something like, that just doesn't align for me.
Ooh, that doesn't align for me.
Yeah.
That feels so good.
Like,
Rather
who's
than
gonna
saying
who's
no.
gonna argue with that?
Right. So that's the other problem. When you say no, sometimes people will argue back. I have this in dating also. Like, if somebody doesn't want to continue or they say no, they're like, but how do we say no? And they're like, oh, well, if it's looks, well, I can change my look. If it's personality, I can change my personality. It's like, no, it's just not aligned. So I think that's fabulous.
Yeah, and like for that situation, for that situation, someone could say, this doesn't feel like a relationship where I would be willing to put in the work.
Okay, but let me just for a moment. Ow! But yes. But ow.
It's true. But the other person is not going to argue with that. Nobody wants a partner
who's not willing to put in the work.
Right.
Oh, we need lots of language. We are going to have
So if it's true, don't say it if it's not true. But if it's true, there's nothing wrong with saying the truth. Like the truth is love. Like that's the whole thing. Like if I tell you,
doesn't feel like love. I mean,
it doesn't have to feel like love.
Right. It doesn't feel like love when you're like, but I'm just not willing to put in the work. Think about
all the things. You're a dating coach and a matchmaker. Think about all the things that people think are love that aren't.
Right.
Love doesn't always feel like love. And sometimes we just have to be smart enough to know what love is and what it isn't. Because love is not just like that fluttery feeling, although it can have that.
Yeah.
Love is like, I choose to show up authentically because I care about me and I care about you.
Right.
And I honor you.
Okay, so we're going to wrap this up. I'm going to work on identifying the fear. I'm going to work on asking, right? So what would happen next, or what if this? What if? What? Keep moving through that, and I'm going to pick one area in my life that I'm going to work on, quote, being more honest, or saying things like, that doesn't align with me. Something I'm going to ask you for more verbiage because this is so good, and I want to talk to you again. So thank you for being with us today.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
Pleasure. And thank you to all of our listeners. If you have any questions about dating, love, relationships, marriage, we are here for you. I want to hear from you. You can send me a message on Instagram at Eliza Ben Shalom. You can visit my website at marriagemindedmentor.com. And as always, remember, until next time, matches make families, families make communities, and communities change the world.
Israel's only English news channel, bringing you the headlines that matter every hour, straight from the center of where it's all unfolding.
Welcome to ILTV's Israel Daily. I'm Ladar Greve-Lazi, and coming up in today's newscast, Iranian terror proxy Hezbollah officially joins the war. On day 3 of the war, the IDF says more than 2,000 bombs have been dropped on regime targets in Iran. And meanwhile, dozens more injured in missile impacts in Israel as the war intensifies. It's day 3 of the war with the Islamic Republic of Iran. The United States and Israel are continuing Operation Roaring Lion and Operation Epic Fury, targeting regime senior figures, ballistic missile sites, nuclear facilities, and military and regime sites across the country, with no signs of letting down. U.S. President Donald Trump says the operation will continue until all the objectives are met. Prime Minister Netanyahu saying Israel should expect many more days of war. Meanwhile, the Israeli home front continues to show remarkable resilience in the wake of round-the-clock missile barrages and a rising death toll. All of this and more on day 3 of the war and on the eve of Purim, what is meant to be a happy holiday here in Israel. And how apt. The holiday celebrates the Jewish salvation of the Jewish people in ancient Persia, or modern-day Iran, from Haman's plot to annihilate them. And Hezbollah has entered the war, firing rockets and drones at northern Israel from Lebanon overnight, prompting immediate and intense Israeli airstrikes in Beirut and across southern Lebanon, and buildup of forces along the Lebanese border. Sirens blared in Haifa and surrounding areas just after 1 a.m. as rockets were launched from Lebanon. The IDF said one rocket was intercepted while others landed in open areas. 2 drones were also shot down over the upper Galilee. There were no immediate reports of injuries. Hezbollah claimed responsibility, calling the attack revenge for the killing of Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei. The group said it targeted a missile defense site south of Haifa and described the barrage as a warning. Israel responded with dozens of airstrikes, including in Beirut's Dahya district, a Hezbollah stronghold. The IDF said it hit headquarters, infrastructure, and a vehicle carrying Radwan force operatives. More than a dozen explosions were reported in the Lebanese capital, with residents fleeing and schools opening as shelters. Defense Minister Israel Katz said that Hezbollah leader Naim Qassem will be targeted due to his action. IDF Chief of Staff Lieutenant General Eyal Zamil said Israel was prepared for a multi-front campaign and warned that any enemy threatening the north would pay a heavy price. Meanwhile, Lebanon's Prime Minister Nawaf Salam condemned the rocket fire as an irresponsible act that risks dragging the country into war, as his government called an emergency meeting. The Prime Minister said that the Lebanese government prohibits any military action from Hezbollah. The Northern Front is now fully active, marking a dramatic escalation in the regional conflict. And we have this from the army spokesperson.
Hezbollah פתח באש אתמול בלילה. הוא ידע מה הוא עושה. הזהרנו אותו. הוא ישלם על זה מחיר כבד. אנחנו ערוכים היטב. גייסנו קרוב ל100,000 אנשי מילואים, עשרות גדודים, חטיבות, אוגדות, ערוכות בהגנה על גבול הצפון, וערוכות לכל האפשרויות, בהגנה ובהתקפה. כל האפשרויות על השולחן. אנחנו מקיימים הערכות מצב, וכל האפשרויות על השולחן.
And not just in Lebanon, IDF airstrikes against regime targets in Iran continued overnight and throughout the day. The IDF says more than 2,000 bombs have been dropped across Iran since the start of Operation Roaring Lion on Saturday morning. ILTV's Steve Leibovitz reports.
Air Force strikes in Iran intensified overnight. The IDF says it's carried out over 700 sorties in the first days of the campaign, delivering massive blows to Iran's missile and air defense infrastructure. Targets included ballistic missile factories, launch sites near Qom, air defense batteries in western Iran, and stockpiles of explosives intended for attacks on Israel. The Israeli Air Force has achieved total air superiority over Tehran. Over the past 24 hours, the IDF struck dozens of the regime's military command centers, including headquarters belonging to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, intelligence headquarters, IRGC Air Force command centers, and internal security headquarters. Israeli officials told Channel 12 the joint campaign with the United States is progressing faster than expected, with a focus not only on military targets, but also on regime security headquarters, including Revolutionary Guard and internal repression forces in Tehran. IDF Chief of Staff Zamir says significant achievements have already been made, but warns many more days of fighting lie ahead. Prime Minister Netanyahu said the attacks will intensify in the coming days.
אנחנו במערכה שבה אנחנו מביאים את כל כוחו של צה"ל כפי שלא היה מעולם למערכה הזאת כדי להבטיח את קיומנו ועתידנו. אבל אנחנו מביאים למערכה הזאת גם את סיועה של ארצות הברית, את ידידי נשיא ארצות הברית דונלד טראמפ, את צבא ארצות הברית, ושילוב הכוחות הזה מאפשר לנו לעשות את מה שאני מייחל לעשות כבר 40 שנה. להכות את משטר הטרור שוק על ירך. כך הבטחתי וכך נעשה.
And meanwhile, Iran continues to launch missiles across Israel, with strikes reported in the north, south, and center of the country. ILTV's Mayan Hoffman was in Tel Aviv today and reports on the latest missile barrages and the rising death toll.
Well, thanks, Lidar. I'm here in Tel Aviv on a day where we've already seen a lot of tragedy from the Iranian rockets striking Israel. Earlier today, a rocket struck down a direct hit in Be'er Sheva, injuring dozens of people, many of them moderately. That was in a residential neighborhood. Magen David Adom described the people exiting their homes in shock and fear. This comes a day after a deadly strike in Beit Shemesh. Beit Shemesh is an area, a city located between Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. 9 people were killed in that rocket attack. 6 of them have already been named today. Those names are Ronit Elimelech. Sarah is her mother, Ronit's mother. That was a first responder from United Hatzalah. Oren Katz, 16-year-old Gavriel Ravach, and Bracha Cohn and her son Yossi Cohn. Those are the 6 of the 9 victims that have been named thus far. Those are on top of a woman who was killed in her 40s on the first night in Tel Aviv. In addition, there have been many others that have been injured. The health ministry is talking about close to 700 people who have been transferred to hospital for care. Of those, at least close to 200 are still in hospital receiving treatment, a handful of them in serious condition. Now, this comes after a whole group of rockets also struck down, not causing casualties, but causing great damage. As Hezbollah entered the war this morning, rockets were fired into the Galilee. 2 homes received direct hits, being demolished. In addition to that, there was a rocket attack that was released last night, although it happened on the first day of the war at Sultan's Pool in Jerusalem. That attack caused extensive damage from some of the shrapnel, only 500 meters from the Holy City and from the Temple Mount. Moreover, last night there was an attack in Jerusalem, harming 5 people who were injured, 1 moderately. That was on the outskirts of Jerusalem off of Highway 1. And of course, as I mentioned, the direct hit in Beersheba, which struck a synagogue and harmed many residential buildings. The Homefront Command is calling on the community to follow the directives. Stay in your shelter until the Homefront Command issues a release for you to leave. They want to remind people that if they're going to, when the siren rings the first time, that is a warning to let you know that one is on the way. Make sure you're within 5 to 10 minutes of a shelter. After the rockets come, a new siren will go off, and at that point, you must take cover.
We're here near the bomb shelter. We're waiting for the alert so we can distribute food to people who are hiding from the rockets. It has been scary. Every 5 to 10 minutes we're getting alerts. We have to run to the bomb shelter, so it feels even scarier than last time with Iran to go around the streets and actually help. But we have to keep our spirits high so we can make it out of this alive and even stronger.
Amazing. Well, Nitai, thank you so much. And Lidar, I'm going to go ahead and turn it back to you.
Thank you, Mayan, for the report. And U.S. Central Command says American armed forces have struck more than 1,000 targets across Iran in the first 2 days of Operation Epic Fury. U.S. President Donald Trump is indicating that the war may continue for a month. According to the Pentagon, the U.S. strikes have focused on missile installations, command and control centers, communications hubs, air defense systems, IRGC facilities, and other strategic military sites. President Trump also announced that U.S. forces have sunk 9 Iranian naval warships. Additional naval assets, including a Moran-class corvette, were struck in the Gulf of Oman and reportedly left sinking.
The entire military command is gone as well, and many of them want to surrender into saving their lives. They want immunity. They're calling by the thousands. Combat operations continue at this time in full force, and they will continue until all of our objectives are achieved.
The U.S. military has confirmed 3 American service members were killed and 5 seriously wounded during the operation. Officials have not yet released details about the circumstances of their deaths, citing next of kin notification. Meanwhile, the campaign has included Tomahawk cruise missile launches from warships, as well as strikes by aircraft carriers and other U.S. air assets in the region. And meanwhile, Iranian missiles and drones continue targeting U.S. military assets in the region, including attempted strikes on American bases and naval forces in the Gulf, as well as the British air base in Cyprus. And joining us now with more on the latest on day 3 of the war with the Islamic Republic of Iran are Dr. Walid Fares, foreign policy expert and author of Iran Imperialist Republic, and Major General Yaakov Amidrol from Jinsa and former head of the National Security Council. Thank you both for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
So, Major General Amidrol, let's start with you. It's day 3 of Operation Roaring Lion. What is your assessment of this operation so far?
So far, it's went, I think, very good. Not just good, but very good. The Americans and Israelis have 3 missions in this war. One is to destroy totally the ability of the Iranians to produce nuclear military capability in the future. The second is to destroy the whole project of long-range ballistic missiles. And the third one, which is more complicated, is to prepare all the terms, all the atmosphere, the situation that will allow the Iranian opposition to go to the street and to topple the regime. It is something that is not measurable. You never know when you reach the point in which the regime is weak enough to be taken by the rebels, by the opposition. We cannot produce the opposition in Iran. It is an Iranian project that they should do it. They have to understand that is their time to do it. Yesterday, Prime Minister Netanyahu tried to convince the Iranians by speaking in their language in all the Iranian channels that this is what they're supposed to do. But we cannot do it for them. This is something that they should do what we can do, the Americans and us together, is to make all the efforts for making the regime much, much weaker. Its actions in Tehran, outside Tehran, whatever is needed.
And Dr. Farah, so we've seen over 2,000 bombs dropped. We've seen the supreme leader taken out, dozens of senior regime figures also eliminated. What can you tell us about the state of the Iranian regime today?
Well, the work of our government and Israel have been, fantastic. It has not ever reached that level before over the 40 years plus of the Islamic regime in Iran. And the coordination between the two countries is quasi-perfect. I'm sure there are always issues. But as the general has mentioned, the strategic direct goals of the alliance is basically to weaken the regime, weaken it strategically. Number one, obviously, anything that has to do with the nuclear problem, that has to be resolved, regardless of who is going to be in power in Iran or not. Second, obviously, the missiles. Three, this will have a huge impact on the regime's support of Khomeinist or jihadi Khomeinist terrorist organizations around the world. Of course, you're going to feel the pressure now coming from Hezbollah. We know that. And the militias in Iraq will be activated. So the two powers have been able to engage in the weakening of the regime on the military level. The more complicated is going to be definitely how to engage with the opposition or the various oppositions to the regime. One statement made yesterday, I think, by Prime Minister Netanyahu, and we heard many members of Congress talking about it, is how to support the population. Number one, the combined Air Force could be, that's a possibility, targeting the specific units, the repressive units, they call them, the ones who basically killed 40 to 50,000 Iranians. If that happens while the demonstrations are taking place, what's going to happen is that the demonstrations will keep moving. They pick up some weapons, probably from the police, that is, and we've seen some of these videos. That would be the early beginning of the takeover. As President Trump said, seize the institutions, identify who has been killing you, and going from there on. But I still say, in conclusion, there need to be a minimal communications with the organizations that are now leading the work on the ground and in the diaspora, a minimum to coordinate, because I challenge one point just to make sure to get an answer, which is we are asking the part of the militias, that would be the IRGC and the Basij, to depose their weapons and then remit them. Remit them to whom? You need to have an organized force that would seize those weapons and then advance. That is still to be found, in my view.
So you're both in agreement that the challenge here is to create the atmosphere or the conditions for regime change. Major General Amidol, so what should we expect moving forward in the coming days? Israel has extended this special emergency situation through to March 12th. What is the timeline that we are looking for this operation? And you mentioned that there are 3 goals. What about the first 2 goals in terms of the ballistic missiles and in terms of the nuclear facilities as well?
We began the job to be done in June. We understood that we have other elements which hadn't been destroyed, and this war is going to finish the job. How long it will take, I don't know, because I'm not familiar with all the details of the targeting system that we and the Americans are based on. It is very much depends on the intelligence that we had before the war, because I see very few targets emerging from the war itself, and it will take at least days and weeks to finish all the whole list which we had. But when it is coming to weakening the regime, it is endless list that can go on for weeks, because you never know when the regime is weak enough, and you can do whatever you can to make it weaker and weaker every day. So it's not going to be a short war. It's going to be a long one.
And so, Dr. Fares, I mean, what are you hearing from inside Iran? I mean, we've seen the videos of Iranians celebrating over the death of Ali Khamenei, but what can you tell us about the Iranians themselves, the state of the protests? You mentioned that, you know, there needs to be some kind of opposition, some kind of organized body. Are we? And you said that we haven't seen that yet. What about the Crown Prince? What can you tell us about the state of the people of Iran today?
Thank you. Let me re-clarify a little bit. There are organized movements, outside in the diaspora. They have been demonstrating. I mean, I'm sure you've seen all these videos of hundreds of thousands of Iranians in the diaspora. I mean, Toronto, 500,000, Los Angeles, 300,000. I want to go to the numbers, but there has been about 1.5 million diaspora Iranians. And of course, their allies are many other nationalities in the Middle East not happy with that regime, the Israelis, Jewish Americans, and others. That is a fact. And they have organized, the mainstream among them have organized a conference in Germany last summer where they launched an interim or a transitional government. Now, other groups also have launched their own equivalent, but the mainstream one was in Munich. And you mentioned Mr. Pahlavi, Prince Pahlavi. Yes, he has been meeting with many people. So there is a fact that there are institutions that are working to represent. The question is inside the country. So inside the country, there are no headquarters for political parties you can deal with. They are all supportive of this or other movements. There is some competition, but it's clear that those who are taking the lead, you can see it from the videos, are younger people. The only problem here is that most of the popular opposition inside Iran reject any cooperation with any high-ranking official because most high-ranking officials have been part of the repression against them. So that has to be solved one way or another.
So there is certainly still a lot of work to be done, and we are only in the early days of this war. Dr. Walid Fares, Major General Yaakov Amidrol, thank you both so much for joining us today and for your unique insights.
Thank you very much for having us.
Thank you.
And as Operation Epic Fury intensifies, Israel and the United States once again find themselves on the front lines in the fight for freedom. The threat is real and the stakes are high. Iranian rockets have struck communities in Israel and killed innocent Israelis. And across the Holy Land, red alert sirens continue to sound, giving Israelis just 15 seconds to reach shelter. But in moments like this, the bond between America and Israel stands strong, united by shared values, shared faith, and a shared commitment to freedom and democracy. The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews is on the ground right now, providing life-saving food, first aid supplies, and emergency essentials for security personnel. The fellowship is also supplying Israeli hospitals, emergency rooms, and bomb shelters with critical medical equipment. This aid is focused on Israel's most vulnerable, the elderly, children, and families. In times like this, your support matters. Stand for Israel, stand for freedom, and give generously today. To rush your gift, you can call 888-488-IFCJ. That's 888-488-IFCJ, or go online at ifcj.org. And moving on, hundreds, and in some cities, thousands of Iranians living in the United States and across Europe have taken to the streets celebrating the death of Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, following the U.S.-Israeli strikes on the regime. In New York's Times Square, Iranian-American demonstrators waved pre-revolution lion and sun flags, as well as American and Israeli flags, chanting, "Khamenei is gone," an alternative for Iran, King Reza Pahlavi, a reference to exiled opposition figure Reza Pahlavi. Similar scenes played out in London, where regime opponents protested outside the Iranian embassy, in Berlin, where exiles gathered at the Brandenburg Gate, and in Paris, where thousands marched in what many called a historic moment for Iran's opposition. Celebrations were also reported in Rome, Athens, Lisbon, and Brussels, with many calling openly for regime change in Tehran and thanking the United States and Israel for the strikes. We're here
here because we support King Reza Pahlavi, the Crown Prince of Iran, the son of the last Shah. We are his supporters, and we believe that he will lead a peaceful transition in our country.
And this flag, which flag is it?
Israel.
Why?
Because we love Israel. We don't hate Jews. We are not anti-Semites, and because Israel, we have been friends, our countries, our nations since ancient times.
The people of Iran and the people of Israel standing together. And now let's take a look at the weather forecast. Cloudy skies are expected around most of the country tonight, with temperatures reaching lows of 15 degrees Celsius or 40 degrees Fahrenheit. Then tomorrow we'll see sunny skies alongside steady temperatures with highs of 26 degrees Celsius or 56 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's a wrap for today's news. For the latest updates from Israel on all your devices, be sure to follow our ILTV channels and keep up with us on social media. That's at ILTV_Israel on all platforms. You can also follow us on Screen IL. Stay informed with the latest news straight from the heart of Israel. I'm Ladar Gavelazi. Be well, stay safe, and thank you so much for watching. At U Haifa International, academic excellence isn't just a standard, it's a way of life. With 21 English-taught master's programs, world-class faculty, and Israel's top national score in the Times Higher Education Impact Rankings, students grow in every direction.
If you really want to challenge yourself academically, grow in a very diverse community, and be immersed in such an important and significant environment, University of Haifa is the place for you.
Located on the stunning Carmel Ridge, the U Haifa blends academic excellence with a welcoming community.
U Haifa International has a great combination of top-notch academics with a great community of students.
Whether you're pursuing a one-year master's or diving into research, U Haifa gives you the tools, mentorship, and real-life insight to make your mark on the world. U Haifa International. Master your mind, live your Israel experience.
For more than 200 years, when Israel's most vulnerable needed help, Kolel Chabad was there. When families can't afford food, when seniors are alone, when children are struggling to survive, Kolel Chabad steps in with meals, essentials, and dignity. Right now, thousands of families across Israel are counting on that help, and you can make sure it reaches them. Your donation doesn't just give charity, it gives hope, it gives strength, it saves lives. Kolel Chabad, helping Israel one life at a time. Scan the QR code on your screen and give now. Step into the story of Israel's heartland with Blessed by Israel, where every purchase connects you to the land, the people, and the promise. Taste the sweetness of the promised land in their delicious honeys, or wear the story of the land close to your heart with the stunning Special Places of the Land necklace. Behind each product is a family, pioneers living in Judea and Samaria, crafting beauty and goodness from the soil of the Bible. When you buy their creations, you're not only receiving something extraordinary, you're investing in Israel's future, helping small businesses thrive and communities grow strong. Join a movement that celebrates faith, resilience, and hope. Visit blessedbyisrael.com and use ILTV's special code BLESSISRAEL, that's BLESSISRAEL, at checkout for 10% off on your first order. Be part of strengthening Israel, one purchase at a time. The story of the Jewish people has never been about standing still. It's a story of moving forward, of taking responsibility, of protecting what matters, no matter the challenge. That story is still being written today, not with swords, but with stewardship of the land, with the rule of law, and with the determination to secure Israel's future. And on the front lines of that mission stands Regavim. Regavim is a public movement dedicated to defending Israel's national lands and natural resources in the field, in the courts, and in the public square. Through research, on-the-ground action, and legal advocacy, Regavim works to uphold the rule of law and to ensure that Israel can grow, thrive, and remain rooted in its homeland.
No one put money on my gold medal in Paris. They didn't bet on that. But I knew that morning that's the only thing I can do. If you will watch the video of me winning that medal, singing the anthem, I couldn't stop crying.
Hello, and welcome back to the ILTV podcast. I'm Ayan Hoffman, executive editor of ILTV. And as always, we're so happy to welcome our viewers and our listeners. Now, today we have a very, very special guest, Moran Samuel. She's not just a Paralympic gold medalist. She is a woman who has rebuilt her life, identity, and sense of purpose through sport, and who continues to use her voice to expand what strength, family, and leadership can look like in Israel and beyond. Welcome, Moran.
Thank you. I'm really excited to meet you personally, first of all.
You as well. It's such a pleasure and such an honor to have you here. Now, many people, of course, know you as the athlete that you are, the champion, the gold medalist, but fewer people actually know how this all got started. Take me to the moment when everything changed for you and what you were afraid you might lose. How did this happen?
So if you have met me when I was a young person and open up my chest, you wouldn't find an anatomical heart. Mine was round and orange, and it was bouncing up and down my chest because I was a basketball player, a really good one actually, representing Israel in the youth national teams and coaching basketball. That was my life and my dream. And when I was 24 years old, I suffered a really rare condition called spinal stroke. It's like a ticking bomb in your body. You do not know it exists. It exploded. I had no oxygen supply to my spinal cord. And just like that, I became paralyzed in the lower part of my body. And at the time, I'm not just a professional basketball player. I'm already a student taking my bachelor degree in physiotherapy, which was, it couldn't be more ironic than that. So that's a point where everything changed. And I found myself lying in bed, completely paralyzed, thinking and believing life is over.
Wow. So how were you able to go from that moment lying in bed and thinking it's over to where you are today? What changed in your head to be able to grab and go forward to the future?
So I think that lying in bed, especially at the beginning, realizing I cannot move my body and I'm dependent on everybody else to do the smallest things in life, the things that after that you appreciate much more, like going to the toilet even. And I realized that the real arena where everything happens, everything happens inside our brain. It's not our body, first of all. So realizing that was really important. And the real fight is fighting over that feeling that life is over and realizing life as I knew it might be over, but I'm still here. And making small, first of all, mental wins where you say, okay, this is not what I expected. Life has changed dramatically, but I'm still here. And I have things that I want to do in my life. And if I want to live a meaningful life, I have to get out of bed, literally and mentally. Just get out of it, and get over it. But it's small wins. It's all those moments where everything you want to do is give up and you didn't, and you meet that in life, even in ordinary life. Like everybody meets difficult times and challenges. Even not thinking about the last few days here in Israel or in the world or the last 2 years, We all face moments where all we want to do is say, okay, I cannot do it. And those are the most important moments in life, because this is where you have to find your resilience, your inner strength, believe that you can do it. And that's actually like sport. You have to train yourself to do that.
100%. Now, you started rehabilitation, I'm assuming maybe to think about doing something with basketball, but that's obviously not where you went. Where did you decide to shift what you were doing in rehabilitation and aim toward the sports and toward what you ended up ultimately achieving?
So I couldn't completely stay out of the basketball court because I went back playing wheelchair basketball. I actually finished my bachelor in physiotherapy and did a master in child development, started working with infant and children with disabilities. And that was the first shift I did. But I wanted more. And the athlete in me and the way I capture myself was always through sport. That was my identity. Losing my body was kind of losing that. So going back to sport, but not just to have fun and play, but to win, to get to the highest level, to elite level, was getting to the Paralympic Games. And it couldn't happen in team sport. I needed to find a sport where I can do it by myself, be dependent only on me.
Only on the brain and the
and
positive
the brain
thinking.
and the positive and the strength. And that's how I end up in rowing, para rowing. Started rowing in the Elkhorn, the small Elkhorn River, aiming to be the best in the world, which I did.
Wow, you're actually considered best in the world in the Paralympics.
Yeah, I won the gold medal in the Paralympic
That's true,
Games.
so I guess that makes you best in the world. That's
I
right.
was the world champion in 2015.
That's right.
Yeah, there are many, many great athletes in my sport, and we compete around the medal table, but yeah.
Amazing. You're not competing now, are you?
No, I've decided to retire. Paris was the last Paralympic, the fourth and the last Paralympic Games for me. And, you know, the reality in Israel was impossible. And the day of my final was a very, very hard day. I woke up that morning knowing it's the last time I'm going to compete in the biggest event of sport because I'm going to retire. And I was training for the games with 3 little children under missiles attacks and war and hostages. So you had to kind of try and put it aside just to concentrate on what you need to do. But that morning I woke up, it was September 1st, and the news were all about the 6 hostages that were murdered in Gaza, and they were brought back to Israel. So I woke up that morning to those news, and I said, how can I separate it? You know, they want you to focus, but how can I focus? And I realized the only thing I can do is transfer pain into power. And that morning I said, I cannot. It's going to go with me in the boat, so I'm going to use it. I'm going to use it to show the world that we are here to stay, that nothing will stop us. And I knew that the only thing I can give my country that day, even though I was not... let's say no one put money on my gold medal in Paris, okay? They didn't bet on that. But I knew that morning that's the only thing I can do. Cross the finish line first, sing the anthem, raise the flag, and that's what I did that morning. And if you will watch the video of me winning that medal, singing the anthem, I couldn't stop crying.
Yeah, gosh, give me chills thinking about it. Such an important day for the state of Israel, for yourself, of course, first and foremost, but for the state of Israel.
Yeah, that was for the state of Israel that day. Yeah.
How old are your kids?
So 10, almost 10, almost 8, and really a few days from getting 4 years old.
Oh my goodness, wow.
Yeah.
And training for all of this with little kids, with the war going on.
Each one of them actually, I think, gave me the motivation to win the next medal. And I have participated 4 times in the games, and I have 3 medals in 3 different colors. So bronze for my first child, silver for the second one. And then I knew I cannot have another child but not win another medal because, you know, they fight over cereal. So, she got more than I did. So I had to win another medal.
Oh, my goodness. And you have to get the gold. Now, don't they fight over the fact that you got the bronze versus the gold? I don't know.
I don't know. We haven't got there yet. Now they are really happy, to just know that they were part of my journey. And each one of them symbolized different path through to the Paralympic Games, but we don't have time now to talk about it. So people will need to come and hear me speak and tell my story, but because I give my talk and around Israel. But yeah, it's an amazing journey.
So, you've talked a lot about how sport is really your lifeline. So tell me what that means, that sports keep you alive.
First of all, sport is always a way to get your self-confidence higher, to believe in your abilities, to get better all the time. It doesn't matter how old you are, what you do in your life. Once you start playing sport, any kind of sport, running outside, playing with your friends, playing basketball, it doesn't matter. It's just every time you do it, you feel better. You feel better about your body, you feel better with your mind, and it's something you give yourself. It's like this amazing present that you give your body and your soul. So that's sport. Now, when you're a person with a disability, when all the focus is about what your body cannot do, playing sport is like the best cure of the way you capture yourself, the way you look at yourself in the mirror, the way you feel about your body. Because you look around and, okay, we are 10, 15% of people around the world are people with disability. When you are that person, it's 100%. This is who you are. That's your family around you. So you have to build your ability to look on what you can do. And that's the language sport speaks. What you can do. Sport doesn't care about your disability. I'm now working with new soldiers that got injured, and we are building projects to get them into sport. And once they are there, they don't care anymore, because now they can look on what they can do. And that's what sports give you.
Incredible. And I do want to jump back for just a moment because you mentioned about the anthem playing during the war. But I remember, and I'd written down that there was a period where you went and won a medal and they didn't sing the national anthem and you had to sing it yourself. That was in Italy, I think, right?
Yes.
Tell us that story.
It was the first gold medal I ever won in international competition. Okay. I was so excited, crossing the finish line first, getting to the podium, getting my medal. And there on the podium, they start playing the national anthem, which was not Hatikva. So I'm there on the podium and I realize I don't recognize the music, right? So it took me about 20 seconds to kind of, okay, you have to stop. It's not the national anthem of Israel. And they say, yeah, it is. And I say, no, please look it up on YouTube. And they say, it is from YouTube. So what, I'm there. I was embarrassed, but, I could go back home winning a gold medal, but feeling so bad about the experience. And I said, I will reverse from that. I believe that if you look at an obstacle as an obstacle, it will knock you down. But if mentally you look at an obstacle as a challenge, it will be an opportunity for something even better and bigger. And I'm there thinking, how can I make this better and bigger? I asked for the microphone and I just sang Hatikva a cappella myself. And people who do not understand a word in Hebrew, there was a queue of people wanting to shake my hand, crying. And it became bigger and better.
You are such an inspiration, and I would love to take how you managed to balance being this icon, this national and international inspiration, a mother, living through a war, you're racing to the shelter with your kids, you're training. How do you keep this up, and how do you maintain faith all the time?
You have ups and downs like everybody else, and I'm human. Maybe when I was younger, I wanted to believe that I'm a superhero, but I'm not. And acknowledging that is also very, very important. Knowing not just when to push as hard as you can, but also when to stop and take a big breath and give your children a hug and just feel that not everything is pressing you and pushing you, that you control it. So it's all about where you put your control. When you are an athlete in this highest level, or when you're even, working, you have a startup, okay, and you aim as high as possible, and you've been doing so much work in your area and, getting to the highest level of what you do. But I think that when you are motivated from the journey itself and not just what color of medal will I win, and how far will I get, then you are focused on what you can control. And that's true, and that's balancing you. And actually, being a mother and an athlete just grounds you, because you always go back to the best distraction ever, your children. And it keeps you focused on what's really important in life. It gives everything a really good perspective. And I think that what really helped me is that everything was a choice. I mean, being a parent and an athlete was a choice. If I had to choose either one of them, I would choose my family. So the fact that I could do both, it was not doing this or that, but also being able to be the mother I want to be and doing everything out of love helped me do it easier. Because being a parent is the hardest work you'll ever do in your life.
I can agree
But
with
it's
that.
also the easiest one. So it's a dissonance. How could it be like the hardest thing you do, but also the easiest? Because you put love in it. And that's what makes it easier.
Wow, that's so beautiful. Your children are so lucky.
Thank you.
Yeah, 100%.
I feel lucky.
So now you
And I didn't do it alone. My partner. We should really emphasize that it's impossible when you don't have the right support. And Limor is just amazing. She comes from support for people with disabilities. This is what she do all her life. So yeah, she's the best support ever.
Amazing, amazing. Now, you surprised a lot of people when you showed up on Dancing with the Stars. I mean, you already were this medalist. You're super successful. Like, why put your body onto Dancing with the Stars and do this now?
First of all, because you always regret the things you do not do. And as a basketball player, I know that I will miss 100% of the shots I don't take. So for me, it was an opportunity to try something new I haven't tried before, and also get visibility on prime time. I mean, I got inside so many living rooms in Israel that do not follow sport. And, when you try to, so we have Olympic sport, we have soccer, right? Football, then some basketball, and then we have Olympic sport. But Paralympic sport still is not rated as high as we wanted to.
Even though, isn't Israel like #1 in the world for Paralympic sport?
We're not #1 in the world, but we are leading when you look at population size and how many medals we win. Also in Olympic sport, not just Paralympic.
Really?
Yeah, we are amazing. We are an amazing country.
It's amazing to hear that about Jewish population.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I grew up in America where everyone said Jews don't choose sports.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Yeah, we're too small, right?
Yeah.
We don't have the right genetics.
That's right.
That's not right.
Apparently not.
The joke about Olympic sport is that we only win sport that we don't have to wear shoes. So it's judo and sailing and taekwondo and
So funny. That's true, though.
Yeah,
That's
it's
really
true.
interesting. Is it the same in Paralympics? Do we see the same thing?
Yeah, we see swimming and rowing and
That's hilarious.
Yeah,
good takeaway.
Even though I wear shoes, I don't really use them.
Of course, no, that makes sense. That's so funny. So you, so tell me also, you mentioned about.
So Dancing with the Star was this amazing opportunity to get inside your house and your living room, and people seeing a person in a wheelchair just having fun, and dancing and showing abilities. Again, sometimes when we think about people with disabilities, we think about all the things they cannot do. And then you see sport, then you see people dancing and on prime time, and they listen to your story. And I think they realize two things. First of all, that again, we all have disabilities, not all recognized by the government or getting money for, or allowed. Yeah, but we all deal with something. It's something we share. So it's not about what your challenge is how much strength you believe you have inside. And I believe people have this amazing superpower, the ability not to give up. And if the last 2 years taught us something, is that this ability is the most important one in life. And when you speak to hostages, they came back, or soldiers who just got out of battle, it's about not giving up.
Yeah, and I think it's so true, especially even with the Jewish soul. We joke about Jews and sports, but when you talk about Jews and resilience, there's no question that there is an unbelievable resilience among the Jewish people, the Israeli people. even more so. In
Through
in many ways.
generations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really incredible. You know, it's funny because I have 5 kids, and one of my high schoolers always gets angry at me because she says that I tell her too many times, no, it's in your head. Focus. You can do it if you just want to. She says, not everything can be done because you believe in it.
First of all, she's right. No, she's right. Not everything is possible.
Yeah.
It's true. We are not going to make all our dreams come true.
Yes.
But if we put the effort in learning how to do this specific thing as best as we can, sometimes young people think they need to compare themselves, also adults, to others. And that's the problem. When you believe in yourself, you believe you will do the best you can do. Without comparing yourself to what other people can do. And that inner voice inside of us is the most important voice. And also as a parent, letting your children know you believe in them. So that will become their inner voice is so important. But also it's important to understand how important it is to measure yourself compared to yourself. And that's what I did as an athlete. I never looked at my competitors saying, I want to be better than this or that one. Every day I woke up, I got into my boat and I said, today I want to be better than what I was yesterday. That's it.
Amazing. So we're going to run out of time, but I do want to ask you about what you're doing today. You recently joined the board of Beit Izzy Shapiro. I'm wondering what drew you personally to their work, and why did you feel that now was the right moment to do that?
So my partner actually worked in Beit Izzy Shapiro many, many years ago, like 20 years ago, as a hydrotherapist. And that was the first time of me getting inside as a person with a disability and looking at the work they did. I was inspired by the children, by the caregivers there, by what they do. And now, 20 years later, when I'm out of sport, I want to do as best as I can to help this organization like Izzy Shapiro, grow. And they have programs that inspired me as a person. You know that in September, they opened a kindergarten. It's like where everybody come together, young children 0 to 3 with disabilities and without disabilities, entering the same building on September 1st. That's how young we should start, and that's what Izzy Shapiro is doing. They have this amazing project, Tech for Heroes, where soldiers that are struggling to go back to their life, get help, technological help, whatever they need to make their surroundings. Sometimes you have a disability, but what really bounds you or makes it impossible for you to rehabilitate is the environment. It's not your motivation. So they are taking this out of the equation. They say, okay, what you need, we will make it happen. So leadership, and we don't have enough time to speak about what all they do, but we share the same core values. It's about looking on the abilities rather than on disabilities.
Yeah, I mean, I know that their language is from limitation to capability.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's a really incredible statement and really reflects, I think, everything that you've said throughout this whole conversation.
Yeah,
Amazing.
we speak the same language, and I'm really proud of being part of this organization, and I'm still learning because they do so much. I need more time.
Yeah.
But eventually, they affect people's life, and not just people with disabilities, because it's their families and the neighborhood they're in. And
the truth is, it's all of society, because I think one of the problems is people, as you said, they see someone with a wheelchair, they think, oh, they have a disability. They don't think about all of their abilities. And the society really needs to understand how we can work more together.
And in order to do that, we need to be together. And what Izzy Shapiro is doing is getting everybody together in their leadership programs, in the kindergarten, in the school environment, everywhere around. It's about being together. It's not about I can help people with disabilities. No, we do it together.
We're going to finish now, and I want to ask you a last question that really can leave people with something to think about, okay? So when people meet someone with a disability, what do you most wish they would stop assuming? And on the flip side, what would you like them to think instead?
So first of all, I would like people to stop assuming we need help. So if you have a question about whether I need help or not, ask first. Don't assume it, because we want to do as much as we can by ourselves, be independent, control our lives, and that's the first thing. Don't assume we need help. If you think we might need help, please ask us first. In general, it respects me as a person, okay? And make sure, no matter where you are or what you do in the world, that your door is open for everybody in the same way.
Amazing message.
The door of your house, the door of your building, the door of your heart, the door of your business. Make sure it is open for everybody. We have so many people that their disability is completely transparent. So you cannot put a ramp to help them. But when you open your heart is accessible, it's enough.
What an amazing message to leave on. Moran Samuel, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you for having me.
Purim has always been the story of a Jewish people threatened by an enemy rooted in ancient Persia. And this year, that story feels closer than ever. As Israel faces a very real threat from Iran, the holiday's message of resilience, gratitude, and care for one another rings with new urgency. In the midst of war, Kolel Chabad reminds us that protecting our most vulnerable, Israel's elderly, is itself an act of defiance and hope. Here's how they're bringing joy to Israel's oldest, even now.
Many of Israel's elderly communities are left alone. Their days pass quietly, sometimes in total silence. With poor health and difficulty walking, simple daily tasks can become unbearable. Most spend their days at home, all alone, with days turning into weeks and each daily routine turning into a headache. Many times, volunteers are the only contact they even get. Those visiting are the only ones they see.
It's the only time of the day that they open the door. Not all the people here are mentally, strong, so it's very important to come to them. They're not people who are able to take care of themselves at home.
On Purim, we celebrate the miraculous deliverance of the Jewish people. In the book of Esther, one individual made the decision to take action that led to the saving of an entire nation. From Purim, we learn that happiness is only complete when we care for one another, especially for those who are less fortunate. This is where Kolel Chabad steps in. Volunteers from Kolel Chabad are on a mission to take care of those who are left alone. They carry with them not only food, but also bring meaning, compassion, and care. On Purim, when we give presents and share food, Kolel Chabad makes sure no one is left out or forgotten. This impact is not measured by numbers, it's measured in sweet moments, in the smiles that shine on faces that have since lost them. It's warm meals that bring comfort to those who have nothing.
If not us, the young people, helping them and be with them, some people who needs food, if not us, if not Kolel Chabad, I think there is no one able to do it.
But it's not just Israel's elderly community, it's the widows and orphans who desperately need support as Purim approaches. Kolel Chabad makes sure that the widows and orphans of Israel are fed, taken care of, and get to experience the same happiness that everyone does on this holiday. And today, you can be a part of that change. Join Kolel Chabad's mission of bringing smiles to faces. Your donation has an even bigger meaning because it's not just a gift, it's the spirit of Purim. A reminder that no one should be left alone. Donate today and help us be there for those in need.
In the day and a half since the joint U.S.-Israeli strikes, Iran's retaliation is extending well beyond Israel, targeting American and allied positions across the Gulf. Iranian missiles fired into the region have killed at least 2 civilians in the United Arab Emirates, including one person struck by falling debris in Abu Dhabi. Another fatality was reported elsewhere in the Gulf during the barrage on major cities in Kuwait. At least 3 army personnel were injured by shrapnel after ballistic missiles impacted or were intercepted near Ali Al-Salem Air Base, which hosts U.S. forces. Additional minor injuries were reported near Kuwait International Airport. U.S. Central Command says there have been no American combat deaths or serious injuries from the strikes so far. Officials say damage to U.S. facilities has been minimal and has not disrupted operations. Missiles have targeted cities across the Gulf, including Doha, Abu Dhabi, Riyadh, Manama, and Kuwait City, prompting airspace closures and raising fears of a wider regional escalation. Regrettably, a direct ballistic missile strike from Iran killed at least 9 people and counting in the city of Beit Shemesh in Israel, with dozens injured. ILTV's Mayan Hoffman is standing by with a report from Shaare Tzedek Hospital in Jerusalem.
Thank you, Sivan. Well, I have to report that we are on the day of which the deadliest attack so far since the start of the escalation between Israel, the United States, and Iran has taken place. At the time that I'm recording this here in Jerusalem, outside Shaare Tzedek Hospital, at least 8 people are dead. Dozens more are injured in an attack that took place in Beit Shemesh in central Israel. The attack will happen when a rocket sent among many rockets from Iran toward Israel struck down, having a direct hit on people hunkering down in a shelter in Beit Shemesh. It was a community shelter where people ran to take refuge, but unfortunately were murdered and injured in the attack. So far, we are hearing that 4 houses were completely destroyed in Beit Shemesh, the site of this terror attack, coming just one day or not even just hours after an overnight attack in Tel Aviv, which killed at least 1 woman in her 40s and left several more people injured. At Shaare Tzedek, where I am, they have about 300 people in their underground hospital that they are treating, including patients in the ICU, patients who are in the cardiac wards and internal medicine. But of course, the patients coming from this rocket attack are emergency patients that are needing to be treated right away. The situation here is escalating. The school ministry, the Ministry of Education, just let us know that schools will be closed indefinitely until the end of the campaign. Students have been moved to Zoom school until further notice. In addition to that, Defense Minister Israel Katz has said that the plan is to continue the campaign until we are finished, meaning that as things are not only escalating, but they are now considered to likely be lasting much longer, until what time Israel and the United States feel that they've achieved their goal. So again, as long as we're needed. And this comes amid reports from the United Arab Emirates that at least 3 people were killed there as well. Here in Jerusalem, we have been on high alert. Nearly as many sirens as in central Israel since the start of the campaign just less than 2 days ago. In Jerusalem, people are running to shelters and hunkering down. As I want to remind you, when the alarm goes off, people have first a warning, 8 to 15 minutes, and then just a few minutes to take shelter. But as we saw today in Beit Shemesh, sometimes those shelters are not foolproof.
Regrettably so. Thank you, Mayan.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. I'm Lidar Lazi, coming to you live from Israel, bringing you all the biggest headlines from across the region. Here is your roundup of the latest developments coming out of Israel in this special edition during the war with Iran. Hezbollah, Iran's terror proxy, has officially entered the war, firing rockets and drones at northern Israel overnight, prompting immediate and intense Israeli airstrikes in Beirut and across southern Lebanon. Sirens blared in Haifa and surrounding areas just after 1 a.m. as rockets were launched from Lebanon. The IDF said 1 rocket was intercepted while others landed in open areas. 2 drones were also shut down over the Upper Galilee. There were no immediate reports of injuries. Hezbollah claimed responsibility, calling the attack revenge for the killing of Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei. The group said it targeted a missile defense site south of Haifa and described the barrage as a warning. Israel responded with dozens of airstrikes, including in Beirut's Dakhya district, a Hezbollah stronghold. The IDF said it hit headquarters, infrastructure, and a vehicle carrying Radwan force operatives. More than a dozen explosions were reported in the Lebanese capital, with residents fleeing and schools opening as shelters. IDF Chief of Staff Lieutenant General Eyal Zamir said Israel was prepared for a multi-front campaign and warned that any enemy threatening the north would pay a heavy price. A short while ago, the IDF spokesman put out a statement on this latest development. Let's hear what he had to say.
Hezbollah just made a big mistake. Overnight, Hezbollah fired several rockets and drones towards Israeli civilians for the first time in months. Once again, Hezbollah is choosing the Iranian regime over its own people, bringing ruin to Lebanon. Overnight, the IDF carried out retaliatory strikes against several Hezbollah targets in Lebanon, including command and control centers, launch sites, and senior terrorists. We were ready for this. As part of the preparations for our operation in Iran, the IDF prepared for an attack from Hezbollah, allowing us to carry out a swift response. As I am speaking right now, our aircraft are striking targets in Iran, including Tehran, such as underground bunkers of the regime. We are operating to eliminate any threats to our civilians, and will continue doing so. Hezbollah is entering a fight it cannot win.
And Lebanon's Prime Minister Nawaf Salam condemned the rocket fire as an irresponsible act that risks dragging the country into war, as the government called an emergency meeting today. The Prime Minister said the Lebanese government prohibits any military action from Hezbollah. The Northern Front is now fully active, marking a dramatic escalation in the regional conflict. Meanwhile, IDF airstrikes against regime targets in Iran continued overnight and throughout the day. The IDF says more than 2,000 bombs have been dropped across Iran since the start of Operation Roaring Lion on Saturday morning. The Air Force says it carried out over 700 sorties in the first 30 to 36 hours of the campaign, delivering massive blows to Iran's missile and air defense infrastructure. The Israeli Air Force also said it has now achieved air superiority over Tehran. Over the past 24 hours, the IDF struck dozens of the regime's military command centers, including headquarters belonging to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, intelligence headquarters, IRGC Air Force command centers, and internal security headquarters. Israeli officials tell Channel 12 the joint campaign with the United States is progressing faster than expected, with the focus not only on military targets, but also on internal repression forces in Tehran. IDF Chief of Staff Lieutenant General Eyal Zamir says significant achievements have already been made, but warns many more days of fighting lie ahead. Prime Minister Netanyahu, meanwhile, said in a statement that the attacks will intensify in the coming days. Let's hear what he had to say.
אנחנו במערכה שבה אנחנו מביאים את כל כוחו של צה"ל כפי שלא היה מעולם למערכה הזאת כדי להבטיח את קיומנו ועתידנו. אבל אנחנו מביאים למערכה הזאת גם את סיועה של ארצות הברית, את ידידי נשיא ארצות הברית דונלד טראמפ, את צבא ארצות הברית, ושילוב הכוחות הזה מאפשר לנו לעשות את מה שאני מייחל לעשות כבר 40 שנה. להכות את משטר הטרור שוק על ירך. כך הבטחתי וכך נעשה.
And joining us now with more on the war with the Islamic Republic of Iran is Alireza Baghanifard, Iranian judoka. Alireza, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for inviting me here.
So I want to hear your thoughts, your feelings on this operation. After so much anticipation from Iranians, the U.S. and Israel finally striking at the Islamic regime. I mean, what are you feeling today?
Actually, today across Iran and throughout the Iranian diaspora, something unusual is happening. I think for the first time of many years, Iranians for many years actually are really happy. I don't know, so like this happiness is all coming from this war, because the situation make the Iranians that's like the only hope is war. So it's a happiness, and we are so happy. I don't know about myself how to show my happiness, and I really sometimes I cannot stop myself laughing. And this is the end of Islamic Republic. We are in the final battles.
In the final batting. And I want to ask, you've heard the news, of course, that the Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Khamenei himself, and so many other regime members who are responsible for so much suffering and death to the Iranian people. I mean, what was your reaction when you heard the news that Khamenei had been, in fact, eliminated?
So actually, it was the best way. Like for him, as he wished, he died as he wished. Actually, it was for him. It's really good that U.S. and Israel bombed him. Otherwise, if he was in the hand of the people, I don't want to talk about it. It was much better if we could arrest him, and we do as as we wish. So it was the best solution for him, as he died as he wished. And I saw,
hiding in the
yeah,
bomb shelter in a bunker.
exactly. And you can see the videos and the photos that you see from Iran. So like the people are coming to the streets, really happy, dancing, drinking, and yeah, it's actually a really dark time of Iran. So like this past 2 months, it was the hardest time for Persian history. We was in the darkest time of Persian history. Khamenei, he murdered over 50,000 of Iranians only in 2 months. In these 2 months, he arrested thousands of people. And actually, he didn't kill only like these 50,000 people. Khamenei killed over 1 million of Iranians. He killed over 2 or I don't know millions of people in the world, not only Iranians. He murdered Israelis, he murdered Americans, he murdered Lebanese, he murdered even Palestinians. He murdered many people, not only Iranians. So now we all, freedom people in the world, we're celebrating about the death of Khamenei. Khamenei dead like a dog. And I'm so sorry. I want to apologize to my dear dogs, to dogs, the lovely dogs, that I compare Khamenei with them. That's why it's my feelings. It's really hard to stop myself laughing. So now I know it's official interview, but I cannot stop myself about these emotions.
So it's incredible to hear the joy from you, from Iranians around the world. And what are you hearing from your friends and your family inside of Iran? I mean, because, you know, the campaign is ongoing, but the regime is still holding up. I mean, what is the state of the Iranian people? What is the state of the protests and the protest movement within Iran?
So actually, in this situation, it's a bit hard because now it's a war. Actually, the people, they already came to the streets. Actually, exactly when Khamenei is there, the people, they came to the street. But Prince Reza Pahlavi, he said you should stay. And also Trump, as Trump says, it's not time to come to the streets. And they're still a bit strong against the people. Of course, not against US and Israel, but they're strong against empty hands people. And Trump and Prince Reza Pahlavi wants to people for the moment until the strike is over, staying home safe, and after that, Prince Reza Pahlavi will come back, and he will call the people to come to the streets, and we will take the institutions, and we will get the power back. We want to make Iran great again. Miga, let's do it. Let's do it now. It's the time for it now. And I'm contacted to the people like the freedom fighters in Iran right now. And it's really good that this strike is happening right now and not in the first days, because in the first days we have lost many friends, families. Actually, every Iranian, they know at least someone who has been murdered or arrested or injured by the Islamic regime, by the terrorist Islamic regime. So now
and you yourself,
the people,
right? You
yes,
yourself
exactly.
have lost
Yes,
family.
I lost my cousin Ali Reza Amani, 23 years old. They shooted directly to his head, to the head of Ali, because he just came to the street for the protest. He wasn't criminal. They killed over 50,000 of young people of this age. And Ali's friend was 17 years old that they shot him. And now I can see the future now. So, and the people of Iran, they will come to the streets again. When Prince Reza Pahlavi calls, they come to the streets. We will take all the institutions, and we will bring the power, we will bring the king back to Iran. Let's make Iran again.
Make Iran great again. And I mean, we saw so much death, so much destruction the past few months, especially with the protests, as you mentioned, thousands and thousands butchered, murdered in the streets. Do you think the people of Iran will have the courage to once again rise up once the order comes in to take out, go back into the streets? Do you think they'll be willing to do that?
Of course, of course. The people are so they are just stopping themselves to not to come to the streets because the prince says we have to stay safe right now. It's not time. The people they want really. I'm directly contacting to the people, the fighters, the fighters. I mean the fighter people. But they want to come to the streets, but it's not time for it. First of all, we just have to wait until the Prince Reza Pahlavi, when he see a really nice situation, he will call the people. Of course, I'm sure this time everyone will come to the streets, even more than 8th and 9th of January. This is the time, of course, everyone will come to the streets. More powerful, but this time we will come to the streets not with the empty hands, because we want to defend ourselves against this terrorist Islamic Republic. And I have a message to the IRGC and Basiji guys. If you dare this time come to the streets and repress the people, people will defend themselves. This time we have something in the hand. We will defend ourselves against you terrorists, guys.
IRGC and the Basij, what is your message today to the people of Iran?
The message for Iranian people is actually, they already know what is going on in Iran. They know it's the final battle. Actually, it's the final days of Islamic Republic. Now, the only news that can make me really happy is returning Prince Reza Pahlavi to Iran and make a democracy and following the Islamic Republic. And I can see it. If I hear it today, I'm not so shocked because everyone knows it's going to happen. Because the dictatorship will never stay in power forever.
So such optimism, Ali Reza. We can only hope for a free Iran. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Incredible to hear the optimism coming from the Iranians today. And moving on, U.S. Central Command says American forces have struck more than 1,000 targets across Iran in the first 2 days of Operation Epic Fury. According to the Pentagon, the strikes have focused on missile installations, command and control centers, communication hubs, air defense systems, IRGC facilities, and other strategic military sites. President Trump also announced that U.S. forces had sunk 9 Iranian naval warships, and additional naval assets, including Jumeirah-class corvette, were also struck in the Gulf of Oman and reportedly left sinking. Unfortunately, the U.S. military has also confirmed 3 American service members were killed and 5 seriously wounded during the operation. We still don't have all of the details on the circumstances of their deaths. And the U.S. campaign has so far included Tomahawk cruise missile launches from warships, as well as strikes by aircraft carriers and other U.S. air assets in the region. While Iran has responded with missile and drone attacks on U.S. bases and assets across the Middle East, with American and coalition forces engaging in interceptions and defensive operations. Officials describe the campaign as one of the most significant direct U.S. military engagements against Iran to date, and it remains ongoing. Let's hear what President Donald Trump had to say.
The entire military command is gone as well, and many of them want to surrender into saving their lives. They want immunity. They're calling by the thousands. Combat operations continue at this time in full force, and they will continue until all of our objectives are achieved. We have very strong objectives.
And meanwhile, Israelis are paying a heavy price for this war. In the latest missile barrage, 10 people were injured in a missile impact on Beersheva. And 9 of the victims of the Iranian missile strike on Beit Shemesh have now been named by authorities. Joining us now from Jerusalem is ILTV's Mayan Hoffman with all of the latest details. Mayan, what can you tell us about the latest missile hit in Beersheva and the state of the home front right now?
Yes, so thank you, Lidar. We're up to actually 19 Israelis wounded in the Beersheva attack. All of them were treated collectively at Soroka. Many of them are still remain in moderate condition. That attack happened earlier today, and first responders were forced to run out to the attack, seeing that the rocket hit near a residential area. Many of the wounded exited their safe rooms and came out for first aid and to be taken to the hospital, again in moderate condition, and a lot of them also suffering from shock from the impact of the explosion.
And we also know that all of the victims have now been named, 9 victims of the attack on Beit Shemesh. What can you tell us about the victims? I understand entire families wiped out, mothers, sons.
Yes, there were several families. There were 3 siblings, for example. The latest victims to be named were Yaakov, Abigail, and Sarah Biton, 3 siblings in one family. You had Ronit Elimelech and her mother, Sarah, who were both killed in the attack. Oren Katz, who was buried today, a young 16-year-old boy, Gabriel Ravach, and Buria and her son, Yossi Cohn, both of them killed in that attack yesterday in Beersheva, a direct strike on a synagogue. Some of the, or most
Not
of
Beersheva,
the
Beit Shemesh, right?
Beit Shemesh, I'm so sorry, in Beit
Yeah.
Shemesh. Thank you for correcting me. And in that strike, a missile hit directly on a synagogue there. Most of the people that were killed were in the safe room, but not all of them. Some were outside. But when it was such a hard, direct impact, there was really nowhere safe to go. One of the other things that the IDF has said is that now we're starting to see many more coordinated barrages. What that means is you're seeing 9 to 30 missiles being shot by Iran at a given moment at Israel. So you're seeing more sirens and more necessity to intercept. That's also led to many more strike downs. You know, the Iron Dome and our missile defense systems, David Sling, etc., the lasers are incredibly effective. So even up to 99%, but sometimes missiles do get through. And what we saw is that there was a direct strike even last night, again, in Jerusalem, that was in the off the main highway. There, 5 people were injured, 1 moderately, rest of them lightly injured. And don't forget that even on the first night, there was a 40-year-old woman that was killed. The other thing I think, Lidar, that is important to say when you talk about the impact on Israelis is that there are also a lot of injuries of people running to their bomb shelters. You know, just in last night's barrage alone, close to 200 people were injured en route to the bomb shelter. We've seen a woman in her 60s who died of a heart attack en route, and a 102-year-old man who fell on the way to the bomb shelter and died of his wounds.
And that's absolutely tragic, especially what happened in Beit Shemesh, because many of the victims, I mean, they did everything right. They went into that bomb shelter. But we're talking about extremely serious missiles here, ballistic missiles, and, you know, a direct hit is very difficult. Very difficult scene there in Beit Shemesh. And so, man, where are you right now? And what can you tell me, you know, about the mood across the country? Because just, you know, in the first day of the war, we hadn't really seen any missile impacts. People were very optimistic. Now we're starting to see the death toll rise. We're starting to see these missiles get through. So what is the mood across the country right now?
So, you know, people are feeling very proud of the IDF, very proud of the United States and Israeli coordination, and feeling confident in terms of the impact of the war on Iran. But people are nervous. I spent today in Tel Aviv. I'm here today standing in Jerusalem, near the Jerusalem hills and some of the villages. Normally, you know, you would see in these communities, the roads fill at this time of night. It's pretty early. It's still light outside, but you'll see a car here and there run by, maybe a runner or a biker. But by and large, people are staying home and near shelters so as not to put themselves at risk. Because as you mentioned, these ballistic missiles are huge. The warheads are much longer than what you would have seen in the past from Hezbollah or from Hamas, and the impact is incredibly dangerous. Netanyahu, Prime Minister Netanyahu, was just before visiting the impact site in Beit Shemesh, and looking at what had happened there with the synagogue. And he said that he envisions this war continuing to go on. He called on Israelis to be strong. He said he does believe that the citizens of Iran will soon take to the streets and there will be an overthrow of the regime. But he was really calling on Israelis to understand that they have to continue with the resilience we've seen for the last 2.5 years already of war. Remember, this war did not start a couple days ago, but 2.5 years ago when Hamas infiltrated Israel. And really the war we're seeing in Iran is just a continuation of that seven-front war. And he's calling on Israelis to hold tight a little longer because there is so much more to do.
Absolutely. And the Israeli home front has so far shown remarkable resilience. People, for the most part, adhering to the home front command guidelines, staying near their bomb shelters. What directives has the home front command issued at this stage, especially since we know that tonight is Purim, where people would usually go to synagogue, would go to parties? I mean, what directives has the home front command issued specifically in terms of Purim?
Yeah, so unfortunately, it is the Purim holiday, and this is a holiday where people dress up, go to parties, and really have a lot of joy. But in fact, we are not allowed to gather. The home front command has asked for no large gatherings. You really need to stay hunkered down near your home with your nuclear or even a little bit maybe extended family, but really to stay close to home and in small gatherings. So people are not going to be out on the street. Also, remember, the home front command has said that you need to be within, distance of a bomb shelter. And so you can't go to any of the big outdoor venues where you would normally see celebrations in Tel Aviv, on the beach or open air clubs. None of that is going to be happening this year. The home front command has said that we need to stick with the original protocols, which are to stay near a shelter, not to open any businesses, any schools, any gatherings, and when you hear that siren, to go immediately into the shelter.
Absolutely. Maayan Hoffman, thank you so much for your report and for your reports throughout the day, and continue to stay safe out there.
Thank you.
And indeed, ballistic missiles being fired from the Islamic Republic of Iran, a far cry from the rockets of Hamas and even Hezbollah that Israelis have been used to over the past several years. And on the other hand, we are seeing incredible defensive capabilities from the IDF, including the use of the iron laser beam for the very first time. And so joining us now with more on the defensive capabilities and the ballistic missiles coming from Iran is Tal Inbar, Senior Research Fellow at the Missile Defense Advocacy Alliance and an expert on Iran's missile program. Tal, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
So we've seen thousands of bombs being dropped on regime targets in Iran by the United States and Israel, and yet the Iranians still have the capabilities to fire missiles at Israel and, of course, other countries throughout the region. So I want to ask you, what is the state of their missile program today, 3 days into this war?
Well, we can see that Iran is continuing to fire, launch ballistic missiles, not only against Israel, but on its neighbors like the UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait, and Saudi Arabia. So they have a lot of missiles in their inventory at the moment, but they are experiencing a lot of trouble to try to orchestrate a large barrage of missiles. So we see some sporadic fire from different locations within Iran in an attempt to let's say challenge the defensive capabilities of Israel and other countries in the region. And it is logical to assume that they still have the capability of launching missiles for days, even more, but not in large quantities like we saw in June 2025. And we just get an alert here.
I heard the sound. Oh, so did we. If you can hear that glaring, that sound that is simply unmistakable. So we're going to continue with the broadcast. We're going to see until we actually hear the siren. Tal, do you need to evacuate to the shelter? Okay,
I'm
so
now
let's.
in a basement, so we can go
Okay,
on.
great. So we'll continue with you. So please continue your thoughts.
Sure. So it is just logical to assume that Iran will maintain its capabilities, but Israel and the US are degrading their quantities not on a daily basis, on a regular basis by the hour. But still, Iran could pose a threat to us and to the region.
And can you talk a little bit about the kinds of missiles that we're seeing the Iranians use? Because I understand also that for the first time last night, they used a new type of missile, or that's sort of the rumor circulating here. It hasn't been officially confirmed, but what can you tell us about sort of the missiles that they are using? Because these aren't the usual missiles that we're seeing from Hamas and from Hezbollah.
Well, of course, Iran has its own arsenal of long-range ballistic missiles, which Hezbollah and Hamas does not. Speaking about the types of the missiles, those are all the regular types that we saw in June 2025, and even some of them we saw before. And speaking about the submunitions that we saw the videos from Israel last night, I was personally able to see it from my house, and there was no siren at the time, so it was safe to be outside. This is not the first time. We saw in June 2025 submunitions from an Iranian missile dispersed over a wide area in central Israel. So it is less dangerous, of course, from if you compare it to several hundred kilograms of explosives in a single unitary warhead of a ballistic missile. Nevertheless, it poses dangers because those small, like this size or something like that, small bomblets could be placed over a wide area. But this is not the first time. It was the first time that many people were able to take some footage of this missile. And no new types of missiles. And we saw from Israeli Air Force and from Central Command from the United States, we saw a footage of a Khorramshahr missile, which is the heaviest missile that we know of, being destroyed on its mobile launcher, one today, two yesterday. So no surprises in terms of the types Iran is using at the moment.
So how were the Iranians, though, able to restock so quickly, to rebuild so quickly after the war in June? Because we know that during that war, Israel specifically targeted many of its ballistic missile capabilities. So how were they able to rebuild so quickly?
Well, we have to remember that Iran built a huge stockpile of ballistic missiles. And many of the underground facilities that were attacked by Israel, for example, there was a damage to the entry and exit of those facilities, but many missiles remain intact underground. So we know that Iran had a lot of missiles after June 2025, and they increased the rate of production of ballistic missiles ever since. So it was mentioned that they have an inventory of roughly 2,000 missiles with the capabilities of reaching Israel or something like that. So this is a lot, and if they will use them, let's say, on a modest pace of fire, they could remain a threat for weeks.
At war for weeks. And I do also want to ask you on the flip side about Israel's defensive capabilities. We saw last night Israel's laser beam in action in the north. How is this defense system going to change Israel's defense capabilities, if at all?
Well, to my sorrow, it was not a laser beam. It was misinterpreted by some reporters here and some from the wider audience on social media. So we didn't see actual use of laser beam.
So what we're seeing now, on the
This is
screen is not the laser
this is-
beam.
It is not, to my sorrow, but nevertheless, the laser is effective against some UAVs, and in the future we will see it going into action, hopefully soon.
Yes, absolutely, because it was widely circulated here, and we've seen it all over in news reports, and we've been reporting as well that this was, in fact, the laser beam. But it's excellent that you've clarified this now. I think that's a very important clarification. So we have not, in fact, seen Israel's latest technology. So a very important clarification there. All right, well, we are going to have to evacuate to the bomb shelter soon, I think. So, Tal, thank you so much for joining us today and for sharing your insights into Iran's ballistic missile program. Thank you so much.
Stay safe.
And meanwhile, Iranian missiles and drones continue targeting U.S. military assets in the region, including attempted strikes on American bases and naval forces in the Gulf. The Raf Al Khatouri British Air Base in Cyprus was hit by a suspected Iranian-made drone strike around midnight, causing minor damage but no casualties. British defense officials confirmed. Base personnel were ordered to shelter in place and security threats were declared. Iran has also fired missiles through Iraqi and Syrian airspace, with some projectiles intercepted over those countries, raising concerns about regional sovereignty and further escalation. In addition, Iran-backed militias in Iraq and Syria have threatened and in some cases attempted rocket and drone attacks on U.S. positions, though the scale has been more limited than during previous rounds of conflict. Iran has issued warnings about shipping in the Strait of Hormuz, and there have been reports of heightened Iranian naval activity, though no confirmed large-scale seizures have yet been reported. The United Arab Emirates says it is closing its embassy in Tehran and recalling its ambassador and all other diplomats in response to the blatant Iranian missile attacks that targeted the UAE's territory. The UAE, along with Israel, has gotten hundreds of missile barrages from Iran, resulting in 3 people being killed and 58 others injured in the UAE since Iran began its retaliatory campaign in the Gulf in response to U.S. and to Israeli attacks. This according to Emirati authorities. And we also know that Iran has struck out at Kuwait, at Qatar, at Saudi Arabia, and Bahrain. And joining us now with more on the joint operation with the U.S. and Israel are Dr. Jacques Neria, Special Analyst for the Middle East at the JFCA, and Dr. Mordechai Kedar, Middle East Expert from Bar Ilan University, who I see has not connected with us yet. So, Dr. Neria, I want to first ask you what you make of Hezbollah joining this war. I mean, was that something that was obvious, to you and to other security experts that they were going to join this war, or was there a bit of a question as to whether they would risk dragging Lebanon into this war?
The only question that we had was timing. I mean, whoever follows Hezbollah knows very well that Hezbollah, first of all, is not a Lebanese organization, not a Lebanese militia. It is a foreign Iranian militia founded by Iranians, and it speaks Lebanese, but in fact it receives its orders, instructions, money, finance, and command from Iran. So already 2 months ago, there was this visit of Arakchi, Iran's foreign minister, to Lebanon, and it seems that at that point there was an agreement between the two that if something happens in Iran, meaning a confrontation between Iran, Israel, and the United States, Hezbollah will intervene. I mean, its intervention, it could not be as a front of support as it was with Gaza. It had to be something else. And this something else was trying to fire, the firing of four rockets towards Israel. And in fact, it was falling into a trap that Israel was waiting for that for a long time. And I mean, head on, Hezbollah went into this trap, and this is where what he deserves, and this is what's happening today.
And Dr. Mordechai Kedar, I see that you've joined us as well. I do want to ask you, we're seeing Iran firing missiles in every which direction at Israel, at Gulf countries, and even at Cyprus. Is this the act of a dying regime?
Definitely. There's something which, like Samson said, "Tamot nafshi im plishtim," let my soul die with the Philistines. We have a siren here. I have to leave. I'll get back to you.
I have to stop you for 1 second because we are now hearing sirens, and we have to make our way into the bomb shelter, but we're going to keep this interview going. So stay with us. And Dr. Kedar. All right. Well, I don't know if you can see me or hear me. Hopefully you can, but we are now making our way into the bomb shelter here at ILTV Studios, the entire team with us today. We've just received sirens here in the studios.
Hello.
And so we are all on our way into the bomb shelter, into the safe room. We're going to try and continue our broadcast live from here. And I hope that our guests are still with us. We're going to see in just a second as we get situated here in the bomb shelter. These are unusual circumstances, wartime, and so we're just getting situated right now here in the bomb shelter. As we have sirens I've lost count how many times now, but we are getting set up, and hopefully our guests are also in bomb shelters. And we're going to continue with this broadcast live from the bomb shelter here in Israel. So Dr. Mordechai Kedar, are you still with us? All right, well, we seem to have lost our guests at this moment, but we will continue broadcasting live. We are now, we've just received, I think as heard on our live broadcast, we received the first initial siren from Home Command indicating that they detected a missile launch coming from the Islamic regime in Iran. And that gives us about 10 minutes warning notice. And then, of course, we had the sirens that we've just heard indicating that we have about 1.5 minutes to make our way into a bomb shelter. This is why it's so crucial to adhere to Home Front Command guidelines and to ensure that you're within safe distance to a bomb shelter. So we've made our way into the bomb shelter now. We've put together this impromptu broadcast just to keep our live broadcast going. And we're going to see if our guests can reconnect with us soon. We were speaking about the Iranian regime, of course, and its attacks on not just Israel, but on Gulf countries and on Cyprus, the British base in Cyprus for the first time. So Dr. Kedar, are you with us? No, so I'm being told that our guests have also had to disconnect. We're going to wait and see if they can reconnect reconnect soon. And in the meantime, we're going to try and work on getting some more guests on this live broadcast. But in the meantime, I do want to give you just a little feel for what it's like here in Israel. So we've had sirens throughout since Saturday morning, essentially throughout the day and throughout the night. The idea being, of course, to try and wear out the Israeli home front, but Israelis here have shown remarkable resilience despite the rising death toll, despite the missile barrages that we're seeing. Israelis have remained very steadfast because they understand that this is an historic moment. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has spoken directly to the Israeli people and has asked them to stay strong, has asked them to understand the significance, this historic moment. And of course, today, as we are set to mark the holiday of Purim, a holiday that essentially marks Jewish resilience against the Persian regime. And so it's very, very apt that this war against the Islamic Republic, which some are calling the ultimate final battle, is taking place on Purim. And so we are waiting for our guests to reconnect. And for those just joining, we are broadcasting live from the bomb shelter here at ILTV. We've been receiving missile alerts throughout the night, throughout the day. This is what we call part of the wartime routine here in Israel. All right, and I understand that Dr. Kedar has reconnected. Dr. Kedar, can you hear me?
Hi, Lidar. Yes, I can hear you. I'm in the building shelter. Look at this.
You're also in the bomb shelter. Yes, we're also here in the bomb shelter. This is, like I was just telling our viewers, the war routine. We go about our lives, but in the vicinity of a bomb shelter. So they're getting a little bit of a taste of what it's like right now.
Okay, let's give it a try.
Yeah. And Dr. Kedar, so I do want to go back to what we were discussing, which is the Iranian regime and its retaliatory attacks, not just against Israel, but at other Gulf states here in the region, and of course, against the UK's base in Cyprus, which I think is the first time that they've actually managed to strike there. So what's the rationale here? I mean, why is the regime striking across the region?
The rationale of the regime is the tamot nafshi im plishtim. What Samson said, let my soul die with all the Philistines. They say, means the mullah says, if we are not existing, nobody will continue to exist. We will burn everybody. We will bring the hell up to everybody. If you don't leave us, we will not leave you. This is some kind of a tantrum, like a child who is acting irrationally, especially when somebody takes something from him. And this is exactly what this is. They are, even according to their rationale, they are irrational today. They are acting from their emotions, not from the brains. Because according to the brains, they should have do something with Trump in order to survive as a regime. Now they might go to hell. Means the people in the street, when Trump will tell them, straight to the streets, that they will run with knives in order to slaughter the mullahs. This is what's going to be there. It's going to be a big bloodshed. Everyone who was identified with the regime will be slaughtered, literally, factually. And this is what happens when people are, let's say, in pressure so long time, so much time, 47 years, people are oppressed, 47 years, people are chased, 47 years, people are hung up from cranes in the streets. And now comes the time of revenge. And the revenge will be very bloody. And they know it. That's why they try to.
I seem to have lost Dr. Kedar.
Sure.
Dr. Kedar, can you hear me?
Bronx, which were launched to the Emirates is, I don't know, thousands. And drones are lethal. Just look at them. American soldiers who got killed because of a drone. So here we are. The Emirates are the friends of Israel. This is why they are suffering today. Saudi
Bearing the
Arabia
brunt
works
of
with
the
Israel.
attacks.
All these countries which collaborate with the Satan now are suffering from the mullahs, the messengers of Allah. This is how they view themselves. This is how they view the neighbors, and let the world go to hell if they lose control over Iran.
Now, there were reports initially that part of the reason that the Islamic regime did not want to give in to negotiations is because they believed that they would actually be able to weather this attack, this operation by the United States and Israel. I mean, what are your thoughts on that? Do you see that as likely?
Sorry to tell you, because of the noise here, I couldn't hear that. Can you repeat the question shortly?
Absolutely. I said that there were reports that the Islamic regime, the leadership, believed that they could weather a strike by the US and Israel. And so this is why they did not give in or capitulate to Trump's demands. And they believe that they can actually withstand, that the regime will survive at the end of the day. I mean, do you share that assessment? How likely is it that this regime could survive this?
Their religious belief says that they are infallible because Allah guides them and Allah directs them, and whatever they do is a deed of Allah. And even if they bomb, let's say, Saudi Arabia or the Emirates, this is what Allah orders them, because Saudis and the Emiratis are Sunnah and they are Shia. And according to their view, they are real Muslims, while the Sunnah are fake Muslims. This is why the wrath of Allah should rest on the Sunnah, and they, the messengers of Allah, are those who are going to execute it for Allah as His messengers. This is how deeply they think. Not only this, they know that once they are being killed or targeted, like Khamenei, they go directly to heaven to enjoy the 72 virgins and whatever goodies are being given to the Shaheed in heaven. They are joining the French, Hassan Nasrallah, and all the others, especially Ali bin Abi Talib and Hussein bin Ali, and all those victims of the Shia since the 7th century. They are more than sure that this is what's happening, and they are not afraid of death.
All right, Dr. Kedar, we've just received notice that we can leave this bomb shelter, but we're going to continue the interview from here before we move on.
Well, people are now leaving the shelter. People are now leaving the shelter.
Yeah,
and,
so we're gonna keep
but in
walking.
10 minutes, we're starting the prayer of the evening and the Megillah reading. We are reading the Esther Megillah tonight to commemorate the miracles which the Jews in Persia enjoyed in the 2,500 years ago, when they were redeemed from the order to kill all the Jews by Haman, the wicked guy. I think that this is too much, too close, and too much in common between what was those days and what is in our days, what we see in our eyes, how the wicked Persian is being punished by Allah, by the Kadosh Baruch, by God, in order to redeem the Jews.
This is all happening. How fitting and how apt that this is happening, of course, as we celebrate the holiday of Purim, of course, under the routine of war. But Dr. Mordechai Kedar, I understand that you do have to go to begin the reading. So thank you so much for joining us today and from the bomb shelter for staying with us. All right, so we have made it back into the ILTV studio. We've received the all clear from Homefront Command that we were able to make our way back out of the bomb shelter and back into the ILTV studio here. So we're just getting set up right now, back into the studio. Dr. Kedar, I hope that you can hear me. I just wanted to say once again, thank you so much for joining us, for staying with us in the bomb shelter. I understand that you do need to go to begin reading the Megillah. So happy Purim, even under these circumstances.
So much,
thank you.
Good evening. Good night.
Good evening. Good night. And we're back in the studio after being in the bomb shelter and moving on. You know, Israel is under attack. And so now is the time to stand strong together. Iran's assaults are not only against Israel, but against the democratic values we share. In moments of challenge, strength is measured by action. The United States and Israel stand united, bound by freedom, security, and a resilience. And Israel Bonds remains a vital bridge to the Jewish state. Every investment sends a bold, unmistakable message of support. So now is the time to act. You can invest in Israel Bonds at israelbonds.com or by using the QR code. Now, once again, I think is Dr. Nelia Jacques. Are you with us?
Yes, definitely with you.
Okay, so we lost you there. We had to run to the bomb shelter, and I'm assuming you did as well. And before we heard the sirens, we were speaking about Hezbollah joining in this conflict. You know, we've heard also from many of Iran's proxies in the region. The Houthis have said that they're going to join. The Iraqi militias have tried to join, but with little success. What can you tell us about the Iranian proxy network today? We know it's been largely eroded, but what more can you tell us about their capabilities?
Well, let us not forget that Hezbollah has still an arsenal of almost 30,000 rockets and missiles. This is something that we cannot ignore. This is one thing. And then there's this ability to hide inside the civilian houses. You know, the Hezbollah just rent houses and transform them into the depots, into armed depots. And this is why Israel has asked the population, I mean, those who live in 50 villages in southern Lebanon to leave their houses, because otherwise you cannot be able to control what's happening there. This is one thing that Hezbollah has, in fact, rebuilt itself during the past year with the help of the Revolutionary Guards. And money coming and financing coming from Iran, and weapons being illegally transferred through Syria and Iraq. Now, there's this Iraqi militia, the Al-Hashd al-Shabi, the People's Mobilization Force, a sort of name of that sort, which is part of the Iraqi army, and definitely the allegiance is far from us, but they can be the site of launching missiles against Israel. And last but not least, we have the Houthis who are right now preparing themselves for a renewed conflict in the area. So after all, even though the ring that Iran planned to put around Israel in order to suffocate Israel is not exactly working, mainly because of the fall of Bashar Assad. So what remains is Lebanon on the one hand and Yemen on the other hand. Let's forget about Iraq because this is not relevant. So in Lebanon, we are now facing Hezbollah, and Hezbollah, as I said, has fallen in the trap that Israel was waiting. We've been waiting for that for a long time, and Hezbollah just made us a favor, just beginning firing against Israel territory yesterday night. So we have seen immediately response of Israel and the unraveling of a plan, of a military plan. And I think that in the coming days, we will see much more of that. And this would be, in a way, the end of the military might of Hezbollah. One thing that is very important, and maybe I could say even dramatic in Lebanon, is somebody speaking at the same time. Hello?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but there's something in the background who's speaking.
I'm not hearing anything over here, but
There's something in
let's see if there's perhaps
anyway.
a technical issue.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's continue.
So what I'm saying is the following, that the Lebanese government today made a decision, a dramatic decision, forbidding all military activities of Hezbollah in the whole country, and of course transferring its weapons to the Lebanese army. This is dramatic. This is a development that can lead to a clash between Hezbollah and the Lebanese government, the Lebanese establishment. We had such a clash in 2008 when the government tried to stop the Hezbollah from laying a fiber optic system in Lebanon, independent, and as a result, Hezbollah just invaded most of the state institutions, and for 3 days it was the master of Lebanon. So what happens today is, in fact, is of paramount importance, because this might mean that we are going into a clash between the establishment and Hezbollah, and that would lead the country into a sort of civil war. The most important element of it, what is going to be with the army. There was already a big fight inside the government today, the government session, between the chief of the army, Haikal, and the prime minister, who finally ordered Haikal, the army chief, to implement the decision made by the government. But this doesn't mean that the Lebanese army is able or capable of implementing this decision, because 60% of its elements are Shiites, and you cannot imagine a moment that Shiites will be employed in order to fight other Shiites in the villages and all around the South Lebanon. It means that there's a possibility of fragmentation of the army, and if this is so, then we will be facing a constitutional crisis in Lebanon. But this is what's happening, and the more Israel will be attacking Hezbollah, and the more will be able to release the government from its grip and enable the government to survive, and maybe in the future to begin negotiation with Israel on a non-belligerency agreement, on a security agreement, and maybe in the far future something of normalization. This is as far as Lebanon is concerned. As far as the Houthis are concerned,
well, I want to stop for a second
yes.
and continue on the issue of of Lebanon. Now, you mentioned 60% of the soldiers in the Lebanese army are actually Shiite, and we know that the Lebanese army was supposed to, according to the treaty drawn up by the United States between Israel and Lebanon, the Lebanese army was supposed to evacuate Hezbollah, to take their weapons from south of the Litani. We know that most of what Lebanon was supposed to do in terms of this ceasefire agreement, this peace treaty, was not implemented, and that Hezbollah has been violating the ceasefire agreement since day one. So can you maybe speak a little bit more about what's happening inside of Lebanon in terms of how the country is divided? I mean, how much of the country is supportive of Hezbollah, especially after the devastation that it brought onto Lebanon, and how much of the country opposes Hezbollah? Do you have an indication of that?
Well, you could say that Hezbollah's base, which is, I mean, more or less 35% of the population in Lebanon, well, they identify themselves and they fully with Hezbollah. So you cannot find any Shiite community or sector in Lebanon that is against Hezbollah. So they are definitely pro-Hezbollah. They are definitely pro what they call resistance. They are definitely for keeping Hezbollah armed, and this is their way of reconquering the state. Let me go back a little bit in history. In 1943, there was an agreement, a national pact agreement between Sunnite and Maronites about the division of portfolio of power in Lebanon. This is when the decision was made that the president would be a Maronite, the prime minister would be a Sunnite, the commander of the army a Christian, the deputy commander of the army would be an Orthodox Christian, and so on and so on. And for every six parliament members, you had five Muslims, six Christians, five Christians, and this lasted for a long time. And during the Civil War, 1975, this formula was exploded, and we found ourselves in 1990 with a different formula, saying basically that in parliament you have equality between Muslims and Muslims. But this is not enough. What's happening since the Civil War till today? There's a hemorrhage of emigration, mostly Christian from Lebanon. Lebanon has officially 3.5 million people. Its population is 3.5 million. Since 2021 till today, you had an immigration of more than 500,000 Lebanese. Most of them are Christians, which means that the Hezbollah is looking at the situation and say, well, the order that we agreed upon in 1975, 1990 is no more valid. We have to find a new formula where this distribution of power will be different. And of course, to the advantage of the Shiites. This is the core of the problem in Lebanon. Who is going to rule Lebanon? Who is going to govern Lebanon? How long will the Christian last as governing Lebanon? And now we have an idea that we are hearing an idea in Lebanon, that in order to save the minority, the Christian minority in Lebanon, which is 30%, less than 30%, and the Maronites are 16%, they are asking today for a federal system, where federalism or sort of cantons, that every minority or every community will have its own power bases and power system. This is the core of the discussion of the debate in Israel, in Lebanon today, and this is behind all what's happening in the government and all what's happening in politics. This is basically what, on the one hand, Hezbollah is trying to achieve, on the other hand, what the Christians are trying to save. Now, there's another trend also. Hezbollah, during the Ottoman Empire period, there were lands that were given to the church in Lebanon. And these lands were not registered at the state registrar. And what's happening today is that Hezbollah is taking over those lands. And this is part of the big debate that is going on in Lebanon. It's not only facing Israel; it's facing the Christian superiority, the Christian dominance of the Lebanese politics. This is what we have in Lebanon. This is behind the scene, the real politics that is right now, I would say, trying to stressing the Lebanese and putting them into positions of opposition one to another.
Absolutely. So Lebanon really in a state of chaos, and of course, Iranian terror proxy Hezbollah bringing the country into this conflict, into a direct escalation with Israel. Dr. Jacques Neria, thank you so much for your insight into what is happening inside of Lebanon, and of course, the dramatic news that Hezbollah has officially joined this war. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
First time this war, we've also seen attacks by the Islamic Republic of Iran on Cyprus, on the British base in Cyprus. Joining us now with more on this is Aurel Tobelem, Director of Research at the Forum for Foreign Relations. Aurel, thank you so much for joining us. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay, wonderful. So we hear you as well. So I do want to talk about the significance of this strike by the Islamic Republic on the base, the UK base in Cyprus. We know that Prime Minister Keir Starmer along with many of the other European nations, tried to appease the Islamic Republic of Iran, tried to stay out of this conflict, and yet that didn't prevent the Islamic Republic from trying to strike at British bases in Cyprus. So can you talk maybe a little bit about the significance of this strike on this war and on the UK specifically?
Absolutely. Well, it's important to, of course, take this in the wider context, which is that this is in the context of a regime that does not care about the stability of the region, especially following the elimination of the supreme leader, Ali Khamenei. I mean, it has bombed about 11 sovereign states in the region so far, including every single member of the Gulf Cooperation Council. There's pretty much no country in the Middle East or the Near East, for that matter, that is in any way supporting this regime. The Cyprus base is concerning, to say the least. At least the strike on it is concerning, largely because not only does this show an affront, total affront, even to those Western states that did, as you said, everything they could to appease the regime, often suicidally so. But it's also very much in Turkey's jurisdiction, and Turkey is going to be looking to these strikes on Cyprus with some caution and some concern, especially since they share an enormous land border with Iran. It's certainly possible that should there be any Iranian strikes on targets in Turkey, that we might see, more prolonged military incursions from Turkish forces inside Iranian territory, which would change the landscape of the current hostilities entirely. As for what this means for the UK, it's certainly going to be putting more pressure on Keir Starmer to actually move to prescribe the IRGC as a terrorist organization in full in the United Kingdom, something which he has not done so far. He has publicly refused to do so, even though nearly 2 months ago already, his partners in the European Union, some of whom have governments currently that are still to the left of his own, have prescribed the IRGC as a terrorist organization. They've added it to the terror list. And one concern that a lot of the British people are having is that should the UK persist in being the only country in Western Europe that has not prescribe the IRGC as a terrorist organization, we're going to start seeing more of a relocation of all IRGC assets over here to the UK, and that simply is not possible. You would be left in a position where there's more radicalization and more assassination attempts on Iranian dissidents, and that is fundamentally not only wrong but also goes against all the values that we have come to embrace here in the UK.
Absolutely, and I do want to stick to that point a little bit and talk about the IRGC and its prescription as a terrorist organization. The United States, of course, having categorized it as a terrorist organization. The European Union, as you just said, made the move a few months ago. What is the rationale by the Starmer government? Why is the Prime Minister refusing to label what is clearly a terrorist organization as a terrorist organization?
Well, that's the question that a lot of people are asking, and even people within the Labour government are asking it. I mean, you can't really imagine a situation like that where a foreign terrorist military strikes a UK base and the Prime Minister of that country continues to relent on prescribing that organization as a terrorist org. It simply is ridiculous, and yet Keir Starmer's position on the IRGC is almost unchanging. Even as he acknowledges the abhorrent was the word he used, the abhorrent character of a regime that has massacred tens of thousands of its own citizens in the space of 2 months, and more recently launched, as I've said, an unprecedented bombing campaign on civilian areas in surrounding regions. He simply is relenting on this issue, even as hundreds of lawmakers, I believe the number is 115 as of March 2026, hundreds of lawmakers are urging him to do so. Surely, and you know, this is the opinion of many counterterrorism experts, surely the elimination of Ali Khamenei and the very real potential for Iran to retaliate through its sleeper cells and other proxy networks in the West should make it easier and not harder to prescribe the IRGC. I think part of the reason why Starmer is reluctant to do this is because it would force him to confront his appalling record of defending the very kind of people that the UK Terrorism Act is designed to prosecute and punish. For example, in 2008, he represented Abu Qatada al-Filastini, who was a hate preacher, Jordanian hate preacher, known by many, including in a UN report, as a spiritual ambassador to Osama bin Laden. This was an individual that Keir Starmer argued would be entitled to receive state benefits from the UK. His arguments were dismissed by the presiding judge at the time as completely fallacious. Starmer surrounds himself, at the very least in the legal sense, with people who are precisely like this and who share those same values. The Attorney General, Lord Hermer, has an even more appalling track record. He has represented Rangzib Ahmed, I believe, which was widely described as one of the leaders of Al-Qaeda in the UK, and actually their most prominent operative. And under Section 117 of the Terrorism Act 2000, it's only the Attorney General who can consent to prosecutions for terrorist acts committed for a purpose that is wholly or partly connected to the affairs of another country, which would be the case of the IRGC should it be designated or prescribed as a terrorist organization. So even on the issue of prescription, Starmer might believe that until he has a reason to dismiss Hermer, which has not materialized at any point currently, then he's simply not going to win in the prescription game. It's very zero-sum. Prosecutions would have to be consented to by an individual who has no interest in consenting to them, and he likely wouldn't get any work done. That might be his argument. It's a very defeatist one if it is, and it's angering a lot of the British people here, myself included.
Absolutely, a very disappointing reaction from the UK, as well as some of the other European leaders, even though they have at least taken the basic step of prescribing the IRGC a terrorist organization. Now, I want to turn, not only to the UK, but Iran is also lashing out in every direction. We've seen it also at the Arab states in the Gulf. And we heard earlier from Dr. Mordechai Kedar, an expert on the Middle East, what the rationale is here. But I do want to hear from you your thoughts on this move. I mean, why create more opposition to this regime?
Well, from the eyes of the regime, it isn't creating more opposition to the regime. It believes that it is creating unfavorable conditions for those who oppose it. By bombing strategic locations which also includes for the regime civilian areas, it's important to understand that for foreign terrorist regimes, civilian areas are considered strategically valuable targets. It's normal for them to bomb these civilian areas, including Dubai, including Manama, including Riyadh, and also Saudi oil fields, in an effort to get the Gulf to back off on any support for an American and Israeli campaign against the IRGC. Now, the lash out also comes from a position of desperation. They've lost their supreme leader, the Iranians. They also now have an interim leadership council that is led by three of the old guard politicians, one of whom is Ayatollah Alireza Arafi, who is not an unknown quantity. He's been photographed in 2022 with Pope Francis. In 2019, he called for death to Israel and death through America, which is not an unusual sight, unfortunately, among many of these clerics. But he is joined by Masoud Pezeshkian, who is the incumbent president of Iran until said otherwise. And then also, I believe, one of the individuals in the judiciary, senior official, Gholam Hossein. So these are three very dangerous people, but they are three very dangerous people in competition. And that is going to create a leadership challenge. And right now, the regime is trying to reassert or give the perception of having reasserted its regional authority whilst it sorts out its domestic affairs. Much of all of this bombing campaign that it has done in retaliation is a mass distraction while the regime gets its affairs in order.
Absolutely. Aurel, thank you so much for joining us today and for sharing this unique perspective on what is happening with the United Kingdom. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And moving on, Israel is under attack. And now is the time to stand strong together. Iran's assaults are not only against Israel, but against the democratic values we share. In moments of challenge, strength is measured by action. The United States and Israel stand united, bound by freedom, security, and resilience. And Israel Bonds remains a vital bridge to the Jewish state. Every investment sends a bold, unmistakable message of support. Now is the time to act. You can invest in Israel Bonds at israelbonds.com or by using the QR code on your screen. And joining us now with more on the latest as we wrap up this live broadcast is our very own ILTV's Kalev Ben David. Kalev, can you hear us? All right, well, we don't seem to have Kalev, but we do seem to have our editor-in-chief, Steve Leibovitz. Steve, wonderful to have you on as we wrap up this live broadcast. Oh, we have Kalev and Steve, both of you together.
Both of us, yeah.
I'm so lucky to have you both. How wonderful.
100 years of experience in the room.
Right. That's about 70-30. Let's go.
So, day 3 of this war, we've covered so much today and, of course, over the past 3 days. It's really an historic moment, and, of course, tonight is the eve of Purim, so how apt that we are in this really struggle, existential struggle for Israel and, of course, for the Islamic regime. Kalev, let's start with you. I'd like to hear your thoughts, your assessment on day 3 of this war.
Sure. Sure. First of all, some really fascinating breaking news. The government of Qatar with Qatar being the closest ally and supporter of Iran in the region, now said it has broken off relations with Iran following Iranian attacks on Qatar, Doha, the U.S. base there now. So as Qatar says, its air defense system has now shot down 2 Russian-made Sukhoi bombers that were being used by Iran to try to bomb Qatar. So imagine that. Qatar is now in a pitched battle, part of the pitched battle with Iran. This is something unprecedented. I don't think people anticipated this going into the war. And day 3 of this war really finds more of the action, at least the Iranian counterattack, shifted to the Gulf. They are trying to jack up the price of oil and gas. And in fact, Qatar, for example, said for temporarily suspending its shipment of natural gas because of Iranian attacks on its gas facilities. And the price of oil and crude oil and natural gas is starting to rise. So Iran shifting its focus, really, it seems, the brunt of its attacks onto the Gulf, trying to force, add political pressure on President Trump. Should also say, in the U.S., President Trump, who was notably silent the first couple of the days of the war, is now speaking out. He's giving a number of interviews. He spoke with the Fox channel. He had a long conversation. He had a conversation with Jake Tapper of CNN and the New York Post. Just the fact that President Trump is speaking out shows you that he has some confidence in how the war is going. He said his initial timeline would last 3 or 4 weeks, but it's moving quicker than expected, saying 49 Iranian leaders have been knocked out. He seems fully committed still to the war. He did not even, speaking to the Jerusalem Post, he says he does not even rule out U.S. boots on the ground in Iran if that should be necessary. So President Trump, and he also said Iran has a big surprise coming. The biggest wave is coming onto Iran. So President Trump
major development if that were to be the case. American boots on the ground. That is a major development.
I don't say it's going to happen, and I still think it's unlikely. But the fact that President Trump even felt confident enough to even talk about that shows you that he is, even though it's still an unpopular war in the U.S., we have to say, but some good things have broken the way of the U.S. Only there are 4 casualties that we know of, but that's it, over 3 days of fighting. And President Trump at least seems confident at this point, and really everything depends on him and his confidence in this conflict. So we're going to see how, of course, how it develops. Noticeably fewer rockets, I would say, launch strikes against Israel today. It does appear that instead Iran's focusing on the Gulf, but things do seem to be moving quickly. And you discussed, of course, the developments with Lebanon, the attacks by Hezbollah and Israel, but most importantly, the Lebanese government now demanding that Hezbollah lay down its weapons and saying it would take action. So we're starting to see the region shift in significant ways here.
Kalev, so many updates from you in such a short time. Steve, I want to turn to you to talk about some of what Kalev just said and hear your thoughts on it as well. I want to start by addressing what you said initially, Kalev, which is Qatar and their announcement that they're cutting diplomatic relations with Iran. Now, call me maybe cynical. It seems like Qatar was quietly waiting to see how this develops, and sort of seems as though now it's just jumping ship as it realizes that the Islamic Republic, the Islamic regime is on its way down. I mean, what do you think? What do you make of Qatar's statement and of Qatar's involvement in this operation?
2 things. One, as I said before, they see how quickly things have turned, that the war militarily in terms of the attack on Iran, that Israel and the U.S. has been successful. But more than that, the willingness of Iran to strike out at its neighbors in the Gulf, not just countries like the UAE and Bahrain that it's had tense relations with, but even countries like Kuwait, Oman, and Qatar itself. And I think that has taken those countries by shock. I agree with you. We could be cynical about Qatar, that suddenly it's shifted. But that really is one of the, I would say, the big surprise of this war. A lot of the things that have happened, we expected to happen. We did not expect Iran to react in this way, and that has really changed, starting to change things there in the Gulf.
And Steve, turning over to you, I mean, what do you make of Qatar's announcement?
First, let me go back to what Kalev said before about Trump's comment, because it was a really interesting comment he made to the New York Post about boots on the ground. He actually said as follows: I don't have yipes, Y-I-P-S, about U.S. boots on the ground, but probably don't need them. That's what he told the New York Post, and then he went on and said, like every president says, there will be no boots on the ground. I don't say it. I probably won't need them. If they were necessary, I'll use them. So that's the Trump comment. I don't think that there's a plan necessarily to have troops on the ground. Could that be an element in this war? I would say that we're in untested ground, so it remains to be seen. Qatar, the government of Qatar are snakes. They are two-faced. They want to appear as though they are an ally of the United States. They give gifts to the U.S. president. They want to make it seem as though they're on their side when ideologically they're on the Iranian side. They've been supporters of Iran, and I would not be, I'm not surprised at all to see them trying to avoid themselves being targeted rather than on the side that looks like it has the upper hand militarily.
And Steve, I do want to ask you as well, you know, we're day 3 into this war. I think just yesterday or 2 days ago, we were I was sitting in this studio, you were sitting there, and we were talking about how there were very few missile hits, very few casualties when compared to the June war, the June confrontation with Iran. And now 3 days later, we're starting to see the death toll rise. We're starting to see the Israeli home front taking hits. I want to ask you, you know, how's the mood? What are you hearing from your contacts here in Israel? You know, who are now we've started to see sort of the price of this war here in Israel. I mean, can you maybe comment on that for our viewers?
I mean, first of all, let me say happy Purim to you and especially your kids. I don't know what they're dressing up as, but it's a different Purim than we were all expecting. That certainly goes into the mood. Today, in order to both buy bagels and also in order to see Purim in action, I walked into the an ultra-Orthodox neighborhood very close to where I live. I saw kids dressed up, but it was certainly not, even in those neighborhoods, it was not a normal Purim atmosphere or Erev Purim atmosphere. Of course, in Jerusalem, it starts a day later, so we may see some of that even more tomorrow. But it's an interesting year, and I think everyone is turning into their families. Everyone is keeping a close watch on where are their kids today. You know, I had family member, I have a friend that had a shiva for his father. He couldn't go to the funeral in the United States and had to have it here, but his friends are really unwilling right now to even, you know, make the drive across country to his home because of, you know, getting stuck on the way with rockets. So I don't know. I mean, Kalev was speaking before about how, you know, the focus of the Iranians is the Gulf. It could be that the focus will come back to us very quickly. They've certainly not forgotten about us. They've targeted us a number of times. I don't know how many times I've been in the shelter with my dogs today. But it's been several. So I'm expecting several more weeks of these kind of tensions. I don't see the Iranian regime folding. I don't see them going for a quick ceasefire right now. I see them lashing out. And I see part of that lashing out is they're looking for a long conflict rather than a short conflict. I don't know how the markets have played out today. I didn't check that, Kalev.
Now the markets are down I would just say the markets are down 1%. That is the strategy of the Iranians. I think they're looking at the stock market. They're looking at the price of oil and gas. They want to try to damage the global economy in general, the U.S. economy specifically in any ways. And for that, yes, they're going to need a war of attrition. And of course, that may change the strategy of the U.S. Perhaps then also in terms of intensifying their attacks, especially against the leadership. You know, it's been now reported that there wasn't this, and several of the analysts you have spoken with, Lidar, have discussed this division of labor where Israel was given the responsibility mainly of targeting the leadership due to probably Israel's intelligence capabilities, keeping eyes on Iran for years, while the U.S. has been focusing on the air defense systems and ballistic missile sites in production. But the U.S. may also now be, looking to go after the remaining leadership, using those bunker buster bombs that only the U.S. can drop in their B-2 bombers. So I agree with Steve. Could be President Trump himself said it. He said 3-4 weeks. But you never know. You just don't know, because we've already seen some surprises here in this war, and I'm pretty sure we're going to see some surprises down the road here.
He said we're not.
Absolutely.
We haven't even started hitting them hard. The big wave hasn't even happened. This was Trump today. The big one is coming soon, whatever that means.
Well, there are sure to be a lot more surprises in store. And, Israel remaining on extremely high alert. I was speaking today with several security sources, both on camera and off camera. One tells me, an expert on Iran's missile program says that the Iranians, despite all the bombing, despite everything, still have thousands of missiles in their stockpile. So there's certainly more days of intense warfare ahead. Kalev Ben David, Steve Leibovitz, thank you so much for joining us this evening. I want to wish you a happy Purim, even under the circumstances, and stay safe.
And to you, Lidor, and all our viewers.
And now we want to turn to ILTV's Mayan Hoffman, who is outside in Jerusalem, I believe, at the supermarket. Mayan, what's the latest as we wrap up this live broadcast?
So thanks, Lidar. So first of all, I just want to piggyback on your economic question and let you know that the Tel Aviv Stock Exchange closed today, the strongest since 2020, actually our best day since COVID. So things are looking good economically in Israel. People are feeling that Israel is doing a good job with Iran. So here in Jerusalem, I am at the supermarket, which seems to be the only populated area in Jerusalem. I wanted to go out and try to find you people that were not in their bomb shelters, but the coffee shops are closed and most people are not on the streets. I did want to bring you maybe some guests though that could describe for you what it's like here. That be okay?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's hear from some Israelis.
All right, so this is Michal. Michal, you live here in Jerusalem?
Yes.
Wonderful. So Michal, tell ILTV a little bit about what the mood has been like for you and your family since these attacks started really early Saturday morning.
Okay. I think the first strike was surprising because although we were ready, we didn't think Israel would be the one to strike first. And at first everything was very thin, but I think Israel is very adjusted to situations. So day by day, we get like used to this routine, which is unfortunately not very rare in Israel. And we're trying to make Khamenei and to celebrate food in spite of everything, and to make sure the kids stay happy.
So tell me a little bit about the tension. I mean, we have gone up and down from those bomb shelters. So you have a safe room in your home, or do you need to go to one underground?
So we don't have a safe room in our house. So we have a shelter that is owned by all the neighbors, and it's pretty challenging, especially at night when you need to, wake up the kids and to make sure to arrive on time so we won't be in any danger. And I keep thinking of all, there's 30% of the population who doesn't have any protection, and I hope by the next war, which hopefully will never be, There will be also, in defense. Wonderful. And now I want to ask your son to join us also. If you can come over, and we're just gonna switch out and let me speak to you here. Stand over here. Remind me your name again. So my son, thanks so much. I felt like we wanted to talk to you a little bit about Purim. As you've been mentioning on ILTV, tonight Purim starts in most of the country. In Jerusalem, it's supposed to start tomorrow night, but effectively all of the Purim activities are canceled. So what are your plans for Purim?
It's very tough because all my plans is cancelled. Every student in the school dressed up with costumes and the dance. It's very fun, but now we don't have anything because the Iran should to leave us.
Right, so you won't be able to wear your costumes already. Costume day came and went at school, and it didn't happen. Just tell me a little bit about how you'll be able to have some joy. What are your thoughts about maybe having an even more special Purim next year if all goes well this year with the war?
If all goes well, so next fall we can here we celebrate and laugh about the last Purim that was like laugh about it. What I said.
Thank you so much. And it is true that, as we know, that Purim is celebrated on these days, but it is also a celebration of Israel's victory over Persia, which is modern day Iran. So kind of ironic, but also really a cause that this year is victorious, will be, as Matan explains, even more celebratory.
Absolutely. What so lovely to hear from Michal, and especially from Natan. We've talked about this, Mayana. Tonight is, of course, Purim. Children really disappointed that they're not able to get dressed up, that they're not able to celebrate what is usually such a joyous time here in Israel. But I do think that, as we heard from Natan, I think most Israelis, including Israeli children, understand what's at stake. They understand the importance. They understand this existential war that Israel is fighting. And so, Mayan, I do want to also talk to you a little bit about the situation in terms of Israelis who are stranded abroad. We know that here inside of Israel, we hear from Natan and others, Israelis are showing remarkable resilience. They're adhering to the Home Front Command guidelines. We've been talking about that and updating about that all throughout the day. But we also know that there are, I think the estimate is about 100,000 Israelis who are stranded abroad. I mean, what can you tell us about that?
Flights, they're getting ready to launch those, I believe, even in the coming day or two, and to start bringing Israelis back. I think one of the most ironic things about Israelis is that you would think that when there's a war zone and rockets coming down, that you would be quite happy that you would be stranded abroad and not under rocket fire. But in fact, it's the opposite. Israelis try to get back. And as you said, there's about 100,000 who are stranded abroad. Those are people who maybe were on trips and had tickets that were planned already to return. So there's obviously more Israelis abroad, but these are the ones who actively were supposed to be back in the country, but can't get here because the skies are closed. But El Al is going to run those rescue flights. In addition, there are some Israelis that I've talked to that have taken interesting routes back, come through Jordan or Cairo, and then are working their way through various crossings. Those are usually people that have dual passports and, can go into those countries easily. But there are some Israelis doing that. If you remember the last Iran war, some people took boats. They went to Cyprus and took boats back to Israel. I'm starting to hear some rumblings that depending on how those rescue flights worked, we might see some Israelis coming in by boat as well.
Absolutely. Really ironic that Israelis, I think we've said this throughout, that they're the only people who try to fly back into a war zone. Mayan Hoffman, thank you so much for your report.
Thank you.
And so we are wrapping up what has been a very dramatic day. Day 3 of the war with the Islamic Republic of Iran. War, Operation Roaring Lion, Operation Epic Fury. From what we know, according to the IDF, over 2,000 bombs dropped by the IDF against regime targets. The Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei taken out, eliminated, along with several other IRGC members. And of course, missiles, constant missile threat here in Israel and throughout the region. Day 3 of the war, still more dramatic days ahead. But for now, we are calling it a day. You can go get updates on our WhatsApp channel, breaking stories, live updates on our social media. That's a wrap for this special edition on the hour, but we'll continue updating live from Israel. I'm Lidar Lazi. Thank you so much for watching and keep safe.
ILTV News, your source for Israel in English. Reporting from the ground where it happens, as it happens. An authentic, trusted voice in daily Israel news. Airing on 11 international TV channels and now launching a 24/7 Israeli news channel. Reaching millions every month across all social platforms. Independent, real, powered by truth. We don't just report, we connect. Thanks to a worldwide community that stands for truth. This is ILTV, your source for Israel in English.
Welcome to another episode of One-on-One, a special series from ILTV in partnership with Israel Bonds. I'm Lidar Lazi, and in each episode we sit down with individuals who bring a clear sense of purpose and are choosing to make a real impact. They understand that supporting Israel isn't just about words, but about taking action when it matters most. Our guest today is a trailblazer across multiple worlds. She's a sports journalist and entrepreneur, a social media influencer, and a bold voice for Jewish pride and Israel, especially at a time when speaking up hasn't always been easy. She's also someone who believes deeply in building Israel's future, not just through words, but through action. Emily, you've built a career in spaces that demand both mental toughness and visibility, from sports journalism to entrepreneurship and advocacy. How did your sense of Jewish identity shape the confidence it took to step into these arenas and claim space unapologetically?
To be completely honest, I don't feel that my Jewish identity shaped my career. I feel like the career empowered me to, just have a platform in general, which then I could take this platform and elevate my identity. But it took me a while to find it. I went to a Jewish high school. I grew up in a Jewish neighborhood, and Jewish identity was everything I grew up with. So I didn't really appreciate it. And then once I got to college, once I got to the sports world, and then I realized I'm the only Jew, it started to feel like it was a privilege to be like the Jew in the room. And I felt, I don't want to call it a burden because it wasn't. I carried it almost as like a badge of honor, where I felt like I'm the representation for the Jewish people because I'm one of the few Jews here. And then that's where I became more in touch with my Jewish identity. And I used the career that I was building to bring that Jewishness into it and spread positive awareness around it, because obviously, there's a lot of like negative stereotypes around Jews. So I wanted to be like the positive one.
And before we continue, a word from our sponsor. Israel Bonds offers a direct way to invest in Israel's resilience while investing in your own future. Invest in what matters. Invest in Israel Bonds. And Emily, back to you. At a time when many public figures are choosing silence, you've actually chosen to be outspoken, especially in standing up for Israel and against anti-Semitism. I mean, what gave you the courage to be so vocal, and what has the response been like, both the support but also the pushback?
Well, of course, for me, it didn't feel like it was a choice after October 7th. And even before October 7th, I always had this like survival instinct in me, because when I was 16, I went to Poland and I saw what people are capable of. And it wasn't just seeing what happened in Poland that kind of woke me up partially. It was coming back from Poland, doing research about how this happened, and then finding out how the world didn't help us until it was convenient for them to. So knowing that we're on our own as a 16-year-old is very traumatizing. But it was irrelevant, because in my mind, okay, this will never happen again. But come October 7th, I got flashbacks. I'm like, oh my goodness, this absolutely can happen again. And we saw the response that the world had. So for me, speaking up was an obligation. I mean, the pushback has been insane. I was unemployed for like a year after October 7th. Miss Universe shunned me. I had so many brands stop communicating with me. It was sad, but the positive outreach has been incredible. I feel like for the first time I've been, really surrounded by the Jewish community. Of course, there's like sinat chinam, there's so much infighting, and it's very sad, but ultimately we're all we have. And unfortunately, not all of us realize that, but I realize that, so I'm gonna try to unite the community as much as I can.
And moving on to another one of your hats, sports often bring together people who might never otherwise interact. How do you see your role in using sports to bring people closer together, particularly by giving positive exposure to Israel and the Jewish community through high-profile Israeli athletes?
Sports in general, I think, is the best bridge to anything. Sports, food, and money unite people. So being on the sports end of it, I feel like it's built incredible bridges for me. I mean, I don't know why it's not spoken about more. I started working in Saudi Arabia 2 years ago before it was like cool and safe and fun. And I absolutely fell in love with the Saudis. That love was reciprocated. And we talk about Israel, we talk about Gaza, we talk about really uncomfortable things. And the only reason I'm in Saudi Arabia is because of my sports job and because they bought a percent of the league that I work for. So, it's an entryway into many doors that otherwise would not have been opened, and I'm really, really grateful that I get to, be on both the political side of things and the sports side of things, because they cross paths so much more than what people think. And people can disagree on everything, but you could root for the same team in the same sport, and it's all fun at the end of the day.
And you've been covering a lot of entertainment coming out of Saudi Arabia. I mean, what have your experiences been like as an openly Jewish, pro-Israel sports journalist and a woman working in that space?
The way I was welcomed there was something I wish the world could see, because the media shows you the worst side of things, but there is that majority of silent people. And in Saudi, here's a really heartwarming story. I did Yom Kippur last year in Saudi Arabia, and I observed Yom Kippur 100%. I came with my Tehillim, I came with my Siddur, I fasted, I didn't drink water, I didn't go in the elevator, and I remember somebody came to check up on me all the time because they know I couldn't really move around freely. And after Yom Kippur was over, my Saudi friends from Jeddah, they asked me, so what is Yom Kippur? So I explained to them the Beit HaMikdash, and we fast and we mourn and repent. And it was a thought that counts. They prepared a feast for me after Yom Kippur because I was hungry. But the problem was they didn't understand kosher and halal are not exactly the same thing. So they prepared a camel for me. And camel's not kosher. So that was a shame. But it's a thought that counts, and it really warmed my heart.
And have those interactions challenged stereotypes, either theirs or yours, about what dialogue and coexistence can look like?
It's so easy to talk behind the screen. It's so easy to hate someone behind the screen. In fact, I've spoken to many Saudis who are completely anti-Israel, but then you sit at a table like this and you're communicating with one another, and you can find more common ground than you think. The problem is not everyone has the opportunity to have these conversations, which again, that's why I'm so grateful I have the job that I do, because I end up at these weird situations. But once you sit down with the person, you will bond about so many things, whether it's food or sports or even politics. I mean, there's so many things that the Saudis and I do have in common. And I feel like it doesn't just go as far as the Saudis. It's between Israel and any country. I mean, everyone has something in common. I was in Abu Dhabi with a girl, I won't say her name out of respect, she's part of the royal family, but a mutual friend introduced us, and he said, I want you to spend the entire day with her. She's gonna take care of you. I don't ask questions, I'm zohemet, I go with the flow. Turns out this woman was Palestinian, and I had no idea, and she didn't care about my background. Of course, you can Google me, so it's a bit different. And she was raised in the UAE, so she wasn't extreme at all. She was very secular, she loves Israel, she went to Israel, and it just shows you, it broke that stereotype. At the end of the day, like I said, people are very brave behind the screen, but when you're sitting face to face, we're all just people.
Pivoting with the alarming rise in anti-Semitism globally, what responsibility do you feel to use your platform right now?
I feel like it's an obligation, not just a responsibility. I feel like, why do Jews feel like you have a choice to speak up? Do you realize if you don't speak up, another Holocaust will happen? And I don't say that lightly. I don't believe another Holocaust will happen because enough Jews speak up. But for those who don't, it's almost like, how dare you? You have children. Your children are going to grow up in a world filled with anti-Semitism, and what? You feel like you're exempt from that anti-Semitism, maybe because you're powerful or you are very wealthy, but nobody's exempt, because when the Nazis came for the Jews, they didn't ask, are you Democrat or Republican? They didn't ask how much money's in the bank. They didn't ask if you were a lawyer or a doctor. They killed every Jew. So when I speak to Jews who just don't speak up, I think they are the most selfish people on earth, because when the time comes that the Jews are attacked, you're still a Jew, whether you identify as one or not, whether you're proud of it or not, you're a Jew. So you might as well own it, stop apologizing for it, and embrace it.
So what do you want young Jews, especially those who feel disconnected or maybe afraid to speak up, to understand about this moment?
I want young Jews to know that they're the future. We can only do so much before our voices just get faded out. Everything in life is like a wave, right? Today I'm relevant, tomorrow I'm not. That's how it is. The next generation of Jews need to carry the torch and keep spreading that light. And I don't want them to think that because there's enough people doing it, they don't have to. No, you do have to. Because right now you're maybe 18, 20, 21, but one day you're going to be a future leader. You're going to be the doctor, the lawyer, the teacher, the friend. It doesn't matter who you are, because everyone has their role to play and everyone has their impact. So this next generation, and they don't have this problem, my generation has this problem of just embracing their identity. It seems like the next generation has corrected itself already, which is good, but they need to really own it, and it seems like they are based on the people that I'm meeting.
Supporting Israel can take many forms: advocacy, education, philanthropy, and investment. Why do you believe it's important to move from statements of support to tangible action when it comes to Israel's future?
I think they're all relevant. I think the money's relevant. I think the connections are relevant. I think the friendship is relevant. Israel's future, it's more dynamic than that. It can't depend on one thing. Like, you have the Miriam Adelsons, and then you have the influencers, and then you have everything in between, and they're so extremely different, but they're each playing their own role. You need the bullies. You need the bullies. You need the ones screaming on Piers Morgan. You need the liberals. You need the Republicans. You need representation across the board, because the reality is Israel is a representation of a million different types of people. But for whatever reason, Israel's boxed into this small bubble and generalized and categorized as something that they're not. So when you have that representation across every field, that's when people will really get to understand Judaism and the Jewish people, but specifically like the relationship to Israel.
Emily, thank you so much for your honesty, your strength, and your willingness to lead, not just with success, but with conviction. Your story is a powerful reminder that pride and purpose are not inherited, they're chosen every single day. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Emily spoke powerfully about choosing action, about showing up for Israel, not only with words, but with real commitment. At One-on-One, that idea sits at the heart of everything we do, because when something truly matters, you don't just talk about it, you invest in it. That belief is what connects today's conversation to our partners at Israel Bonds. For more than 7 decades, Israel Bonds has given people a way to turn values into tangible impact, strengthening Israel's economy while reinforcing a deep personal connection to its future. To continue that conversation, I'm pleased to be joined by someone helping shape the next generation of that commitment. Erez Kahan is the new Leadership National Chair of Israel Bonds, connecting with young professionals across the country who are redefining what engagement with Israel looks like today: practical, values-driven, and future-focused. Erez, welcome to One-on-One.
Good to be here. Thank you for having me.
And as you interact closely with young leaders who are navigating a very different landscape from previous generations, what do you see motivating young professionals today to engage with Israel through Israel Bonds, especially in this moment?
I think each generation is different, and this new generation with technology, AI, the rise of anti-Semitism, especially on college campuses, it is a brand new landscape that we are dealing with, and it is incredibly important to educate these young professionals, what Israel Bonds is and why it's important.
Israel Bonds is often described as both an investment and a statement. What do you say to someone who wants to get involved with Israel Bonds but isn't sure where to begin?
If someone is not sure where to begin, I usually tell them to start where you're comfortable with, whether that is just simply going to an event and exposing yourself to information, to learning more, all the way up to getting more involved, helping put together an event, or all the way to, buying a bond and educating the people around them. I like to think of it as baby steps. When I first got involved, 7-8 years ago, I didn't really understand fully what Israel Bonds was. I knew it existed. I knew it was important. I went to a Friday night dinner, and I was like, okay, a $36 bond, I'm getting this money back, and I'm getting a great dinner. And I went, and then I hear the speaker, and I think, oh my gosh, this is like really important. So I went back to another event, and then I start to think, maybe I should get more involved in Israel Bonds. So I started to get more involved, and I started to talk to my friends and bring friends to the events. Then I start educating my friends about it, and that's why I'm here today in my position.
And what excites you about being the national chair for Israel Bonds New Leadership?
I started this position as being in New York City and going to events in New York City, and I've exhausted my resources in my social circles, in my community, in my synagogue, getting all the people that I know in New York City involved with Israel Bonds, educated about Israel Bonds, getting young professionals involved in Israel Bonds in New York. It's incredibly important at this point, to start going out on the streets, going to different areas. Going to the game in Philly is a perfect example of going out and meeting young professionals in different areas and spreading the beauty of Israel Bonds and the importance of Israel Bonds, why it's important, and planting the seeds in these different cities and these different Jewish communities where there are plenty of young professionals, where they can then take on the reins and spread the word and create their own events, and we can grow from there.
How can investing in Israel through Israel Bonds serve as a form of empowerment during times like these?
During times like these, it could be very overwhelming, and young professionals don't necessarily know how to respond with the rising anti-Semitism around. And one really big way to combat this is by making a statement by investing in Israel Bonds. You are making a statement saying, I believe in the state of Israel, I believe in what this bond stands for, and I believe in the continued existence of the state of Israel.
Erez, thank you for joining us today and for your leadership and for reminding us that investing in Israel is not just about the present, it's about believing in a shared future and having the courage to help build it.
Thank you so much.
Today's conversations, from Emily's advocacy to Erez's leadership, remind us that support for Israel takes many forms, but it always begins with intention and action. When you invest in what matters most, you don't just shape outcomes, you shape identity, resilience, and possibility. This is One-on-One, where bold voices meet meaningful action. We'll see you next time.
The story of the Jewish people has never been about standing still. It's a story of moving forward, of taking responsibility, of protecting what matters, no matter the challenge. That story is still being written today, not with swords, but with stewardship of the land, with the rule of law, and with the determination to secure Israel's future. And on the front lines of that mission stands Regavim. Regavim is a public movement dedicated to defending Israel's national lands and natural resources in the field, in the courts, and in the public square. Through research, on-the-ground action, and legal advocacy, Regavim works to uphold the rule of law and to ensure that Israel can grow, thrive, and remain rooted in its homeland.
Israel's only English news channel, bringing you the headlines that matter every hour, straight from the center of where it's all unfolding.
Welcome to your Krav Maga and self-defense class. I'm Moran Samuel, your self-defense teacher and the founder of the Krav X organization. By the end of this class, we're going to teach you basic and practical moves of self-defense that can save your life. We're going to analyze real-life scenarios caught on tape and teach you what can you do in those life-threatening situations. So we're going to jump in and start to watch our first scenario where you have a couple here simply sitting on a bench, and you see this guy on the black simply walking. Now you'll see the guy on the black there. He's gonna start kicking scooters, trash cans, getting aggressive. The couple is walking towards the direction, and the guy's starting to get close to this guy. His name is Ryan Kersen. Ryan is trying to protect himself. Here you see the first attack. It was a slap. Ryan is trying to move back. Then the guy pulls a knife. Ryan's trying to run away. He trips on the bench, and unfortunately, this situation is ending with a stab and a murder. His girlfriend is terrified, trying to call for help. This situation, fraction of a second. You see how it escalates quick just because he was looking towards the direction of the attacker. You never know what can happen. So we're gonna call Eden and Ilana to join me in order to learn 3 self-defense lessons that are extremely important from this incident. Number 1, you simply see the couple that is standing up and start walking towards the direction. But lesson number 1, we call it situational awareness. Simply being aware of your surrounding. Now, obviously, they didn't understand that this is going to happen, but they saw the guy that is raising his voice, kicking the scooter, getting aggressive, and they still walk towards the direction. Now, guys, this is obvious because I don't have to teach you guys that running away is the first instinct of any human being, but still important to understand. Now, running away is also not always the solution, because you saw Ryan tried to run away and unfortunately tripped. So Eden, our attacker, and what you want to do when you're understanding there's something going on, okay? Even before a slap, we're still talking about situational awareness, you want to start moving back, okay? Obviously, if Eden is getting closer here, what do you feel here? Start to get a little bit uncomfortable, right? Now, in self-defense, remember this rule. When someone is close to you and can reach you with a hand only, this is extremely dangerous, okay? So when Eden is getting close, you want to keep the distance that he has to do a step in order to reach you. The hand motion is extremely quick. It could be a punch, a slap, or as we saw in this video, a knife stab are extremely quick. But when you take a step back, he's gonna have to do an extra step, and you're gonna see his body motion, and you're gonna be able maybe to do something, okay? So, distance. This is our second step after being aware. Now, if it's still getting more and more and it's escalating, you're gonna have to start lifting your hands up and be what we call in a fighting stance. But a fighting stance is not something as such, guys, okay? Actually, this is gonna be the biggest mistake you can ever do in a street fight. So don't do anything as that, this, or even this, because what you do is you're actually, what are you telling him psychologically? Let's fight. I'm welcoming him to fight, okay? And on top of that, I'm losing the element of surprise. And this is the exact opposite of what you want to do. But you don't want to do just here. You want to have a ready mindset in order for this to happen. Look at the little difference between this to this. Okay, so after you walk back, I want you to start lifting your hands little by little. Keep walking back. Elbows are tight to your body here. And you're looking like the victim, but you're protecting your vulnerable points. So if he's attacking you, right? If you're attacking, your hands are pretty much here to protect your face, to protect all those areas that he can knock you out. Now, the fighting stance, do it with me, guys. I'm lifting those hands, elbows tight, chin down, okay? And I'm protecting myself, moving back. Do it one more time. Move back, chin down. And what I want you to do is look towards here so you have more peripheral vision. If you're looking towards his eyes cannot attack you, but his hands can attack you, can maybe pull something from his pocket, as we saw exactly in this video. And when you're looking towards the central chest, you have more peripheral vision. Now, I want to move on about what happened after, because the guy first slapped him, okay? Ryan was trying to kind of push him, okay? And then he got the slap. And I want to talk about what to do if someone slaps you, punches you. Now, first, Remember guys, if you don't have to touch the attacker first, do not do that. Don't push him, don't touch him, because for every action, there is a reaction. So we're gonna move to lesson number 2 here. When someone is slapping you, okay? Now I can teach you all kind of moves, but you saw what I did? This is simply instinctive reaction. We can learn a lot of techniques, but when you're walking in the street and you're surprised, and something is surprising you, whoa! What happens is all the lessons you learn, all the techniques you learn, you can throw into the trash. You're gonna have to rely on your instincts. Just like someone who is walking on the street and suddenly trips and falls, what happens? He puts his hands on the floor. Exactly when something comes, you react with your instincts. When you get slapped and you're surprised, whoa, this is the only thing you can do. And after you get slapped, and this is your reaction, maybe you can do something as a pump strike, as a kick, and maybe then run away. Because running away is important, but on the right opportunity. Now, when someone is attacking you and you're surprised, I want you to block with your hand solid, not just here, so his attack can cross the barrier, create a strong barrier, and you want to defend more or less with the wrist area to the wrist area. Because if I'm going to defend here, okay, if it's a slap, if it's a punch, it's gonna get in. And pay attention, this move that happened, it started with a slap, and later on was a stab. It could be a punch. This move represents the most common attack in a street fight ever. After watching hundreds of security camera footage, this is the most common attack. Now, Eden is going to try to reach you. Remember, you're in your fighting stance, you walk back, you have some time, and when he's attacking you, there you go. Okay, more solid, let's do it again. Excellent. You can also move back. This is natural. Now, Eden, I want you to attack her a couple of times and let your mind react, try to follow those principles of 90 degrees, wrist to wrist and solid defend. Let's go. Nice. Excellent. So I got a question for you. Did you think while you were performing all those moves? Not at all. So you gotta trust your mind, because this is simply gonna happen. And obviously, once again, you gotta practice it. You gotta learn it. And I recommend you guys go to a certified instructor and learn it step by step. Practice it, get it into your muscle memory. Lesson number 3. What happens if someone actually pulls a knife and stabs you? Dealing with a knife is extremely hard. Extremely hard. And be prepared. You're gonna get cut. Okay, be prepared, you can get injured. But we're gonna teach you principles that if you be able to implement, it can save your life. If he pulls a knife now, and I'm gonna simply react with my instincts, which can happen, and I'm gonna keep reacting with my instinct and try, but I'm gonna get cut, I'm gonna get stabbed, he's motivated, he's going for this knife attack, and this is not gonna solve it. So when I see the knife, yes, I could react maybe once with my instincts because I don't have a choice, because I'm surprised. But here we're gonna teach you a technique, what we call the dive in, to control and neutralize the attacker. Okay, it looks like this. First, please leave me alone, leave me alone. I just followed the step. Step number 1, I went back, the distance, the hands, right? If I'm surprised, step number 2 could be an instinct. But step number 3, what I do, something completely against my instincts. I go into the attack. So what I do here, I go in with the same move. I don't wait. I wrap, bring this hand from up, I prefer from down. Yeah. So here I'm limiting his hand motion. So if he wants to pull the knife, boom! He pulls the knife, here! He's gonna be pulling me, and I can attack, boom! Right? Maybe the knife will fall, maybe not. After a couple of strong attacks, knees, I will push the attacker and then disengage. What I want you to remember, guys, because I see a lot out there, a lot of techniques. For example, someone's trying to grab the knife. Yeah, it looks good on TV, but what the attacker is gonna do when you grab his important weapon? What are you gonna do if I'm grabbing your phone? You will pull it. This is a natural reaction. So same here, if I'm trying to defend and do all those kind of things, he's simply gonna pull it. Doesn't matter how hard is my grip. I don't want you guys to do all kind of fancy moves with creating leverage. Yes, this is not the time. You gotta anchor yourself to this important part and neutralize, disengage. Let's try it step by step. Back hands are up. Exactly. Now I want you to go in, wrap the other hand from down. Yeah. Pull the hand towards your body. Good. Knees, knees, knees. Yes, I want more attacks. More attacks. You're not gonna stop till you understand he's not able to stand up and do it once again. Let's do it one more time. Yeah, 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 yeah. Excellent. So as you saw, self-defense doesn't have to go perfect. There's a moment you almost fell to the ground, but you picked yourself up and you kept going, and that's what's important. Not to freeze under pressure and being able to rely on those simple tools that we gave you. So let's recap what we had here, guys. We spoke about lesson number 1, situational awareness. Don't step into the danger, walk away, all those things. We spoke about the fighting stance, which already this little tool gives you an extreme advantage because you're prepared and doesn't know you're prepared, okay? We spoke about using your reactions, trusting your instincts, and we learned the technique. What happens if someone stabs you? And this is gonna work, by the way, also if someone punches you. This defend, wrap, to anchor yourself, going against your instinct, diving in, counterattacks, and then disengage. To learn more about our self-defense method and workshops, visit our website, kravx.org. And remember, no one needs self-defense until they do. Thank you for watching, and see you in the next episode.
Hey guys, welcome to Israeli Krav Maga. I'm Moran Samuel, and we're analyzing real-life scenarios caught on tape. We're going to dive into our scenario. Let's see what we got here. Another scenario with a gun. So as you can see, we have a guy here getting into an office and pointing a gun towards one of the employees here. Looks like it's a robbery scenario. So one more time, as you can see, our attacker is pointing a gun towards one of those employees in the office. We have another guy here on the side that is kind of close to the attacker, the guy here with the white shirt. And there is even a moment when he gets closer to the attacker, as you can see. And we're gonna see what kind of a technique can help us if we feel that we're in danger in this kind of scenario. Okay guys, as you saw in our scenario, we had a guy getting into an office, an armed attacker. He's pointing the gun towards one of the guys in the office, and there is another guy with a white shirt who is pretty much next to the attacker. So we're gonna be talking about what if you're a guy, a third party intervening into the scenario, and you want to help those other guys who are being threats, and there is a weapon pointed towards them. Okay, so here you are pointing the gun. Of course, those guys who have the gun point at them cannot do much because the distance is too big. But we have a third guy here that might be able to help them. Of course, as we always repeat, if you're going to dive into a scenario like this, you have to be sure that you can make it, that you have the confidence and you're trained, and that those guys that you're going to help are in immediate life danger. Okay, so Leo, you're pointing the gun. Let's see what happened here. So we're gonna do a little experiment here. Leo, you're pointing the gun towards this direction. I want you to pull the trigger the moment you see me moving or trying to resist. Jump on your gun, take your weapon, okay? So I'm here, maybe calming you down, tell them please don't shoot those people. And from here, I was able to get the gun from you. Let's do it one more time. Try to shoot. Come on, leave them alone. Come on, why? Oop. So as you can see, it's gonna be pretty hard for you, and even if you shoot, you're always gonna shoot the other direction. Now, let's see what I was doing here. Now, Leo is pretty tall, so I went with the thumb down, okay? But the classic way when the gun is here is with the thumb up. One hand is going towards the wrist, the other hand is putting leverage on the weapon and we're doing a disarm at the same time. Whoop! One more time. I'm going with thumb up, wrapping the barrel, holding the weapon. The other hand is kind of giving a strike and a grab together. Pay attention to my body motion. As we learned in another scenario, the body is always involved here. Okay, so I'm doing this arm when I'm on the side. Same if I want to help and I'm coming from the back. You're not seeing me now. And when I'm coming from the back, I even have an advantage. One more time. I'm having an advantage here because you're not seeing me here. And of course, in order to jump and do all this kind of move, you got to be trained. You have to train in the gym over and over again so you feel confidence with those moves. Of course, nothing is 100% here. It's a gun. We don't jump on guns if we are not sure of what we're doing and if we're not in immediate life risk. So you guys are bringing the thumb from up, the other hand towards the wrist is pulling, and the hand wrapping the barrel is pushing with body motions together. If the gun is up and you do not feel comfortable to bring the thumb from up, you can also do the same from thumb down, hand towards the wrist. But what's important here is that I'm disarming the weapon with a diagonal angle down, okay? I can use the weapon as a core weapon, boom, itself, and take distance and control of the situation. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class. You guys can stay tuned and check out our Facebook and YouTube page and learn more Krav Maga tips and lessons. Thank you. Okay guys, we're gonna go over the scenarios we had. Two different scenarios. The first one was a video that a guy is holding a gun and threatening one of the person in the room. We have 3 people in the room and one of them that is really trying to avoid this guy from using the gun. He's actually trying himself to go and disarm the guy. But he's hesitating, he's not sure about what he's doing. He is spending a lot of time and energy. And we showed you a technique how to neutralize the attacker when you have the armed attacker with the back facing you. That was the first scenario. Then we moved to another scenario in the same video when we see the guy that is actually trying to pull the gun and disarm him when he's on his front side facing him. We showed you 2 different moves, 2 different techniques, one from the front side and one from the back side. Our third scenario, that actually is just the second video, was about an armed attacker as well that is getting into an office and probably trying to rob them. We talked about how to intervene into a scenario as a third party. If you want to help those guys who are being attacked or threatened by the gun in our scenario. We showed you how to disarm the gun pretty quick if you're on the side of the attacker or on his back. That's it. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class. You guys can stay tuned and check out our Facebook and YouTube page and learn more Krav Maga tips and lessons. Thank you. Hello everyone and thanks for joining. I'm Oren Malul and we're analyzing real life scenarios caught on tape and show you some self-defense practical techniques. We're gonna call Yogev with our first scenario. So let's see what we got here. So here we have a scenario that comes all the way from India, a road rage scenario when a guy with a motorcycle almost bumps into a guy with a rickshaw. So as you can see, there is a conversation that develops, escalates into a conflict. So here they're pushing each other. And as you can see, here the guy, there's some object that falls and he goes and grabs them. We're going to talk about it later. Other people are trying to separate between those two. And it looks like it comes down, but you'll be able to see soon how quick a simple argument like this can escalate to real violence. The guy, for some reason, pulls out of his car, of his rickshaw, a tool, it looks like a knife or something. And then the other guy also gets angry, grabs a brick and throw it all the way to the person's head. And he completely lost conscious here. As you can see, they pick him up to probably get some medical treatment. So in this kind of scenario, you can see that it starts with kind of they're pushing each other. What we have to say here is this kind of pushes that are starting and that we see a lot in any kind of a street fight developing is really confusing, because on one hand, these are just pushes, okay? But on the other hand, it can pretty quick escalate to a punch, a kick, or even a knife, because we're in a certain distance that if you're able to push me, that means you're able to stab me with a knife, okay? So on one hand, we don't really know where is it going. We don't want to escalate it too quick when someone comes in pushing me, boom, right away to punch him or right away to kick him on one hand. On the second hand, we don't always want to take the chance that after the first push, maybe I'm not seeing, he pulls out of his pocket maybe a knife, and that will be a different ending. So what we're going to show you is a technique that on one hand will neutralize the guys, on the other hand will not escalate the situation to punches, kicks, and blood, and will keep it in a certain environment that I'm controlling you and I'm telling you to calm down, getting out of the scenario itself. So, Yogev, what you're doing, you're simply pushing me. Maybe you pushed me once, pushed me twice. Oh, 1, 2, okay. Okay, so what happened here? Let's talk about it. So let's see what happened here, okay? So he probably pushed me once, and many times you're not going to be able to do the defense on the first one, second one, but for sure, if you're understanding there are some pushes are developing, so you're going to have an opportunity to redirect. So when he's pushing me, I'm redirecting his hands to the other direction, and what I can do, push me all the way, is simply move out of the way and get out of there, ask for help. But if you feel that this situation might escalate and that becoming dangerous, maybe I will need to kind of neutralize the guys. And what I'm doing here is, yeah, I will lift my hands because I actually want him to push me again. Okay, yeah, I am lifting my hands. I want him to push me again. And what I do, I redirect with my right hand with a big kind of a swimming motion. Up. One more time. 1. And from here with the same hand, I'm gonna go and grab his face. Pay attention to my body motion as well. So after doing 1, my body is also moving to his backside. So from here I can grab his face. If it's a weak spot as a nose, eyes, hair, and simply put him on the ground easily. So from here, depending on your own motions, if you're gonna go quick, you might definitely injure the back of his neck, the vertebrae here, but if you just want to stick him to your own body, make the point that you're control the situation and don't mess with me, or put him on the ground slowly, little by little, okay? He is not going to be able to resist to it. Of course, in reality, I would do it quicker, but in a certain measurable force, not to escalate the situation too much, but on the second hand, make the point. Dude, do not mess with me. You can see a moment that the guy with the rickshaw, while they're pushing each other, it's probably his phone or a certain object falling. And what he does, he goes to pick up the object. And that's something I want you to pay attention, because you're gonna come from here. If you're gonna have in the middle of an argument, an object, your phone that is falling, the last thing you wanna do is go and pick up the object boom. If it's a kick, a punch, you put yourself in a disadvantage. You're gonna pick up your phone that just fell. You definitely put yourself in a disadvantage. Boom. You don't want to get into this kind of position and put yourself in such a big disadvantage because of a phone or any object that is falling when you're in the middle of an argument. Okay, that's what we have to do for you guys today. One, we spoke about those pushes that are being developed. Really hard to see and to know if it's going to stop there, verbal and pushes, or it's going to escalate. Sometimes if you do feel better to neutralize the guys, make the point, do not mess with me, and simply get out of the scenario. Thank you, Yogev.
Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class. You guys can stay tuned and check out our Facebook and YouTube page and learn more Krav Maga tips and lessons. Thank you.
Hello everyone, and thanks for joining. I'm Oren Malul, and we're analyzing real life scenarios caught on tape and show you some self-defense practical techniques. We're gonna call Yogev with our first scenario. So let's see what we got here. So as you can see, we have a police officer and another guy here. So he's the attacker. He simply run towards the police officer, probably a drunk guy or under drugs. The police officer stops him, asks him a couple of times, please stop. He raised his voice. He's even trying to use his taser, but it doesn't really work. He is trying also to use his collapsible baton, but it's not doing it so correctly. So he finishes on the ground when our attacker is able to grab the police officer's leg and kind of control him. So we're gonna speak about what kind of things you can do before to avoid to get to this kind of position when you're on the ground, and what can you do when you're actually on the ground. So he's able to control the police officer for a pretty good amount of time till another police officer is arriving, and as well trying to first use his taser. It doesn't really work. A taser works from a certain distance, and probably from this distance doesn't work. So he pulls out his handgun, and here he has no other choice than actually to shoot the attacker. So we're gonna have definitely a couple of self-defense lessons to learn out of here, because it could finish one quicker, and second, maybe without a need of shooting necessarily the attacker. Of course, when you need to shoot, but in this kind of scenario, we're gonna have a couple of things to show you. What can we learn out of this scenario? First of all, if you're a police officer or any person that handles security, you have to also know how to fight empty-handed, okay? You cannot trust all about your baton or about your taser, handgun, whatever it is. When the attacker is close, you sometimes don't have the time to pull out the baton. And the best weapon is your hands. Sometimes your taser will not function, and again, the best weapons are your hands, your legs. Use your body as a human weapon, how we call in self-defense. So, first thing, of course, you're a police officer, you're security, train your confidence using your legs. Your legs, your hands are a great weapon when you know how to use them. So if you're running towards me and I have legs to first create distance, maybe then open the baton, and when I'll have more distance, I'll be able to function better. So the police officer has a collapsible baton. He opens it, and when the attacker comes towards, he simply strikes towards his lower body. What definitely we do not recommend. If you do have a baton and you do not want to injure the guy right away towards the face, so simply use it towards the hands when the hands are going to push, okay? So towards the knuckles, towards the elbows, that's gonna make a whole different impact. Of course, if you decide to use the baton all the way and go to the face, you have the length here, you can try to punch me, but I'm here with the baton. So it doesn't matter what kind of an attack. If you, for example, have a knife here, boom, and I go right away to the face and I'm quicker and my baton is longer, that's gonna work. If you're gonna give me a punch, it could be definitely the same thing. If not, if I know how to use timing and use the length of the baton, that could be for my advantage. We're not gonna talk about if the knife is already closer to me, I'm gonna first have to stop the knife itself. That's another part. But if you do have the distance, use it to the face or hands, but do not go to the lower body. Simple strike like this, please tell me what you feel. So I'm just letting go it's a stick, it's not even a baton, going towards the wrist. So imagine what is a strike all the way. And what we're doing is also a snap from those fingers. So 1, 2, it could be towards the hands, wrist, elbows, all those knuckles. And if you do go towards the body, shoulder, the clavicle, all of these bones that can definitely function as a weak spot, okay? So simply guys, any object you have can definitely use as a weapon. Even if it's a taser that doesn't function now, do not focus on, oh, it doesn't function. Use it as a co-weapon. Use your hands, use your legs, use the object itself. And this way, you can definitely overcome the attacker quicker and faster. So last tip we guys have for you, we're gonna talk about the fact that the police officer is simply walking back. He has the baton in his hand, he's walking back, he was trying to hit the guy, he keeps walking back, and in the end you can see he is falling. If you do happens to fall and you trip, and as we can see the attacker, he's holding one of the police officer's legs. Also there, we can see our police officer that is simply unfortunately not doing much. He is trying to communicate, it doesn't necessarily help. We do not judge the police officer, we do want to learn what can we do in this kind of scenario. So now the baton is becoming not too effective, but the other leg is definitely still effective. Now, not to tell that you can hold as strong as you want my leg, but if I'm gonna kick and at the same time pull the other leg and then use my legs as kick strikes, that's gonna be another story. And whenever I kick someone towards the knee, it's a very, very strong weak spot. As you can see, the knee can definitely bend towards here and there, but not towards the other direction. So if I kick and you're all busy with this leg and I kick here as strong as I can, as you can see, I turn my leg to create angle so I have a full surface kick. And if you come towards me again, I'm just simply gonna go crazy. If you go towards my face, I'm gonna go towards my face. And whenever I have the distance, boom, whenever I have the distance, we also spoke about how to stand up correctly and then maybe go back using the baton, etc. A lot of self-defense lessons that we can learn out of this scenario. Let's conclude it. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class. You guys can stay tuned and check out our Facebook and YouTube page and learn more Krav Maga tips and lessons. Thank you. Hello everyone, and thanks for joining. I'm Oren Malul, and we're analyzing real-life scenarios caught on tape and show you some self-defense practical techniques. We're gonna call Yogev with our first scenario. So let's see what we got here. Okay, so let's see what we have today, and let's actually listen to what the newscaster has to say.
This CCTV footage has been released showing the moment a man was killed with a single punch to the head. Andrew Young, who was 40, challenged a cyclist who was riding his bike on the pavement in Bournemouth on November the 6th last year. After a minute of discussion between the pair, 20-year-old Lewis Gill, an acquaintance of the cyclist, arrives at the scene. The cyclist rides off and Gill appears to turn to follow him, but suddenly lunges towards Mr. Young and launches a single vicious punch to the head. Mr. Young sustained a serious head injury and later died at Southampton Hospital.
Okay, so we have a scenario today, and we actually listened to the broadcaster telling all the story, and what we can see is an argument that is developing between Gil, the guy, and the other guy with the bike. When after the discussion finishes, the friend is actually releasing a punch out of nowhere to Gil's head, and unfortunately, as we heard the broadcaster saying, they finished at death and the attacker was sent to prison. What kind of self-defense lessons we can learn out of here? Absolutely not an easy scenario to handle. But first of all, we can see that sometimes a simple scenario with a discussion that actually looks like it ended with peace can sometimes escalate in a second and finish in a completely different way. So if you are in a certain argument, you have to be aware of your surrounding and understand that in a fraction of a second, it can sometimes really escalate, and it could definitely be the difference between life and death, as we know, in one moment. Second of all, we really do not have the perfect technique to teach you when you're surprised with a punch, but a little tip we could definitely give you is you can see the guy with the bike that already went to the other side, and we see the guy that was attacked, Mr. Gil, is still looking at the guy and probably telling him, is closing the discussion, when his friend, okay, is still close to him. That means the threat is not anymore the guy with the bike, is actually his friend who actually punched him, injured him, and then he died from the knockout, the wound, probably the head that was hitting the ground. So you have to handle the threat, and when the opponent with the bike is not there anymore, what you have to handle is the close opponent, is being aware of your surrounding. In a certain argument, things can change in a fraction of a second, as we said. So if you look up in the video and you can see actually the punch coming, we can see that he's not a professional boxer who is surprising him out of nowhere with a punch straight to the face, boom. We can see that the punch is actually, he's being loaded and then thrown to Mr. Gil's head. With a little bit of more attention, okay? And when you're loading the punch, you don't have to be a genius of simply walking back or simply using your hand, because this is a punch that you're able to see. It did come out of nowhere, but because it looked like it completely finished the argument, and it comes from the friends of the guy that started the argument, not the guy with the bike itself. So on one hand, yes, it is really out of nowhere, but on the second hand, with a little bit paying attention to what's happening, I can move back, get the distance, or simply use my hand. If I know how to, boom, react after, maybe I can react also with my own strikes, boom, with my own strikes. Sometimes, as we said, a scenario can escalate in a fraction of a second. You thought it's finished and suddenly a punch to the head. And in our scenario, that finished with the death of the guy being attacked. So till a scenario is not done, as we say, is not done, and when the attacker's friend, especially when it's more than one, he doesn't know it's an attacker, but more than one person is being involved into the argument, pay attention to both of them as you can. And the moment that the first threat is actually away, pay attention to the next potential threat, and maybe you would able to see the coming punch and act with creating distance or simply reacting with your own defense. Thank you again for helping. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class. You guys can stay tuned and check out our Facebook and YouTube page and learn more Krav Maga tips and lessons. Thank you. Hello everyone, and thanks for joining. I'm Oren Malul, and we're analyzing real-life scenarios caught on tape and show you some self-defense practical techniques. We're gonna call Yogev with our first scenario. So let's see what we got here. As you guys can see here, we have a scenario all the way from India. Again, when two robbers are getting into a supermarket and are trying to rob it. They both have handguns, and looks like they are starting to rob the place. They're asking the employees to go on their knees, when suddenly one employee here with the white shirt is not agreeing to surrender. She stands up, holds a chair, and she's starting fighting back both of the robbers. So as you can see here, she's using the chair against both robbers with handguns. Not sure if it's a smart thing to do, but looks like, look how much courage she has. Go and starting hitting the attacker with the chair. Other people are joining to help her. And luckily enough, she was actually able to get both robbers out of the store, made them retreat, and till we had the police that are arriving to the place. So as you were able to see in our scenario, we have two robbers getting into a supermarket trying to rob the place. Now, the best thing to do is, of course, and it's not obvious, but we have to say that, let those two robbers rob the place and get out alive with this scenario. What we can see in the scenario is one girl that is simply not agreeing, not accepting to surrender. She grabs a chair and she's actually fighting the robber, the armed robber, with a chair. So do not get confused. We do not going to teach you a defense against a gun with a chair. It does not exist in Krav Maga and in the sense in self-defense world, as much as I know. But we are going to show you and talk about a concept, and the concept is this: if you show the attacker you're crazier than him, you usually won the fight. What this girl did is, instead of surrendering, going on her knees and staying there, actually did the exact opposite. Showed maybe an enormous amount of courage, maybe too much, and was trying to fight an armed robber with a chair. Now, do not get confused. We're not going to recommend anyone to do such a move and use any object, as long and as strong it would be, against a weapon. But what we want to learn out of it is definitely the concept that when you're showing the attacker you're crazier than him, he will retreat. And this is exactly what happened in our scenario, and talked about if someone comes and is not armed, you might start screaming and transferring the mental message that simply do not mess with me. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class. You guys can stay tuned and check out our Facebook and YouTube page and learn more Krav Maga tips and lessons. Thank you. Hey, so we're gonna wrap up between all those scenarios we had and go over them, review them real quick. We had 4 different videos, 4 different scenarios. So we had a guy with a rickshaw that bumped into another guy with a motorcycle. We said, first thing, if you can put away your ego, because sometimes if you get into the scenario, it can finish totally different than what you thought, and we can see in the scenario. Do not let your personal belongings to also distract you, as we saw the guy who has his phone falling or any object, because he puts himself in a disadvantaged kind of a position. So in a fight, be focused on the fight and be aware of the person who is in front of you. And we spoke about how to defend against a push, how each fight starts pushing, if you can deflect the push, or if you want to neutralize the guy who's pushing you because you feel this situation is getting too dangerous for me. Second scenario, we had a police officer. We spoke about the ability that a police officer needs to have in order to fight empty-handed. Sometimes your taser as a security man is not going to work. The baton is not going to be so effective because the attacker might be too close. Sometimes your best weapon is actually your own body. So make your body becomes a human weapon, as we call in self-defense, and do not be distracted between all those objects you have, because sometimes you're simply not going to be able to use them. There is a moment that you have to go back, but there is a moment that enough is enough, and that's time actually to take control of the attacker in front of you. Keep walking back might bring you to the ground, as we saw in our scenario. Third scenario, so we had the argument between the pedestrian, Mr. Gil, to the guy with the bike, and we saw that sometimes the scenario is not over if you have a friend of an attacker that can surprise you. So we spoke about being aware of the threat that is in front of you, and if the threat is not threatening you, simply pay attention to the friend, especially if it's two people in the scenario that we had. Fourth and last scenario was about a supermarket that was robbed with two armed attackers. When we saw one lady that simply refused to give up and to surrender, she picked up a chair and tried fighting two armed attackers with a chair, something we completely do not recommend you to try, but we did learn something out of this scenario. And the sentence was this: if you show the attacker you're crazier than him, you won the fight. That's what happened in this kind of a scenario, even though we do not recommend using this kind of technique against armed attackers. But if you have an attacker getting close to you and you have an opportunity to show him that you're mentally crazier than him, you're usually going to win the fight, because this is something that psychologically you don't want to mess with someone who is crazier than you. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class. You guys can stay tuned and check out our Facebook and YouTube page and learn more Krav Maga tips and lessons. Thank you. Welcome to the show. I'm Moran Samuel, and you're watching Israeli Krav Maga, and we're analyzing real-life scenarios caught on tape. We're gonna take a look at our scenario and call Leo and Yogev. So we have two of you guys today because we're watching a scenario that happened against two attackers, multiple attackers. Let's see what we got here. So as you can see, guys, we have a scenario that was caught in a security camera, and we have a guy who's standing just here that you can see that he's going to be attacked by two attackers. He's moving back and throwing a left hook, knocking out one attacker, a right cross, knocking out the second attacker. So it happened to be that this guy is actually a professional boxer, and you can see how quickly he's able to knock out both attackers, and that's what we're going to be speaking today. So what we want to speak about today is actually the ability to become a human weapon. So this boxer has enough confidence. He did not even try to create a better angle. He had such a confidence in his hands that when one attacker is coming, boom, a simple quick attack. Pay attention what he's doing in the video. He is not doing all those kind of attacks that are coming from the side and you're able to see, right? Because if I would go and do this to you, Gav, what would you do? Simply defend. Or maybe moving back if you're not even trained. Simply defend with an instinct. But our boxer is simply moving back, boom, and throwing a very quick first left hook. So quick attacks, these are the attacks that are knocking out the person in front of you. Second attacker, same thing. He moves back and then boom, dives in with a right cross. So those quick attacks, as we're saying, even though they have maybe less momentum and strength, but they're much more surprising when they're quick, when they're straight to the face. With the right body motion, you generate enough force to knock out a person in one strike, as you can see in the scenario. What happened, guys, in the video is you can see the boxer, first of all, let's speak about his motion. He's moving back and throwing a punch. And again, back and forward. This is a classic move in boxing. Back, you're loaded, forward with a punch. Okay, so that's what this guy was doing there. Now, the knockout happened so quick because those two guys simply came towards him, not prepared, and then the punch comes fast, hits a very sensitive, weak point, and when the chin is being hit, the jaw, or the face area, it creates an impact, concussion to the brain, and that's why you have such a direct knockout. The first guy and then the second guy. So you can see that both guys are probably not trained. So if you're getting into a fight, better you duck your chin, get your body stiff, so it wouldn't get the same shock, same concussion to the brain. So the knockout will be harder to reach. Of course, strong punch to the chin, even if you're ready, is not something pleasant and can definitely cause a knockout. But at least you're more prepared and the brain will get less shock and you might be able to keep fighting in order to survive. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class. You guys can stay tuned and check out our Facebook and YouTube page and learn more Krav Maga tips and lessons. Thank you. Welcome to the show. I'm Moran Samuel and you're watching Israeli Krav Maga, and we're analyzing real-life scenarios caught on tape. We're gonna take a look at our scenario and call Leo and Yogev. So we have two of you guys today because we're watching a scenario that happened against two attackers, multiple attackers. Let's see what we got here. So as you guys can see, we have a white van getting in the shot. And we have two guys inside of the white van. Okay, and we have another guy here outside of the van. And this is going to be the guy that is going to be attacked. Now, you can see that we have one guy getting out of the van and then the second one. And there is a discussion, a verbal argument that is being developed here. They're putting the guy in the corner and they're starting to be aggressive. You can see it in the hands motion. Now, the argument is being developed for a pretty good amount of time. And we have one of the guys from the van simply going to the van and looking for a tool, probably a weapon, in order to attack our defender. Now, some other people are coming there and are trying to separate, but one of the attackers is able to grab a stick, and as you can see, it hit our defender with a stick. And the other people are not capable of avoiding the attacker of hitting him with the stick. So we have a couple of concepts that we can learn from this scenario. What we want to speak with you today is about the concept that sometimes you should not wait for the attack to come and attack first. So you're being trapped into a corner against multiple attackers. There's a fraction of a second sometimes till one guy is pulling a knife, is punching you, or whatever it is. You don't want to stay in this position. We're going to show you a technique, a strike that actually can sometimes take care of both attackers at the same time. Of course, this is not easy to be done on the street, but if both attackers are close to each other and you're trapped in between, it can definitely work if you do it correctly. Okay, so first strike actually looks like this. I'm telling you guys come down, boom. Okay, and I'm going with actually 2 hammers. Now, you cannot depend on this move to knock out both attackers at once, because that would be naive. It could be effective, but this move would simply help you after to get a better angle. Now, if he's facing you, fight against this attacker, maybe get him as a human shield as we spoke. Use him as a human shield. Use your legs, use your body as a human weapon. Now, one more time. If you can simply get a better angle from the beginning, that would be better. If the guys are even closer to you and you're tight, boom, okay? Here I would throw what we called elbow and forearm forward, both hands simultaneously, okay? What can open both attackers and give me kind of a way to escape out. One more time. I'm moving away and then in. You guys are gonna be moving out of the way thanks to my elbow, and then I have a opening to escape. So to conclude, as we said, if you're being trapped in a corner, it's not an easy situation. You got trapped into a disadvantage. If you can grab a better angle, you would do. But if not, sometimes you should not wait, because as we saw, the guy was waiting. The other guy went, grabbed the stick, and he was attacked. Sometimes initiate your first move. If you guys are being close, we talked about the hammer, we talked about elbow and forearm that can open my way out, and then try to get a better angle, escape the situation. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class. You guys can stay tuned and check out our Facebook and YouTube page and learn more Krav Maga tips and lessons. Thank you.
ILTV News, your source for Israel in English. Reporting from the ground where it happens, as it happens. An authentic, trusted voice in daily Israel news. Airing on 11 international TV channels and now launching a 24/7 Israeli news channel. Reaching millions every month across all social platforms. Independent, real, powered by truth. We don't just report, we connect. Thanks to a worldwide community that stands for truth. This is ILTV, your source for Israel in English. For more than 200 years, when Israel's most vulnerable needed help, Kolel Chabad was there. When families can't afford food, when seniors are alone, when children are struggling to survive, Kolel Chabad steps in with meals, essentials, and dignity. Right now, thousands of families across Israel are counting on that help. And you can make sure it reaches them. Your donation doesn't just give charity, it gives hope, it gives strength, it saves lives. Kolel Chabad, helping Israel one life at a time. Scan the QR code on your screen and give now. Step into the story of Israel's heartland with Blessed by Israel, where every purchase connects you to the land, the people, and the promise. Taste the sweetness of the promised land in their delicious honeys, or wear the story of the land close to your heart with the stunning Special Places of the Land necklace. Behind each product is a family, pioneers living in Judea and Samaria, crafting beauty and goodness from the soil of the Bible. When you buy their creations, you're not only receiving something extraordinary, you're investing in Israel's future, helping small businesses thrive and communities grow strong. Join a movement that celebrates faith, resilience, and hope. Visit blessedbyisrael.com and use ILTV's special code BLESSISRAEL, that's BLESSISRAEL, at checkout for 10% off on your first order. Be part of strengthening Israel, one purchase at a time.
Welcome to ILTV's Israel Daily. I'm Lidar Greve-Lazi, and coming up in today's newscast, Iranian terror proxy Hezbollah officially joins the war. On day 3 of the war, the IDF says more than 2,000 bombs have been dropped on regime targets in Iran. And meanwhile, dozens more injured in missile impacts in Israel as the war intensifies. It's day 3 of the war with the Islamic Republic of Iran. The United States and Israel are continuing Operation Roaring Lion and Operation Epic Fury, targeting regime senior figures, ballistic missile sites, nuclear facilities, and military and regime sites across the country, with no signs of letting down. U.S. President Donald Trump says the operation will continue until all the objectives are met. Prime Minister Netanyahu saying Israel should expect many more days of war. Meanwhile, the Israeli home front continues to show remarkable resilience in the wake of round-the-clock missile barrages and a rising death toll. All of this and more on day 3 of the war and on the eve of Purim, what is meant to be a happy holiday here in Israel. And how apt. The holiday celebrates the Jewish salvation of the Jewish people in ancient Persia, or modern-day Iran, from Haman's plot to annihilate them. And Hezbollah has entered the war, firing rockets and drones at northern Israel from Lebanon overnight, prompting immediate and intense Israeli airstrikes in Beirut and across southern Lebanon, and buildup of forces along the Lebanese border. Sirens blared in Haifa and surrounding areas just after 1 a.m. as rockets were launched from Lebanon. The IDF said one rocket was intercepted while others landed in open areas. 2 drones were also shot down over the upper Galilee. There were no immediate reports of injuries. Hezbollah claimed responsibility, calling the attack revenge for the killing of Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei. The group said it targeted a missile defense site south of Haifa and described the barrage as a warning. Israel responded with dozens of airstrikes, including in Beirut's Dahya district, a Hezbollah stronghold. The IDF said it hit headquarters, infrastructure, and a vehicle carrying Radwan force operatives. More than a dozen explosions were reported in the Lebanese capital, with residents fleeing and schools opening as shelters. Defense Minister Israel Katz said that Hezbollah leader Naim Qassem will be targeted due to his action. IDF Chief of Staff Lieutenant General Eyal Zamil said Israel was prepared for a multi-front campaign and warned that any enemy threatening the north would pay a heavy price. Meanwhile, Lebanon's Prime Minister Nawaf Salam condemned the rocket fire as an irresponsible act that risks dragging the country into war, as his government called an emergency meeting. The Prime Minister said that the Lebanese government prohibits any military action from Hezbollah. The Northern Front is now fully active, marking a dramatic escalation in the regional conflict. And we have this from the Army spokesperson.
חיזבאללה פתח באש אתמול בלילה. הוא ידע מה הוא עושה. הזהרנו אותו. הוא ישלם על זה מחיר כבד. אנחנו ערוכים היטב. גייסנו קרוב ל100,000 אנשי מילואים, עשרות גדודים, חטיבות, אוגדות, ערוכות בהגנה על גבול הצפון, וערוכות לכל האפשרויות, בהגנה ובהתקפה. כל האפשרויות על השולחן. אנחנו מקיימים מערכות מצב, וכל האפשרויות על השולחן.
And not just in Lebanon, IDF airstrikes against regime targets in Iran continued overnight and throughout the day. The IDF says more than 2,000 bombs have been dropped across Iran since the start of Operation Roaring Lion on Saturday morning. ILTV's Steve Leibovitz reports.
Air Force strikes in Iran intensified overnight. The IDF says it's carried out over 700 sorties in the first days of the campaign, delivering massive blows to Iran's missile and air defense infrastructure. Targets included ballistic missile factories, launch sites near Qom, air defense batteries in western Iran, and stockpiles of explosives intended for attacks on Israel. The Israeli Air Force has achieved total air superiority over Tehran. Over the past 24 hours, the IDF struck dozens of the regime's military command centers, including headquarters belonging to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, intelligence headquarters, IRGC Air Force command centers, and internal security headquarters. Israeli officials told Channel 12 the joint campaign with the United States is progressing faster than expected, with a focus not only on military targets, but also on regime security headquarters, including Revolutionary Guard and internal repression forces in Tehran. IDF Chief of Staff Zamir says significant achievements have already been made, but warns many more days of fighting lie ahead. Prime Minister Netanyahu said the attacks will intensify in the coming days.
אנחנו במערכה שבה אנחנו מביאים את כל כוחו של צה"ל כפי שלא היה מעולם למערכה הזאת כדי להבטיח את קיומנו ועתידנו. אבל אנחנו מביאים למערכה הזאת גם את סיועה של ארצות הברית, את ידידי נשיא ארצות הברית דונלד טראמפ, את צבא ארצות הברית, ושילוב הכוחות הזה מאפשר לנו לעשות את מה שאני מייחל לעשות כבר 40 שנה. להכות את משטר הטרור שוק על ירך. כך הבטחתי וכך נעשה.
And meanwhile, Iran continues to launch missiles across Israel, with strikes reported in the north, south, and center of the country. ILTV's Mayan Hoffman was in Tel Aviv today and reports on the latest missile barrages and the rising death toll.
Well, thanks, Lidar. I'm here in Tel Aviv on a day where we've already seen a lot of tragedy from the Iranian rockets striking Israel. Earlier today, a rocket struck down a direct hit in Be'er Sheva, injuring dozens of people, many of them moderately. That was in a residential neighborhood. Magen David Adom described the people exiting their homes in shock and fear. This comes a day after a deadly strike in Beit Shemesh. Beit Shemesh is an area, a city located between Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. 9 people were killed in that rocket attack. 6 of them have already been named today. Those names are Ronit Elimelech. Sarah is her mother, Ronit's mother. That was a first responder from United Hatzalah. Oren Katz, 16-year-old Gavriel Ravach, and Bracha Cohn and her son Yossi Cohn. Those are the 6 of the 9 victims that have been named thus far. Those are on top of a woman who was killed in her 40s on the first night in Tel Aviv. In addition, there have been many others that have been injured. The health ministry is talking about close to 700 people who have been transferred to hospital for care. Of those, at least close to 200 are still in hospital receiving treatment, a handful of them in serious condition. Now, this comes after a whole group of rockets also struck down, not causing casualties, but causing great damage. As Hezbollah entered the war this morning, rockets were fired into the Galilee. 2 homes received direct hits, being demolished. In addition to that, there was a rocket attack that was released last night, although it happened on the first day of the war at Sultan's Pool in Jerusalem. That attack caused extensive damage from some of the shrapnel, only 500 meters from the Holy City and from the Temple Mount. Moreover, last night there was an attack in Jerusalem, harming 5 people who were injured, 1 moderately. That was on the outskirts of Jerusalem off of Highway 1. And of course, as I mentioned, the direct hit in Be'er Sheva, which struck a synagogue and harmed many residential buildings. The Homefront Command is calling on the community to follow the directives. Stay in your shelter until the Homefront Command issues a release for you to leave. They want to remind people that if they're going to, when the siren rings the first time, that is a warning to let you know that one is on the way. Make sure you're within 5 to 10 minutes of a shelter. After the rockets come, a new siren will go off, and at that point, you must take cover.
We're here near the bomb shelter. We're waiting for the alert so we can distribute food to people who are hiding from the rockets. It has been scary. Every 5 to 10 minutes we're getting alerts. We have to run to the bomb shelter, so it feels even scarier than last time with Iran, to go around the streets and actually help. But we have to keep our spirits high so we can make it out of this alive and even stronger.
Amazing. Well, Nitai, thank you so much. And Lidar, I'm going to go ahead and turn it back to you.
Thank you, Mayan, for the report. And U.S. Central Command says American armed forces have struck more than 1,000 targets across Iran in the first 2 days of Operation Epic Fury. U.S. President Donald Trump is indicating that the war may continue for a month. According to the Pentagon, the U.S. strikes have focused on missile installations, command and control centers, communications hubs, air defense systems, IRGC facilities, and other strategic military sites. President Trump also announced that U.S. forces have sunk 9 Iranian naval warships. Additional naval assets, including a Moran-class corvette, were struck in the Gulf of Oman and reportedly left sinking.
The entire military command is gone as well, and many of them want to surrender into saving their lives. They want immunity. They're calling by the thousands. Combat operations continue at this time in full force, and they will continue until all of our objectives are achieved.
The U.S. military has confirmed 3 American service members were killed and 5 seriously wounded during the operation. Officials have not yet released details about the circumstances of their deaths, citing next of kin notification. Meanwhile, the campaign has included Tomahawk cruise missile launches from warships, as well as strikes by aircraft carriers and other U.S. air assets in the region. And meanwhile, Iranian missiles and drones continue targeting U.S. military assets in the region, including attempted strikes on American bases and naval forces in the Gulf, as well as the British air base in Cyprus. And joining us now with more on the latest on day 3 of the war with the Islamic Republic of Iran are Dr. Walid Fares, foreign policy expert and author of Iran Imperialist Republic, and Major General Yaakov Amidrol from Jinsa and former head of the National Security Council. Thank you both for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
So, Major General Amidrol, let's start with you. It's day 3 of Operation Roaring Lion. What is your assessment of this operation so far?
So far, it's went, I think, very good. Not just good, but very good. The Americans and Israelis have 3 missions in this war. One is to destroy totally the ability of the Iranians to produce nuclear military capability in the future. The second is to destroy the whole project of long-range ballistic missiles. And the third one, which is more complicated, is to prepare all the terms, all the atmosphere, the situation that will allow the Iranian opposition to go to the street and to topple the regime. It is something that is not measurable. You never know when you reach the point in which the regime is weak enough to be taken by the rebels, by the opposition. We cannot produce the opposition in Iran. It is an Iranian project that they should do it. They have to understand that is their time to do it. Yesterday, Prime Minister Netanyahu tried to convince the Iranians by speaking in their language in all the Iranian channels that this is what they're supposed to do, but we cannot do it for them. This is something that they should do. What we can do, the Americans and us together, is to make all the efforts for making the regime much weaker. Its actions in Tehran, outside Tehran, whatever is needed.
And Dr. Fares, so we've seen over 2,000 bombs dropped. We've seen the supreme leader taken out, dozens of senior regime figures also eliminated. What can you tell us about the state of the Iranian regime today?
Well, the work of our government and Israel have been, fantastic. It has not ever reached that level before over the 40 years plus of the Islamic regime in Iran, and the coordination between the two countries is quasi-perfect. I'm sure there are always issues, but as the general has mentioned, the strategic direct goals of the alliance is basically to weaken the regime, weaken it strategically. Number one, obviously, anything that has to do with the nuclear problem, that has to be resolved, regardless of who is going to be in power in Iran or not. Second, obviously, the missiles. 3, this will have a huge impact on the regime's support of Khomeinists or jihadi Khomeinists terrorist organizations around the world. Of course, you're going to feel the pressure now coming from Hezbollah. We know that, and the militias in Iraq will be activated. So the two powers have been able to engage in the weakening of the regime on the military level. The more complicated is going to be definitely how to engage with the opposition or the various oppositions to the regime. One statement made yesterday, I think, by Prime Minister Netanyahu, and we heard many members of Congress talking about it, is how to support the population. Number one, the combined Air Force could be, that's a possibility, targeting the specific units, the repressive units, they call them, the ones who basically killed 40 to 50,000 Iranians. If that happens while the demonstrations are taking place, what's going to happen is that the demonstrations will keep moving. They pick up some weapons, probably from the police, that is, and we've seen some of these videos. That would be the early beginning of the takeover. As President Trump said, seize the institutions, identify who has been killing you, and going from there on. But I still say, in conclusion, there need to be a minimal communications with the organizations that are now leading the work on the ground and in the diaspora, a minimum to coordinate, because I challenge one point, just to make sure to get an answer, which is we are asking the part of the militias, that would be the IRGC and the Basij, to depose their weapons and then or remit them. Remit them to whom? You need to have an organized force that would seize those weapons and then advance. That is still to be found, in my view.
So you're both in agreement that the challenge here is to create the atmosphere or the conditions for regime change. Major General Amidol, so what should we expect moving forward in the coming days? You know, Israel has extended this special emergency situation through to March 12th. What is the timeline that we are looking for this operation? And you mentioned that there are 3 goals. What about the first 2 goals in terms of the ballistic missiles and in terms of the nuclear facilities as well?
We began the job to be done in June. We understand now that we understood that we have other elements which hadn't been destroyed, and this war is going to finish the job. How long it will take, I don't know, because I'm not familiar with all the details of the targeting system that we and the Americans are based on. It is very much depends on the intelligence that we had before the war, because I see very few targets emerging from the war itself, and it will take at least days and weeks to finish all the whole list which we had. But when it is coming to weakening the regime, it is endless list that can go on for weeks, because you never know when the regime is weak enough, and you can do whatever you can to make it weaker and weaker every day. So it's not going to be a short war. It's going to be a long one.
And so, Dr. Fares, I mean, what are you hearing from inside Iran? I mean, we've seen the videos of Iranians celebrating over the death of Ali Khamenei, but what can you tell us about the Iranians themselves, the state of the protests? You mentioned that, you know, there needs to be some kind of opposition, some kind of organized body. Are we? And you said that we haven't seen that yet. What about the Crown Prince? What can you tell us about the state of the people of Iran today?
Thank you. Let me re-clarify a little bit. There are organized movements, outside in the diaspora. They have been demonstrating. I mean, I'm sure you've seen all these videos of hundreds of thousands of Iranians in the diaspora. I mean, Toronto, 500,000, Los Angeles, 300,000. I want to go to the numbers, but there has been about 1.5 million diaspora Iranians. And of course, their allies are many other nationalities in the Middle East not happy with that regime, the Israelis, Jewish Americans, and others. That is a fact. And they have organized, the mainstream among them have organized a conference in Germany last summer, where they launched an interim or a transitional government. Now, other groups also have launched their own equivalent, but the mainstream one was in Munich. And you mentioned Mr. Pahlavi, Prince Pahlavi. Yes, he has been meeting with many people. So there is a fact that there are institutions that are working to represent. The question is inside the country. So inside the country, there are no headquarters for political parties you can deal with. They are all supportive of this or other movements. There is some competition, but it's clear that those who are taking the lead, you can see it from the videos, are younger people. The only problem here is that most of the popular opposition inside Iran reject any cooperation with any high-ranking official because most high-ranking officials have been part of the repression against them. So that has to be solved one way or another.
So there is certainly still a lot of work to be done, and we are only in the early days of this war. Dr. Walid Fares, Major General Yaakov Amidrol, thank you both so much for joining us today and for your unique insights.
Thank you very much for having us.
Thank you.
And as Operation Epic Fury intensifies, Israel and the United States once again find themselves on the front lines in the fight for freedom. The threat is real and the stakes are high. Iranian rockets have struck communities in Israel and killed innocent Israelis. And across the Holy Land, red alert sirens continue to sound, giving Israelis just 15 seconds to reach shelter. But in moments like this, the bond between America and Israel stands strong, united by shared values, shared faith, and a shared commitment to freedom and democracy. The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews is on the ground right now, providing life-saving food, first aid supplies, and emergency essentials for security personnel. The fellowship is also supplying Israeli hospitals, emergency rooms, and bomb shelters with critical medical equipment. This aid is focused on Israel's most vulnerable, the elderly, children, and families. In times like this, your support matters. Stand for Israel, stand for freedom, and give generously today. To rush your gift, you can call 888-488-IFCJ. That's 888-488-IFCJ, or go online at ifcj.org. And moving on, hundreds, and in some cities, thousands of Iranians living in the United States and across Europe have taken to the streets celebrating the death of Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, following the U.S.-Israeli strikes on the regime. In New York's Times Square, Iranian-American demonstrators waved pre-revolution lion and sun flags, as well as American and Israeli flags, chanting, "Khamenei is gone," an alternative for Iran, King Reza Pahlavi, a reference to exiled opposition figure Reza Pahlavi. Similar scenes played out in London, where regime opponents protested outside the Iranian embassy, in Berlin, where exiles gathered at the Brandenburg Gate, and in Paris, where thousands marched in what many called a historic moment for Iran's opposition. Celebrations were also reported in Rome, Athens, Lisbon, and Brussels, with many calling openly for regime change in Tehran and thanking the United States and Israel for the strikes.
We're here because we support King Reza Pahlavi, the Crown Prince of Iran, the son of the last Shah. We are his supporters, and we believe that he will lead a peaceful transition in our country.
And this flag, which flag is it?
Israel.
Why?
Because we love Israel. We don't hate Jews. We are not anti-Semites, and because Israel, we have been friends, our countries, our nations since ancient times.
The people of Iran and the people of Israel standing together. And now let's take a look at the weather forecast. Cloudy skies are expected around most of the country tonight, with temperatures reaching lows of 15 degrees Celsius or 40 degrees Fahrenheit. Then tomorrow we'll see sunny skies alongside steady temperatures with highs of 26 degrees Celsius or 56 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's a wrap for today's news. For the latest updates from Israel on all your devices, be sure to follow our ILTV channels and keep up with us on social media. That's at ILTV_Israel on all platforms. You can also follow us on Screen IL. Stay informed with the latest news straight from the heart of Israel. I'm Lidar Gavelazi. Be well, stay safe, and thank you so much for watching.
It's kosher, it's clocked. You're listening to Glots. It's all Glots.
This episode is partially sponsored by Fleishik's Magazine. Fleishik's Magazine is something we are personally very passionate about, but we're really excited to let you know about our upcoming Shavuos issue. Every single year we come out with Milchiks. So it's our once a year Milchiks
edition. It's the Fleishik's Milchiks issue.
Yes. And that is coming out. You can order it as a single issue on our website at fleishiks.com.
You can order Milchiks on fleishiks.com.
Yes. But you can also subscribe to the magazine. You get 11 issues a year, and you also get access to hundreds of recipes on our app, which is exclusive to our subscribers and hosts all our previously published recipes. So even if you subscribe today, you have access to years worth of content. Fleishiks.com, use code.
It's worthwhile investment.
What code should they use?
Code GLAT.
Use code GLAT.
GLATT, uppercase.
For?
To get 18% off.
Use code GLAT to get 18% off.
This episode is brought to you by Tuscanini's Maldon salt. It comes in regular sea salt flakes and smoked sea salt flakes.
This is the funniest thing about these ad reads, because I sometimes don't even know the products because it's like your department. We're very like separate departments. And so I show up and here we have a new product I didn't know about.
Yeah, I didn't know about it either. It's not like they sent it to us and let us know. I was in Gourmet Glots and I saw them. I'm like, oh, okay. We gotta pick these up and
that's so funny. Okay, so Gourmet Glot is like the place to find the new products.
But tell us about these. I mean, we use the Maldon salt, the typical.
It's the ultimate finishing touch to any dish.
We're getting ASMR here, so I was wondering what that noise is.
Let's go. Ooh. It's the ultimate finishing touch to any dish. Maldon salt, it's crunchy, it's salty, it's so good. And the smoked sea salt, it's the same crunchy texture. And it also has that visual appeal, like when you sprinkle it over something. But the smoky salt adds that smoky flavor. So
and it has that pyramid look.
Yeah, so it's just like a beautiful finishing touch to any dish. You just want a little pop of something special. And it crunches in your mouth and then melts to provide like a really good salty feeling in your mouth. And it like melts all over. It's really, really good. I love
it. I love Maldon salt. Liebe loves Maldon salt. I don't know anyone that wouldn't enjoy it.
Yeah, no, it's a good one.
Get some Maldon salt, and I like the smoked one, so at least
also,
try it
I
out.
think that like it's really cool for people who are like going low salt, because you don't like, you could skip the salt, let's say in the food that you're making, and then do a finishing salt on top.
You get away with
because
less.
a little bit goes a long way.
Good tip. You heard it here.
Yes.
This episode is brought to you by Golden Flow's new cold brew coffee. It comes in 2 sizes, personal size, and I think it's a full gallon, like a big one.
Okay.
Shifra, you are into cold brew, so I really think you should be telling us what is special about cold brew. What is special about
Cold brew is really
this?
cool because it's made with coarsely ground coffee beans, fresh coffee beans, and instead of being heated, the beans are soaked in water and then it's strained. So it's a much smoother, cleaner coffee flavor, and usually it's less acidic. So it's a very nice, fresh version of coffee.
Yes, I do find it's not as bitter, not as strong.
Yeah.
Would you say it's not as strong? It's a little bit more mild?
Some cold brews are stronger in the coffee flavor, but I feel like the sometimes acidic after effects of coffee you don't get with cold brew. So it's really, really nice. It's really refreshing, just in time for summer. And all you do is just, I mean, personally pour it over ice and milk. You can also put your favorite.
It's good you caught yourself
syrups.
because I would have contradicted you.
Why? What would you have said?
Contradict you. I would have said all you do is put ice and milk and then your favorite flavored syrup. Yeah. I do flavors.
try it.
Shifra is a purist.
I'm
You're
gonna
gonna try it?
Yeah.
Another thing, this is under the CRC. It's got a Hamish Hashgacha. I think it's the only one on the market that does have a Hamish Hashgacha. So,
really nice aroma. Smells like, you know, that coffee comfort?
Yeah.
You get it when you open it up. That's
Amazing.
very nice and smooth. It's not at all bitter. It's a beautiful
look for it
cold
in
brew.
the fridge section of your local kosher supermarket. Golden Flow's new cold brew coffee.
Also, by the way, just in time for summer, blend it with a scoop of ice cream and you have yourself a coffee milkshake. Yeah, so this is an interesting thing for us because usually, as Shlomi mentioned on our Instagram story just a second ago, we're usually the ones traveling to the Lower East Side to the Nachum Siegel studios.
I almost felt bad making him schlep out here. Although the truth is, Nachum is not shy or old to travel.
Well, I'm not against coming out here. I just the way things are in New York now, between traffic and scheduling, it's impossible. But thank God, everything
we live in
works out.
5 towns, and we know like every direction you go, you've got the belt on the one side is a disaster, the Van Wyck on the other
The
side.
Van Wyck, since we moved here, is not even drivable.
Right.
I don't know what it is, but that's a we'll have the mayor on next
It's one of the
week.
things we miss about living in Crown Heights. Crown Heights somehow just felt really central. It was
Yeah.
easy to get to everywhere.
Yeah, but I think
didn't
things
realize.
changed with the speed cameras, by the way.
Oh, the cameras,
Yeah,
the
it makes
speed
everyone
limits.
started to drive really slow.
But
So on Eastern Parkway, 35 is the maximum?
25.
Right, but 35 till you get a ticket, right?
35.
I don't care about the official maximum.
It's 34. It's 34.
It's right, it's
You have to go
34.
9 under.
Right.
I
If you're
used to
setting-
like fly down Eastern Parkway.
Oh my God, yeah.
Yeah.
Now you can only
Anyway.
fly between where you know the cameras are.
Yeah.
Correct.
But like talking about the past, I have this like memory of being like, I think I must have been 16, 18, I'm not sure. Me and my friend went to Dougie's in Brooklyn on 18th Avenue. And we didn't know, but Nachum Siegel was there. You were doing a live show.
Oh, wow.
You were throwing out frisbees.
Halftime-
Do you remember?
halftime show?
Oh, wow.
Do you
If it's
remember?
the Frisbee era,
it was a halftime
then
show?
we're talking about, it wasn't a halftime show, but it was way before the halftime show. But if it's a Frisbee era, we're talking about a long time ago. How do I know that? Because Frisbees eventually were outlawed. Because I used to throw them at the live shows, and I used to throw them to the audience during concerts until the concert where a kid was running after the Frisbee and smashed his chin against a chair.
Welcome to America.
Exactly.
So now it's your...
And I was told and warned, you better stop this because someone's really going to get hurt. And sure enough, yeah.
Someone did. But no, and then someone will sue you.
Yeah, of course. Oh, are you kidding? For sure.
Yeah.
Well, one second. Well, now that you already touched on a subject, and we love talking about travel, we love talking about all our stories, but he just very casually, you touched on Dougie's. And I think between us, we all do have this little passion about food.
Yes. A little bit.
A little bit. And like Dougie's is one of the OGs. Come
Dougie's
on,
was,
the wings and their poppers.
Do you remember the lines to get into Dougie's?
The lines were insane, but it's not just the wings and poppers. The blooming onion was introduced.
Yep, OG.
That's what you touched on. They introduced a new cuisine to kosher.
Right, and I'll tell you another thing. Who ever thought of ordering a rack of ribs before
Right.
Dougie's?
True.
Yes.
Nobody thought of that.
Yes.
And they kept doing it. They kept adding chef salad and even Caesar salad. Like, I mean, there was stuff that was there that everyone else copied eventually.
There were a few people. There were a few people or restaurants who really shaped the way our restaurants and foods are today.
Right.
Even I think they were also the ones who started the chips and salsa in the middle of the meal.
Correct.
Right.
Your father spent a long time recreating that
He
salsa.
recreated it though.
He really does. I think like one of the chapsas that had oregano in there has a little bit
It's a
of
whole
honey,
process.
a sweetness.
Some things are sauteed, some things are fresh.
Yeah, if we're going to give credit to Bernstein's for a certain era,
Right.
if we're going to give credit, and we're going to give credit to Ratner's for the dairy side of that, revolution of the mid 20th century, then certainly Dougie's gets late 20th century credit for really an entire movement. If you would have walked into Kosher Delight, which I'm sure you and I did many times, in the post intro to Dougie's era, the entire Dougie's menu is being done at Kosher Delight. They brought in buffalo wings and they brought in ribs, and and I'm just using them as an example.
Yes, 100%.
Because they saw this is this is what everybody wants and this is the trend.
No, but
and what's amazing to me is that Dougie's in some iterations, I guess most successfully in Bergen County and in the Catskills, is still around, which is unbelievable. 30.
We feel that the one in the country, the one in Woodburn, that feels like they've
the OG. They've kept the process.
Whether
but
it's
they
a
have a
recipe,
major
it's a
advantage.
technique.
What's
What is
their
that?
advantage?
As we all
Freshness.
freshness. Everything has to be
Yeah.
fresh.
Yes,
it's
that is
impossible.
true.
They can't keep up. You can't possibly make anything stale because the turnover is so amazing.
That's an excellent
fast.
point.
Sure.
Like, that's the secret to like sometimes really good food. It's the freshness.
Yeah. By the way, that
Yeah.
was to me the secret to kosher delight, especially the Manhattan and Flatbush parts.
Was the freshness.
It was that you knew that roll, that burger, that hot dog is going to be
Yeah, that's very, very true. Do you know, or does anything come to mind, like since Dougie's, is there any establishment that has really revolutionized?
made that type of impact?
Yeah.
Where you'd actually name an era after them?
Yeah.
I'd have to think about that.
Yeah, it's something to think about.
There are,
besides Dougie's at the time, I remember, I think Circa was one of them.
Right.
Because they did the salads
Yeah,
and the
the
salad
salad
bars.
And Circle also went the route of franchising or
Yes.
expanding.
That's why, so they were like more
So
than
they
just
had
one
more of a
location.
reputation, et cetera. That what Batiste tried and
Right.
is somewhat successful at.
I think they're coming back now. They
Right.
actually
So
are
they're somewhat
opening more
successful at
branches.
that. But I'm trying to think if
Was
there's
anything
another.
exciting on the Lower East Side?
Which one?
Was there? I'm asking, was there anything? Or
Well, you have to remember, I'm a rookie in the Lower East Side. I'm only there since I got married.
okay.
So when I got there, Bernstein's was closing a couple of years later. The Grand
Where
Deli.
were you from before?
Newark, New Jersey.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Oh, you're a New Jersey boy.
Yeah. I mean, you're a Crown Heights couple.
Yes.
Yeah, he's from Johannesburg.
I was born in Crown Heights.
But he was born in
you've
Brooklyn.
you've heard of the Morristown Rabbinical College.
Yes,
Of course,
that's,
of course.
yeah, we've
So
heard of that.
so where did it move? How did it move to Morristown?
It
From
came
where?
from Newark?
From Grumman Avenue in Newark, New Jersey.
Interesting. Yes, I think Rabbi Gordon was actually a chef
Correct.
at the time. Yes.
In fact, my father, Rabbi Siegel, of blessed memory, was the one who placed Rabbi Gordon in Beth Israel Hospital as the chaplain. And Rabbi Gordon, I mean, we're talking about a legendary shliach. He's
Yes.
actually buried like 3 spots from the Lubavitcher Rebbe.
Yes.
You know,
yes.
when people visit the oil. It's funny, we were just talking about Rabbi Gordon the other day and the impact he had on that community. It was really, what an amazing man he was. But anyway, yeah, so Newark and then the Oranges. And then when I got married, Lower East Side, there was the Grand Deli, of course. The Grand Deli had I don't know if we can call it era, call it an era, but there was definitely an appeal. They tried to reproduce because they used the chef from Bernstein's. They tried to reproduce that experience, and they did it pretty well for folks who were doing it, 15 years after Bernstein's was gone. But down there, I think that's all I really remember.
But no one ever really recreated Bernstein's.
No.
Unless
you want to say, right? Well, Essen. By the way, Essen again. Might have, again, I don't know if we can name an era after them, but their impact is immense. And
But
talk
it is
about
interesting.
freshness and talk about
they
turnover.
do. Yeah, they do.
Like you just mentioned, like the chef came from Bernstein's to
Grand
Grand's,
Deli.
but like even someone like Essen, I know Yitzis has like their recipe and technique for their what do they call it? Their honey barbecue.
Yeah,
their
everyone
pastrami.
talks about the honey beef.
So he's actually trained other places, and I actually know that he trained someone, and they're actually training someone else. So it's like really has gotten that technique, and the recipe has been passed.
And if
on.
I'm not mistaken, and the food historians can correct me, but I think that that one of the significant people in Bernstein's ended up opening Traditions here in.
Oh wow!
If I'm not mistaken,
okay,
either a family member or an actual partner.
And Traditions has a location here in Firetown,
And they are also. I mean, Traditions is known for its.
Here in the Firetowns for
excellent
sure.
cuisine, and
Yes.
all these years later. So.
Yes, real
right,
deli,
like traditional Jewish American deli,
and done well.
It's very cool. So you go from Newark to the Lower East Side. When do you start with radio?
Well, I went from Newark to the Oranges.
What came
my
first, the
father's,
radio or the
my
MC?
father's synagogue moved to South Orange, and then in 1983, as I was still single and living in the Oranges, this opportunity. Through, I mean, you can read about it in the book, but this opportunity came straight from God, and not
give
only
give us a ChatGPT version, a kitzer.
And not only was I, hired to do this Jewish show, which existed on a radio station that was known and still is known as WFMU, but it was actually in East Orange, New Jersey.
Oh wow!
So I had to get up really early in the morning, but at least.
Did you know someone? Did you have the experience of sort of like, as the son of a rabbi, maybe you had a lot of public speaking experience?
No, the only experience I had.
Where does the hosting offer come from?
When I was at Yeshiva University, I was at WYUR because, as you'll read in the book, my mother said to me that when you go to YU, check out the radio station. I think it's something you'll enjoy.
Oh,
That's what she said to
okay.
me.
That's a good
Always
choice,
listen
mother.
to your mother.
Yeah.
Wow. So she knew you were destined for greatness.
So there's this whole story there about how I actually got a slot there at WYUR. And then 2 years later, when WFMU was searching to see if they can keep this Jewish show going, because it was teetering a bit, the person responsible for the search called Yeshiva University, asked for the director of student activities or dean of student activities, who happened to be a mentor of mine, and said, "We're desperate. Do you have anybody?" And he said, "I'll have someone for you." And he knew 20 minutes later I was hired.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, he knew that I would want it. I'd give my right arm to do it.
What was it? Was it your voice?
But what was it that I enjoyed by radio? First of all,
what got you hired?
Oh, what got me hired is I was willing to actually get up and do the show. Like, they couldn't care less how talented I was, as long as someone was ready to commit to keep the show going.
I think we're lucky, man. If your mother would have told you to go to Hollywood, then we would have missed out on some really good morning radio, some good podcasts, some good shows, some good concerts.
Life is funny, huh?
No, but you really have that
The presence.
coming soon.
Vocally, yeah.
You know, our son actually every once in a while does that.
Well, the movie trailer voice?
Yeah, that voice.
In a world where...
yeah. So that, and once again, I'm guessing once you started the radio side, it also moved into like the emceeing of concerts and stuff like that?
That was also a little bit just, of fate or coincidence, but yeah, and it was something I enjoyed. I was not good at it, and I mean, I could say in radio also I wasn't good at it at the beginning. It takes a lot of training to navigate the stage, and especially at my size, frankly, to navigate the stage and listen to the right advice, and to know how to control a crowd, which now, thank God, I have the ability to do. Although certain crowds in our community are very difficult, frankly, but that's a story for another day.
That's interesting. That's actually interesting that people don't realize. Like, it never occurred to me as the MC that you're considering.
You're in charge of getting everyone quiet and make noise.
That is hard.
It is an acquired skill that must be worked on constantly.
Really? And what do you have to do to get?
Well, I don't know if it's describable, but I would say that the combination of the cadence of one's voice, the speed or lack of speed of what they're saying, how they presented, the words that you use, carefully chosen words that you use. That's why you go to a chuppah and people will make an announcement, please shut your phones, everybody be quiet, and the whole place is talking the entire time.
Right.
I am proud to say that if I get up before a chuppah and navigate if I navigate the crowd the way I know how to do, in 99% of the cases, you're going to have a very quiet chuppah. There is 1% where our community is impossible to deal with. So
interesting. Where does the music come in? Were you always into music?
No. In fact, again, you'll see in the book that I knew nothing about Jewish music, and the only reason I was at all involved in it is because when I was online to get a slot at WYUR, like everybody else, I wrote, I want to do a pop music show, rock and roll or, current music. And the guy standing in front of me asked me, what are you applying for? And I told him, he said, well, I'm just letting you know, if you apply as a freshie, if you apply for a rock and roll show, there's like a 30% chance you'll get it. If you apply for a Jewish music show, there's a 100% chance you'll get it. So I quickly erased my thing, wrote Jewish music. I was on the air the following Thursday night. Awesome. A once a week show.
One second. Once I have you here and we're live, I managed to find a picture. I just searched my photos for CDs. Okay. And I want to know something, Nachum. Who has a bigger CD collection, me or you?
Well, unfortunately, that whatever CDs I had.
Up until 2 years ago.
Up until a couple of years ago, we had a significant CD collection.
Oh my gosh.
But
wait, that was a triggering interruption.
You think you're traumatized by this?
Oh boy. Oh my God. But by the way, I do remember, I think if I'm not mistaken, one of these actually survived the fire.
Yes.
Okay, so wait, your studio went on fire?
The studio completely was consumed by a fire. 99% of what we had was gone. The luck was, and there's a whole chapter about the fire in the book. The lucky part was that there's a scrapbook that we've been keeping, 20-volume scrapbook of the first 40 years of my career. Wow. And because that, you've seen the studio, so because that was located at the very, very front of the studio in a small bookcase, that was the only thing that survived, and that was.
Oh wow! So at least you have that.
Yes.
Because the studio itself was just this iconic place of Jewish.
We should, we should walk our listeners through it. It's like we would come to the Lower East Side. The first thing I remember is that you come to Manhattan and we were always able to find parking. It may not have been right outside.
That's a miracle.
There always was
the Lower
parking.
East Side did have when we came.
Yeah,
And you have your few kosher stores there, that little supermarket.
Right.
I think there's a small butchery nearby.
Right.
Maybe a bakery or something?
Yes, there's a bakery as well.
You go upstairs. Obviously, you come in and you've got that blinking light,
On-air
with
light.
the recording.
Yeah.
And if you need the bathroom, you have to get the key to go down the hall. But that really was, something.
Well, we referred to it as the Jewish Broadcasting Hall of Fame because
that's a good
what was on the walls and what we had
Yes.
on the studio tables was literally memorabilia from the prior 40 years, which was just
Incredible.
crazy.
And every time there was a new song, there was a new concert, everyone came to your studio to
Correct.
promote. What was that like? Like meeting all the Jewish musicians and being in that industry a little bit?
That was nice. I mean,
because it was like something not expect. Like it's not like you
Right.
entered this thinking you're now going to come the place.
to be the address where people felt they had to
Yeah.
come to debut an album or to release concert information, etc.
And to release shows like food shows like Kosher Palooza.
Right. And look, today there's a million outlets, but I'm proud to say that we're at least one of the significant ones still. Then there were 2 or 3 and we were significant. Now there's 1,000 and we're significant. So,
No, you're still very significant. And I think you still have a very large, loyal crowd. Definitely the older generation. Everyone knew you and still knows you and still listens.
Thank God.
And we're honored that,
so you
that you
keep
made
on
that.
it's very cool. But you keep on mentioning the book.
Right.
Yes. Okay. Let's
What's
talk.
the book called?
It's 1.8 million minutes and counting. My first 40 years in Jewish broadcasting.
That is fascinating.
And that
I
was
love the
really
title of the book.
The title of the book, which Shlomi Ash, the great Shlomi Ash, who I'm sure you guys know.
We know him as Sam Ash.
As Sam Ash, right?
Oh, okay.
So he came up with the title, and really just to try to express the enormity.
Oh, that's his title?
Yeah, to express the well, who else?
By the way, we could do a whole episode.
By the way, if I would
about
just see this on a
Shlomi Ash.
random book, I would think it's him, no matter what. Like if I go through the Jewish newspapers or even Fleischnick's magazine, I can tell you which ads he's responsible for. But it's enormous. 1.8 million minutes, and obviously more since then. And it's just been, they talk about Hall of Famers being, compilers or superstars. I would like to think that we have a little bit of both.
I love it. He has the pictures. I was going to ask if you
Yeah.
have pictures in there.
Pictures are great.
That is amazing. Wow.
So we did it by topic. Family, Zionism.
Oh, JM and the AM. I do remember
sure.
listening to that in the morning. Oh, so it's divided by topics.
JM and the AM is still around.
Sure is. Every
Every
single
morning, 6 o'clock.
6 a.m. every morning.
Yeah, that's the hard
station
one.
is it on?
Whenever I want to
Not
go
on the
on.
station. For the last 9 years, we've been an all-digital network, not from
Okay.
single network.
Very
and JM and
cool.
the AM is the flagship show of that network.
And it's you do it live in the morning?
Live every morning. It used to be people had a lot of trouble trying to get the radio station I was on. Now you can be in Antarctica and get it
It's so
clearly on
cool.
the app, which is amazing.
It's interesting. So you had to navigate through the change
Right.
in media because
Right.
people went from just radio to then everything is online. And then the irony of podcasts. I'm sure all radio people think podcasts are hilarious.
It's almost like the bloggers
like-
thinking
it's
the
just a different
Instagrammers.
name of the same thing.
Hilarious is the wrong
Not
word.
hilarious. What's the word?
It's challenging.
I think that I would love if people just understood the difference between a broadcast and a podcast.
Okay, let's talk.
Chief among those differences, especially in my case, is that every single weekday for 3 hours, live every single day, I have to present something that's engaging to the audience.
There's
it
no
could
editing.
be music, it could be interviews, it could be news, it could be fun stuff or very serious stuff.
So what do you do if you were sick?
I have a staff.
You had someone that would kick in?
Sure, of course. We still do.
Wow.
If I'm not around. The
So
show's
there's
live every day.
There's no break.
The one, it's besides not the break, the one sort of the most challenging thing in my mind is the no editing.
Right.
Like
Correct.
you're live. So whatever
By the way,
is
it's
said,
so funny.
Correct.
You look at that as being tough, and I look at it like, what a mechaya. Because you don't have to deal with it after. You're done. You put it live,
Right.
and whatever it is.
Right. If
Which
I'm,
is also
if I'm
minus.
recording a spot or a commercial or something and I make a mistake and I have to go over it, it is so frustrating to me because I'm so used to just presenting and never have to worry about that stuff
Yeah.
because whatever comes out, comes out.
Yeah,
that's it.
It's interesting how different people relate to different experiences in a different way.
Right.
I deal with the editing after, and I'm like, that was the first thing I thought. Live? What am I?
The other thing I'll say about podcasting is, so I think that's a big difference, live every day, etc. But the other thing I'll say is that whenever, and I used to say this, by the way, in radio also, but way before podcasting, so I'm being consistent. But when someone announces that they are doing a podcast, right? 2025, I'm doing a podcast. Speak to me in 100 weeks. In 100 weeks, tell me how often you've presented, how consistent it was, how reliable people can be that at specific time, specific day, each and every week it drops, etc.
Oh, it's not easy. It is not easy.
It is not easy
to
at
that
all.
because 4 years ago we had our youngest, and
we had an idea
in the height of postpartum, we decided to launch a podcast. And so we launched it. We recorded 3 episodes in our kitchen. That's
where this is from. Yep. It was called, Of Course.
Yeah. And we had 3 episodes and then no episodes after. It was over.
It's very challenging.
And the only reason literally that we're doing this podcast consistently is because we're doing it with kosher.com and we have to.
Wow.
I'm going to be honest. Like we didn't have that.
The commitment, right?
The commitment, like we have so many other things going on. So on a personal level, like the motivation and like to have to do it.
But I think the people that are doing
hard.
it, the people that are doing consistently, who are like you were doing consistently, they're doing it as a full-time job. Right. There are people today who have built their podcast, and that is what they do. That's almost that's probably the most similar to someone who was
correct. Those are people who take it really seriously, have good producers who are helping them, really build the show.
I see a similarity between this idea that you're talking about, Lahavdil, and the blogger world. When Instagram came out, there were bloggers, and people would go on Instagram, and all of a sudden they'd make an account, and within a few months they could have grown, and the bloggers were like, "You're not a blogger, you're an Instagrammer. It's not the same thing."
Right.
Then TikTok came out, and people grew quickly, and everyone was like, "No, you're not an Instagrammer, you're not an influencer, you're a TikToker." Everyone
stay in your lane, but it feels a little bit like you're doing something, you establish something, and there's so much hard work that goes into it, and it's a very unique industry. And then something else comes along, and it's just like, oh, we're gonna do it, and it's like it's very jarring.
Well, you have to decide not only how to adjust, you have to decide is it worth adjusting.
Interesting.
Like you have to, make it's really a 2-stage, 2-tier plan. But what's the pressure that makes you release your magazine on time every month?
Ooh, you don't have a choice.
If kosher.com is responsible for this get together, why is it that? And I'm really.
You want to know the answer to that question?
You know, I'm a major fan.
Yep.
Of Fleischer's magazine.
Thank you.
And I'm not the biggest foodie.
Oh, actually, thank you for sending Stacey last week, 2 weeks ago.
Right, she was at the event.
She came to the
very
Twitter
nice
event.
to see her,
It was nice to see you guys.
No, it was the cookbook.
And she
author.
Correct. The cookbook author event.
Right. That's right. At
Kosher.
Kosher, she challenged me to see if I knew who she was. I was like, seriously?
We know you.
Come on.
That's great. Yeah, she always says, if I'm not with you, nobody knows who I am.
We recognized her.
But what gets us going? Our tuition.
Right, because you know that the advertisers and contributors will not be happy if you don't make your deadline.
Yeah, no.
I mean, it was funny when Milchik's magazine showed up at my door, which I think was last Monday. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
I think it was last Monday.
Yep.
I'm saying to myself, wow, Shavuos is Sunday night. They released this like at the perfect time. It arrived at the perfect time before Yom Tov. In order to meet that deadline.
Oh, it's one of our most
challenging ones. The all-nighters that you have to pull and the things that you have to adjust and the contributors and advertisers that you have to be in touch with because they're all trying to meet your deadline. It's impossible for so many of them.
If we're coming out then, you're going to print right after Pesach.
Right.
No one's thinking Shavuos.
Correct.
In the Hamish world, you know how it is.
Correct.
Everyone's thinking Shavuos a week before Shavuos.
Right.
It's very challenging.
I mean, that's very cool that you really were able to understand that.
Oh, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
I have
where's your head now in Rosh Hashanah or Sukkot already?
Rosh Hashanah.
It is already on Rosh Hashanah.
Yeah, it's Rosh Hashanah.
It's a combination of the next 3 issues, but yes, already Rosh Hashanah.
Yeah.
I'm curious about the show. I know you travel a lot. I know you did Israel.
Right. Well, we do Israel constantly.
Yeah. What was the most interesting place you took?
I think that the most interesting. There's a lot. There are a couple of major tours we did in Europe, but I think the most.
Did South Africa?
We never did South Africa. We had South Africa on the calendar. And unfortunately, it didn't work out, but that's a whole separate story.
Yeah.
I think the most interesting for me was the UAE. And I'll tell you why.
That sounds very cool.
Because
after the Abraham Accords?
Yes, immediately after, where someone said to us, everyone's going to be going. If you guys don't go now, it's not going to be a big story.
Yeah.
We actually were in the UAE the first night of the first kosher restaurant there.
Wow.
Thank God. If we would have been there a week earlier, we would not have any food.
Wow.
So I sum it up this way. The UAE experience for me was a day school / yeshiva league high school kid, in reference to myself, realizing that there are members of the Arab community on this globe who are not only anxious to live in peace with others, including us Jews, but pursue living in peace. When I walked around the mall in the UAE in Dubai with a yarmulke, the respect, reverence,
you felt it
100%.
Really?
And I don't think, because I'm saying they have that for everybody. The fact that you have a yarmulke on your head or you're Jewish is irrelevant. This is how we behave and how we act everywhere.
I remember watching the Shliach's wedding there.
Yeah.
And when I saw the covet and respect that he got, and all from the Muslim, the Arab
He
world.
danced with the...
It is true. What you're saying is true. We don't even realize it.
And we were there, by the way. We did one of the broadcasts from his shul.
Yeah.
And participated in Shacharis that day in his shul. And I said to him, this is unbelievable. You have 80 people for Shacharis. He says, yeah, a month ago it wasn't like this. But,
oh, really?
But are you kidding?
Overnight.
Oh, the boom once the Abraham Accords were announced.
That was tourists or business people?
Both.
Wow. It's fascinating.
Yeah, I think like there's a community of people there.
It's amazing.
It's incredible.
And now the food scene there, if I'm not mistaken, there's like 7 or 8 restaurants there. I think so. Yes, they really are.
Wow.
So have you been back since, or that was the one time?
No.
How many times did you go to Israel this year?
Oh, God. Well, this year, 2 or 3, but
just 2 or 3.
It's more limited.
Well, yeah.
You're like, and it's less than usual.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, there have been years where it's been, 5 or 6.
Wow.
But look, Israel, especially as I get older and even more experienced at this, it's not just that it's wonderful to be there, and I believe that it's my number one issue. My number one issue. Your number one issue is, how much date oil and plum honey there's available for Rosh Hashanah, and I get that, right? That whole industry keeps you guys going.
Yeah.
I believe my mission and my number one issue is reminding everybody that the future of the Jewish people is in the state of Israel. That's it. So we'd love to go as often as possible, bridge the gap between Israel and diaspora. But now I realize, as I go in this era, the chomer, the material, the guests, the possibilities of who to speak to, who to cover, etc. It's unbelievable.
Unlimited.
It's an ocean over there in Israel. And we just did, I was there for 3 weeks, but one of those weeks was Pesach. But the week before and the week after Pesach, we just had unbelible shows with incredible guests.
That's incredible.
Wonderful authors.
And you do it live also there?
Yeah, sure.
But it's
1 to 4 p.m.
1 to 4 p.m. Oh, wow.
It's a lot different.
That's so interesting.
Can't wait for Aliyah.
That's amazing. Are you planning to move to
We
Israel?
are planning on moving sometime between the end of 2026 and the summer of 27. Please God, please God.
But talking about bridging the gaps, I guess I'm talking about bridging the gaps, but you were just talking about Israel, and I'm thinking food. I'm like, the food scene there is crazy. We keep going back to it, but I actually remember when we did an interview a couple of years back with Nachum in the magazine.
Okay.
And what was the food that he chose as his favorite food?
What do we do? Falafel or shawarma?
I think,
or both.
Falafel. Well, maybe it was both, but I remember we got a picture of you with Israeli food or. Yeah,
What's
we could say Israeli food.
Do you have a favorite shawarma spot in Israel? And you were shawarma?
Well, Hello Teman is.
I know that's the classic.
Again, the freshness.
That's.
Although they do say that there's a place in Bnei Brak, right, the border of Bnei Brak and Ramat Gan, that is the best shawarma in Israel. I can't remember the name of it.
On Akiva Street.
It's like at a gas station or outside a gas station.
No, outside the gas station. I think.
Well, that's Hello Teman in Yerushalayim, but I think there's one on the border of Ramat Gan and Bnei Brak. They always talk about.
How about falafel?
Israel's food, all the falafel in Israel is fantastic because they know how to make it.
Well, you have in the shuk, there's competing, there's the green one with the herbs or without.
I mean, the green is the best.
There's the fun one, the Yemenite place.
Yes, there's a Yemenite hole-in-the-wall falafel place in Yerushalayim. My son learned in Israel and he took us there. They make fresh bread.
It's also a Yemenite place. It's interesting.
Yeah, very good.
And on Fridays they make
good.
the bread with we wrote all about it.
Saluf or something?
Saluf is the bread.
Yeah, it's the special bread.
It's like the lafa with the za'atar.
Wow.
Yeah,
There's so much good food in Israel.
People don't know. I feel like Israel, forget about kosher, Israel can compete on the world's culinary stage.
Oh, yes.
But I don't know that it has that reputation.
Right. Not yet.
In the world.
Not yet.
Well, it's interesting to see the Israeli chefs are, besides coming to the States, they're all over there, or
That's
Europe
true.
and
The
Asia.
food has expanded outside of Israel.
Right.
Because there's so many Israeli restaurants that are so big and popular that
Not
aren't
necessarily
kosher.
Right.
And
but they are
haven't,
making waves. Like Michael Solomonov
right.
In Philly. He like transformed the place with Israeli food, basically.
Yeah. Mayor Adoni's, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, Singapore. I think he has Germany. He has some
it's pretty
interesting
interesting.
places. He's actually working on a kosher one here in the States.
We interviewed Ayal Shani a few weeks ago. So he got a Michelin star for Shmona, but then we went to Malka in Brooklyn. Did you go to his place?
There, yeah.
Okay, so we're sitting there. And
what an experience.
yeah. Well, we sat at the bar because we didn't make a reservation and they were full to capacity.
No, we made a reservation, but that was all they had.
Oh, okay.
Yes, they fill up.
Anyway, so we're sitting there. We were there for maybe an hour and a half. The entire time, there were 2 bartenders, did not stop making cocktails.
Oh my God.
And as a Jew, I was just sitting there counting money. I'm like, do you know how much money
We're not known for the bar being the most active part of the
I
restaurant.
know, and I was very surprised. And they weren't stopping.
But I think the most
And it's
fascinating
literally, by the way, 2 tablespoons of like
alcohol.
tequila is going in, water and ice, shaking. And I'm like, okay, $1, $20, $19. Okay.
Yeah, but you would have had a blast with the music that was there, because that vibe, they had a DJ and the place was just on wheels.
It's so funny you're saying this, because we were at, I think it's a new restaurant, Coney Island Avenue, called Sautéed. It's a Chinese place.
Yes.
Okay.
So a friend of ours said, you must go to this place because of all, and there's a lot of kosher Chinese places.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
But of all the kosher Chinese places, you have no idea how good the food is there. So we went. The food was spectacular.
Really?
But
check it out.
as I pointed out to my wife, I cannot sit in a restaurant when music is playing.
Oh yeah,
I don't
like
enjoy
It's distracting.
now it could be my age.
By the way,
it could be,
You know, when we were 18, we were able to like blast the music on the highest and have full conversations. Now, if we have to chat, the music goes off.
Exactly. So I don't know if I would have enjoyed the musical experience, but everything in context.
You certainly would not have. I think I know.
I was like, Shlomi, what do you want to order?
Yeah, you literally can't hear each other. But no, it definitely is a vibe. But no, I do get, there are times you want to go to a restaurant and you just want to have, you can have some nice stuff in the background.
If you lower the music, it's not so bad.
Yeah.
But you do want to have some type of conversation.
But the city is not really known for restaurants that are quiet, because even if they don't have tons of loud music, you're really very close to, on top of each other.
Right. That's
do
why
you
I
have
like
like a go-to place in the city?
Well, it's all about space.
Okay.
I always joke with my kids about it. It's all about space.
You want to be comfortable.
Yeah, Mr.
Priority
Broadway.
number 1.
Mr.
Mr.
Broadway's
Broadway,
got
that's
space.
nice. Yeah.
And it's got a lot of place to sit.
Since they renovated.
And since I renovated,
Yeah.
certainly. And in general, it's always been a big space. Even their old Mr. Broadway is a big space.
Yeah, you're right.
So that comes to mind. And the old Dougie's in Brooklyn was like that.
Oh,
yeah,
Very
that's
large.
nice.
You know,
that was.
I'm trying to think if there's anything that, I mean, some restaurants you go into these days and there's space naturally because it's just not, it's not, either you go on a Monday night or it's not that popular.
What's your favorite just fleishik food overall?
Well, I think that if I was on a desert island,
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
okay.
okay.
and they said to you,
That's a good
you
way
could
to
have
ask the question.
one, what we consider, and you'll see in a minute what I mean, what we consider a meat meal.
Okay.
Okay.
One meat meal for the rest of your life, every night. This is the
Okay.
one thing that's
Cholent
available.
and kishka.
It would be chicken wings.
Oh,
It would be
okay.
chicken wings.
And is it roasted, glazed, fried?
Oh, so the other night, where did we get the chicken? Oh, I got chicken wings the other night from Holy Schnitzel on 18th Avenue.
Okay.
And I ordered 2 different types. One was sweet chili,
Okay.
which I love sweet chili sauce. And the other one was regular barbecue wings. And both were excellent.
They're grilled or fried? They're grilled.
No, they're grilled.
Grilled.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So-
But we should order
By the way-
him Smash House for the way out.
Oh,
Get
yes.
him an order of the lemon pepper
Yes,
wings.
you know what,
with
we're
a
going
side
to do
of their
that.
Sauce.
Yes.
Yeah.
I had a
Great.
Smash House burger because there's a
Okay.
Smash House in Manhattan. Now.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. But there's one right across the street from our studio here.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What don't you have in this area?
5 times these days is
5
pretty
times is-
happening. Yeah.
I call it like it's like a Jewish utopia here.
We actually have
There's like
another one.
Israeli flags on the street. And the whole entire avenue is like full of kosher stores, Jewish stores. It's quiet here on Shabbos. It's very interesting community.
Someone said to me the other day, and I don't know if you agree or not, because I spend very little time down there. Someone said Lakewood today makes the 5 towns look like it has no kosher restaurants.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
It's true. Not just
definitely.
restaurants.
No, but also Lakewood.
Lakewood is
everything
bigger than
very
Brooklyn.
Fancy. So you think you come
Space.
to Five Towns has a
Space,
reputation
right.
as like a very wealthy upscale
Yeah, you see
area.
these bagel stores opening, and they have like three floor ceilings.
And not to bring this conversation down, but a rabbinic leader said from a specific community, which I won't mention, said to me this week, "They're coming for us." I said, "What do you mean?"
Who's they?
I said, "What do you mean?" He goes, "This community is now becoming Lakewoodized."
Where's that?
I won't mention it, but meaning, of course, the fancier restaurants and the big shopping, and et cetera, et cetera. And some of the people don't love it. Even some of the Lakewood people don't love it. You know?
Oh no, but Lakewood is actually
because
very
there
interesting.
is- yeah, it's just interesting. There is that boundary where it does get too much.
Right.
But
So-
you do. It's
You know what?
reflected
You know
in the-
what grew like this? I wonder if you agree, because you're real insiders. You know what grew like this, but never got too much? Crown Heights. They had like just they grew with these restaurants
And then it
on
went
the food scene.
Is that what happened?
Yes,
a little bit.
Yeah.
It wasn't like it hit a plateau and stayed there for a while.
No, the things like
I think
dropped a little
COVID
bit.
kind of made a mess.
I think so.
Restaurants had a hard time, and a lot of guys didn't come back.
So are
from
there
that.
no go-tos now?
No, there is,
There
but not as
definitely
much.
is,
Not
and
as
there's
much.
there's the stuff that outlasted.
Right.
You know, I think Buff and Bun is still like
Yeah.
rocking their stuff.
Izzy's is still.
Yeah,
But no,
There's
Crown Heights
still,
used
but
to be a
it did-
destination
yeah,
place,
it
like to go for
changed.
restaurants. I think now Five Towns is one.
yeah. 5 times. with the
Muncie
Doma
has
group.
gotten a few new places.
Yeah,
And
Muncie
Lakewood-
used to have.
Lakewood
In
has-
my day, Muncie had no kosher
Angie.
And
restaurants.
now you have a bunch.
It's unbelievable.
You have
what
some
they
really
have now.
high end stuff there too.
It's very cool. But there is that thing, like as a granddaughter of Holocaust survivors, I always do think like I have that like fear of like life is too good. You know, we just went.
If you don't think I think about this all the time.
I think right now we're all thinking it.
My mother left Germany right around Kristallnacht.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. My parents can both be classified as refugees.
Got
right.
it.
My father used to describe to us that he would get in Palestine, in Jerusalem, he would get 2 pieces of bread and soup per day to eat.
Wow.
So he would eat soup and 1 slice of bread for lunch and save the slice of bread for dinner. That was his menu.
I wonder what
And
his favorite Fleischig meal would have been.
And he always said to me, "You have no idea how filling soup can be."
Wow.
And every time I order soup, and I love thick vegetable soup, every time I order soup, I think of him, how this was all that he had to eat, and thank God he was able to get up from the table and feel full once a day.
It's insane.
Yeah, it really
Times have
gives you
changed.
perspective.
Where's your favorite soup from?
You know who makes?
I have one in mind for
Do you know
me. That's
who
why I'm
makes
asking.
great
you.
soup?
Let's hear it.
And coincidentally, we're this close to his place.
Okay.
Got to get a bagel.
Really?
Makes fantastic
okay,
soup.
Sean, you have to try
Okay.
that.
Thick vegetable soup, always variety of 2-3 soups, and I'm always impressed with what he has.
You
over
had
there.
one in the city. Now that I'm not sure if they're back in the city. I think they might have been. Mendy's split pea soup.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's always.
So I get it whenever I'm
He
at
gets
Crown
it all the
Heights.
time.
It's like my mushagas.
And their chicken gumbo is also good.
Mendy's has lasted a long time in the museum.
So I think
Yes.
in the city, COVID kind of shut them down. I
Right.
think I saw something about them coming back. I know they were definitely doing to-go orders like on Uber Eats or something.
Well, the corner of Lexington and 30th has a Mendy's.
Yeah. Oh, so there is.
That's
It
probably
is
the
there.
place where they.
So
but
we're
the
gotta get a
museum
bagel,
one
we
has
gotta
been
go try
around
the
a
soup.
while. And you must tell me,
Okay.
because my wife and I are so impressed with this restaurant.
Okay.
Is that restaurant next to the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel doing well or not? What's the name of it? It's Cork.
Bison Bourbon.
Bison Bourbon. Right.
Yeah.
Is it
Bison
doing
Bourbon
well?
is a
Is it
beautiful
a strange
place.
location or not?
It is a strange,
So
but
the-
it's close to Borough Park. It's close to Crown Heights.
So it's a
like-
It's not far
destination.
from the city either.
Well, it's
Yeah.
right. The city is
It's like
fantastic.
you live in Brooklyn. You don't want to drive to the city, but you want to go somewhere that feels like you went out.
Right.
That's the one.
And they
So
have
that's
a vibe.
why they do well.
They really
because it
have
has
a
such
vibe.
a great vibe.
So there are plenty of nights where there are plenty of people there.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah,
yes,
yeah.
yes.
Interesting. Their food is fantastic.
They also make a lot of parties. It's a great party
Ah.
spot. I went
They have
to a
space.
wedding there.
They
Someone
have
made a
space.
wedding there.
A wedding?
Like a nice, small, intimate wedding.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Cool.
So it's
They
like
also
one
now
of those locations.
they even expanded. They have a separate hall 2 doors down.
Yeah.
It actually is. Yes, it's a very popular place.
Interesting.
Great vibe.
So where could people find your book?
Oh, so the book is available at a number of Judaica
That was
stores.
a very jarring thing. You know, you'll give me tips after how to transition from one conversation to another. But I wanted to just finish off by letting people know about where to get your book and
I
where
appreciate
to listen
that.
to your
The Judaica
morning
stores
show.
in Teaneck and the Judaica store, Eichler Superstore on Coney Island
I love
Avenue
it.
has it. We really should get into the one here. I know you have a couple of big
Yeah,
Judaica
there's
stores
great
right
stores
here.
here, yeah.
We got to get into here. But
We'll talk after the show. We can help with that.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, sure.
But
Did you self-publish?
we self-publish,
Wow.
and the king.
Is it on Amazon?
Correct. The
Of
king
course.
of the whole self-publishing industry is our friends at Amazon.
Okay.
Where we've sold a lot, and that's a paperback edition, which is just as good for reading purposes as this
Right.
one. And that's where most of the sales are coming from on Amazon.
Amazon.
Just search the name Nachum Siegel.
Exactly. And where could people follow you and listen to your morning broadcast?
So they can easily install, takes about a second, in their phone or iPad
Nachum
or
Siegel Network app.
Nachum Siegel Network app, and tune in every morning.
Is it free?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Oh, nice. Okay, lovely.
But they can also just go online and
NachumSiegel.com.
NachumSiegel.com.
Okay, love it. Well, thank you so much for joining us.
A pleasure.
It was really nice. We look forward to reading the book.
Thank you.
Where'd you park? Because I think I'm going to put in an order by Smash House.
I got to tell you something.
I'm gonna
when
join
I
you.
saw a space available in front of Central Perk Cafe,
you grabbed it.
My good friend Maish, I said, I don't know how far this place is on Central Avenue, but I'm taking that
By the
space.
way, wrapping
That's
full
a good
circles,
spot.
Moish used to own a Duggies.
Correct, the one in Brooklyn.
And so he has a very good blooming onion.
Right.
He does, because he knows the original
Correct,
recipe.
I've had it there. By the way, kudos to him. I don't know how, it's been many, many years. Again, I don't know if we would brand the whole era the Central Perk era, but he has made his mark.
Oh, he definitely has made his mark.
When it comes to great dairy restaurants.
Yes, outstanding.
Oh,
he's
definitely.
He's busy with Shavuos. He's very busy with Shavuos.
I would imagine so.
He does a lot of catering and ready food.
Plain crunchy wings or lemon and pepper?
Plain crunchy's great. Thank you.
For those that don't know what that was, Shifra ordering Nachum some wings.
Lunch.
I mean, you know that there's a custom in the Jewish world, no fleishiks Thursday night. You know that, or if you do, it has to be at midnight.
Do you do the
It's
power
still
of
early
cheese?
enough.
Do you do the power of cheese? Do you like it?
I had a parv cheeseburger. I'm trying to think where. Maybe Smash House.
I'm saying,
do they have it?
They have
Smash
it.
House?
I'm going to get you a combo lunch.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Yes, vegan cheese, no vegan cheese. Some people love it. Some people hate it.
No.
You're like, of course.
On a burger, for sure.
Yeah, I know, me too. But I'm just
kidding?
asking.
I mean, it's amazing. For 50 years, I dreamed about it, and here it is.
Yeah, French fries or crispy onions.
Crispy
I'm
onions.
taking this very seriously.
Crispy onions. I like the fact that you take it
We have very
seriously.
good crispy onions.
You see, I made the
By
right
the way,
choice.
Diet Coke. You like over Coke?
That you don't have to worry about, unless it's part of the combo.
It's part of the combo.
Yeah, sure, Diet Coke. Why not?
Hey, Nachum, did you ever do this? Did you ever finish off an episode ordering food? That's it, man. This is crazy. This has been great. Thank you for coming, Nachum. We will give you, off air, we'll tell you how you can pick up your food.
Yes, that would be helpful.
We'll walk over with you and come pick it up.
They're not Uber Eats to get to my car.
That was amazing. Thank you for coming. Thank you for joining us. And we look forward to more episodes, concerts, and hopefully soon permanently out of Eretz Yisrael, out of Yerushalayim. Where in Eretz Yisrael?
Please, God. Well, both our kids now are living in Jerusalem, so we're assuming so.
Shouldn't be Lashon Haba Yerushalayim, should be
Lashon Hazos, like Rav Goren said.
That's right.
So are we scheduling, excuse me for prying.
Let's go.
Yeah, let's
are
go.
we scheduling a 2025 Kosher Palooza?
100%.
yes.
We are?
Okay.
Yeah.
You know what? We have 30 seconds left.
So we should know about it by now, no?
Okay, so the issue is that we were actually about to close for after the summer because we had to change the location in American Dream.
Wow.
And
what a great idea.
There was a bit of, it's not a complication, it's a good complication, but there was going to be, in addition to the whole program and the whole day of events, that would mean much more people.
Right.
And we just have this debate whether we can fit in the American Dream because they have a conference center coming for 2026.
Wow.
But it's not ready now. So we're still up in the air if it's going to be first week of September in American Dream or second week of November in Meadowlands. We will keep you posted. We'll keep everyone posted. But Kosher Palooza is definitely happening.
Well, there are going to be a lot of very happy people.
Yeah.
Not only have you created an event which attracts so many different parts of the community, and I mean that in terms of the industry, but in addition to that, you've created an event that people are excited about. And that's always incredible. And
well, it's pretty easy when you're dealing with food. People are excited about food.
Yeah, I know you think that, but not everyone always gets excited about Jewish events. But yours for some reason, they really gravitate toward. I'll tell you that much.
Right. All right, that was awesome. I am going to cut it over here.
Thank you.
A pleasure.
This episode is brought to you by kosher.com, our partners on this podcast, and a really good resource online for recipes, shows, food content, Torah content, Jewish content.
Essentially all kosher content, the hub of kosher.
And while we like to focus on print, kosher.com has really taken the digital side really, really well. And there are just so many fun kosher options, both kosher literally
Yeah.
In a kashrous world, but also kosher in a way that's
and we've been
accessible and
posting
good for-
some of our travel content on kosher.com. So
There
that's
you
a
go.
fun one.
That's a fun one. Our travel content is only in the magazine. The only other place you can get it, we get people requesting it a lot, is on kosher.com.
It's some of our favorite itineraries are there. We did one on Deal, New Jersey, so that was recently posted. That's a good one. So there's a lot of great content. Visit kosher.com for all your kosher recipe and entertainment needs.
This episode is brought to you by Eden Foods Ume Plum Vinegar. I was going to say, correct me if I'm saying it wrong, but I for sure am saying it wrong. So
Plume.
Shifra,
It's plume.
It's plume. Eden Foods Ume Plum Vinegar. Shifra, what is this? Because
So it's a very cool Japanese product. I think, by the way, it's not like I know how to say ume plum. I'm not sure.
You may not know how, but
it's
whatever
Japanese.
you say sounds like you know what you're saying.
Okay, that's a skill I have.
Yes.
Okay, so Japanese pickled plums. They're a very unique product. We actually did a recipe with it in the upcoming summer issue. It's like fruity and it's fermented and salty. And so they take that fruit and they make a vinegar out of it.
So they ferment
and
it.
It's a fruity, like fermented-ish vinegar, and it just adds a very unique flavor to your vinaigrettes. You can also mix it with a little bit of soy sauce and then like put it over like a tuna crudo or a tuna
So it's
tataki.
used in like Asian foods?
It's a Japanese ingredient.
Japanese.
Yeah, but you can use it in anything, and it's a really nice vinegar just to add that little something special to your vinaigrette or a marinade.
What did we use it in the summer?
So we used it we made yakitori, so it's traditional Japanese skewers, and we made atare, which is a special dipping sauce that glazes the chicken and the meat as you're cooking it. Oh, it was so good because you're slowly building the caramelization. Then when you serve it, you drizzle a little bit of this vinegar on top because it just provides that perfect, like, fruity, salty vinegar counterbalance to the sweet glazed yakitori. It was really good.
I'm remembering that barbecue.
Right?
I got a little bit hungry now. Anyway, so Ume Plum Vinegar, fun product from Eden Foods, with a kosher certified in your local kosher supermarket. I did see this in Gourmet Glots, or your other supermarkets, or on EdenFoods.com. This episode is brought to you by De La Rosa's 100% organic grape juice. It comes in.
This is it. Wow.
This is it. Wow. This is it. They do a red grape juice. They also do a white grape juice.
Okay.
What are the things?
It's organic.
It's organic. I think the big hop here is that it's organic.
Produced and bottled in
Austria.
Okay.
So yes.
Is Austria known for their grapes?
I guess they must be known for their grape juice. Whatever the story is, listen, organic foods are definitely very in. People are more health conscious and they're trying to do things just a little better.
People are more educated about where their food is coming from.
So I feel like, here you go, one of a kind, 100% organic red grape juice made with organic Merlot, Zweigelt, and Pinot Noir grapes. Artisanal, small batch, crafted. Okay, great product from De La Rosa, organic grape juice. Check them out.
It's kosher, it's Glot. You're listening to Glot. It's all Glot.
And as Operation Epic Fury intensifies, Israel and the United States once again find themselves on the front lines in the fight for freedom. The threat is real and the stakes are high. Iranian rockets have struck communities in Israel and killed innocent Israelis. And across the Holy Land, red alert sirens continue to sound, giving Israelis just 15 seconds to reach shelter. But in moments like this, the bond between America and Israel stands strong. United by shared values, shared faith, and a shared commitment to freedom and democracy. The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews is on the ground right now, providing life-saving food, first aid supplies, and emergency essentials for security personnel. The fellowship is also supplying Israeli hospitals, emergency rooms, and bomb shelters with critical medical equipment. This aid is focused on Israel's most vulnerable, the elderly, children, and families. In times like this, your support matters. Stand for Israel, stand for freedom, and give generously today. To rush your gift, you can call 888-488-IFCJ. That's 888-488-IFCJ, or go online at ifcj.org.
Purim has always been the story of a Jewish people threatened by an enemy rooted in ancient Persia. And this year, that story feels closer than ever. As Israel faces a very real threat from Iran, the holiday's message of resilience, gratitude, and care for one another rings with new urgency. In the midst of war, Kollel Chabad reminds us that protecting our most vulnerable, Israel's elderly, is itself an act of defiance and hope. Here's how they're bringing joy to Israel's oldest, even now.
Many of Israel's elderly communities are left alone. Their days pass quietly, sometimes in total silence. With poor health and difficulty walking, simple daily tasks can become unbearable. Most spend their days at home, all alone, with days turning into weeks and each daily routine turning into a headache. Many times, volunteers are the only contact they even get. Those visiting are the only ones they see.
It's the only time of the day that they open the door. Not all the people here are mentally, strong, so it's very important to come to them. They're not people who are able to take care of themselves at all.
On Purim, we celebrate the miraculous deliverance of the Jewish people. In the book of Esther, one individual made the decision to take action that led to the saving of an entire nation. From Purim, we learn that happiness is only complete when we care for one another, especially for those who are less fortunate. This is where Kollel Chabad steps in. Volunteers from Kollel Chabad are on a mission to take care of those who are left alone. They carry with them not only food, but also bring meaning, compassion, and care. On Purim, when we give presents and share food, Kollel Chabad makes sure no one is left out or forgotten. This impact is not measured by numbers, it's measured in sweet moments, in the smiles that shine on faces that have since lost them. It's warm meals that bring comfort to those who have nothing.
If not us, the young people, helping them and be with them, some people who needs food, if not us, if not Kollel Chabad, I think there is no one able to do it.
But it's not just Israel's elderly community, it's the widows and orphans who desperately need support as Purim approaches. Kollel Chabad makes sure that the widows and orphans of Israel are fed, taken care of, and get to experience the same happiness that everyone does on this holiday. And today, you can be a part of that change. Join Kollel Chabad's mission of bringing smiles to faces. Your donation has an even bigger meaning because it's not just a gift, it's the spirit of Purim. A reminder that no one should be left alone. Donate today and help us be there for those in need.
And at a time when Israel is facing such profound security challenges, and we see the celebrations and support worldwide, the Jewish National Fund USA has also mobilized its nationwide strategic ecosystem of infrastructure to support communities in Israel from the Negev to the Galilee. Joining us now is Russell F. Robinson, CEO of the Jewish National Fund USA. Russell, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me on.
So what are you seeing on the ground right now? How are American Jews stepping up to help?
So this is just 3 days into this emergency, and it was over Shabbat. But I can tell you that we have already mobilized thousands of our leaders across the United States, from young to old, who have already started making phone calls, sending out information. We're having Zoom information systems and sessions, and already are having hundreds of people coming on and asking what can they do. We happen to have an American high school that is in Israel right now, so we have some teenagers that are in Israel. We have two groups of people who've come on JNF trips, a volunteer trip, a brotherhood trip. They're there. We're monitoring all of that. But at the same time, our staff is as well throughout Israel is monitoring in the north and south. Already we have supplied from Mitzpeh Ramon